Section 36 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Loveday. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 36. Selected excerpts by Jeremy Bentham. Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832. Bentham, whose name rightly stands sponsor for the utilitarian theory of morals in legislation, though not its originator, was a mighty and unique figure in many ways. His childhood reminds us of that of his disciple John Stuart Mill in its precocity, but fortunately for him, life had more juice in it for young Bentham than it had for Mill. In his maturity and old age, he was widely recognised as a commanding authority, notwithstanding some startling absurdities. He was born in London, February 15th, 1747-8, the child of an attorney of ample means, who was proud of the youth, and did not hesitate to show him off. In his 4th year he began the study of Latin, and a year later was known in his father's circle as the philosopher. At 6 or 7 he began the study of French. He was then sent to Westminster School, where he must have had a rather uncomfortable time, for he was small in body, sensitive and delicate, and not fond of boyish sports. He had a much happier life at the houses of his grandmothers at Barking and at Browning Hill, where much of his childhood was spent. His reminiscences of these days, as related to his biographer, are full of charm. He was a great reader and a great student, and going to Oxford early, was only 16 when he took his degree. It must be confessed that he did not bear away with him a high appreciation of the benefits which he owed to his alma mater. Mendacity and insincerity, in these I found the effects, the sure and only sure effects, of an English university education. He wrote a Latin ode on the death of George II, which was much praised. In later years he himself said of it, "It was a mediocre performance on a trumpery subject, written by a miserable child." On taking his degree, he entered at Lincoln's Inn, but he never made a success in the practice of the law. He hated litigation, and his mind became immediately absorbed in the study and development of the principles of legislation and jurisprudence, and this became the business of his life. He had an intense antipathy to Blackstone, under whom he had sat at Oxford, and in 1776 he published anonymously a severe criticism of his work, under the title Fragments on Government, or a Commentary on the Commentaries, which was at first attributed to Lord Mansfield, Lord Camden, and others. His identification as the author of the Fragments brought him into relations with Lord Shelburne, who invited him to Bowood, where he made a long and happy visit, of which bright and gossipy letters tell the story. Here he worked on his Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation, in which he developed his utilitarian theory, and here he fell in love with a young lady who failed to respond to his wishes. Writing in 1827, he says, "I am alive, more than 2 months advanced in my 80th year, more lively than when you presented me in ceremony with a flower in Green Lane. Since that day, not a single one has passed, not to speak of nights, in which you have not engrossed more of my thoughts than I could have wished. Embrace, though it is for me, as it is by you, she will not be severe, nor refuse her lips to me, as she did her hand, at a time perhaps not yet forgotten by her, any more than by me." Bentham wrote voluminously on morals, on rewards and punishments, on the poor laws, on education, on law reform, on the codification of laws, on special legislative measures, on a vast variety of subjects. His style, at first simple and direct, became turgid, involved, and obscure. He was in the habit of beginning the same work independently many times, and usually drove several horses abreast. He was very severe in his strictures upon persons in authority, and upon current notions, and was constantly being warned that if he should publish such or such a work, he would surely be prosecuted. Numerous books were therefore not published until many years after they were written. His literary style became so prolix and unintelligible that his disciples, Dumont, Mill, and others, came to his rescue, and disentangled and prepared for the press his innumerable pamphlets, full of suggestiveness and teeming with projects of reform more or less completely realised since. His publications include more than 70 titles, and he left a vast accumulation of manuscript, much of which has never been read. He had a wide circle of acquaintances, by whom he was held in high honour, and his correspondence with the leading men of his time was constant and important. In his later years he was a pugnacious writer, but he was on intimate and jovial terms with his friends. In 1814 he removed to Ford Abbey, near Chard, and there wrote Chrestomatia, a collection of papers on the principles of education, in which he laid stress upon the value of instruction in science, as against the excessive predominance of Greek and Latin. In 1823, in conjunction with James Mill and others, he established the Westminster Review, but he did not himself contribute largely to it. He continued, however, to the end of his life to write on his favourite topics. Robert Dale Owen, in his autobiography, gives the following description of a visit to Bentham during the philosopher's later years. Quote, "I preserve a most agreeable recollection of that grand old face, beaming with benignity and intelligence, and occasionally with a touch of humour which I did not expect. I do not remember to have met any one of his age, 78, who seemed to have more complete possession of his faculties, bodily and mental, and this surprised me the more because I knew that in his childhood he had been a feeble-limbed, frail boy. I found him, having overpassed by nearly a decade the allotted 80 years and 10, with step as active and eye as bright and conversation as vivacious as one expects in a hale man of 50. I shall never forget my surprise when we were ushered by the venerable philosopher into his dining-room. An apartment of good size, it was occupied by a platform about 2 feet high, and which filled the whole room, except a passageway some 3 or 4 feet wide, which had been left so that one could pass all round it. Upon this platform stood the dinner-table and chairs, with room enough for the servants to wait upon us. Around the head of the table was a huge screen, to protect the old man, I suppose, against the draught from the doors. When another half-hour had passed, he touched the bell again. This time his order to the servant startled me. "John, my nightcap!" I rose to go, and 1 or 2 others did the same. Neil sat still. "Ah," said Bentham, as he drew a black silk nightcap over his spare grey hair, "you think that's a hint to go? Not a bit of it. Sit down. I'll tell you when I am tired. I'm going to vibrate a little. That assists digestion too." And with that he descended into the trench-like passage, of which I have spoken, and commenced walking briskly back and forth, his head nearly on a level with ours, as we sat. Of course, we all turned toward him. For full half an hour, as he walked, did he continue to pour forth such a witty and eloquent invective against kings, priests, and their retainers, as I have seldom listened to. Then he returned to the head of the table, and kept up the conversation, without flagging, till midnight ere he dismissed us. His parting words to me were characteristic. "God bless you, if there be such a being, and at all events, my young friend, take care of yourself." End of quote. His weak childhood had been followed by a healthy and robust old age, but he wore out at last, and died June 6, 1832, characteristically leaving his body to be dissected for the benefit of science. The greater part of his published writings were collected by Sir John Browning, his executor, and issued in 9 large volumes in 1843. Of the Principle of Utility, from An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. Nature has placed mankind under the governance of 2 sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. It is for them alone to point out what we ought to do, as well as to determine what we shall do. On the one hand, the standard of right and wrong, on the other the chain of causes and effects, are fastened to their throne. They govern us in all we do, in all we say, in all we think. Every effort we can make to throw off our subjection will serve but to demonstrate and confirm it. In words a man may pretend to abjure their empire, but in reality he will remain subject to it all the while. The principle of utility recognises this subjection, and assumes it for the foundation of that system, the object of which is to rear the fabric of felicity by the hands of reason and of law. Systems which attempt to question it deal in sounds instead of sense, in caprice instead of reason, in darkness instead of light. But enough of metaphor and declamation. It is not by such means that moral science is to be improved. The principle of utility is the foundation of the present work. It will be proper, therefore, at the outset, to give an explicit and determinate account of what is meant by it. By the principle of utility is meant that principle which approves or disapproves of every action whatsoever, according to the tendency which it appears to have to augment or diminish the happiness of the party whose interest is in question, or, what is the same thing in other words, to promote or to oppose that happiness. I say of every action whatsoever, and therefore not only of every action of a private individual, but of every measure of government. By utility is meant that property in any object whereby it tends to produce benefit, advantage, pleasure, good or happiness. All this in the present case comes to the same thing, or, what comes again to the same thing, to prevent the happening of mischief, pain, evil, or unhappiness to the party whose interest is considered. If that party be the community in general, then the happiness of the community. If a particular individual, then the happiness of that individual. The interest of the community is one of the most general expressions that can occur in the phraseology of morals. No wonder that the meaning of it is often lost. When it has a meaning, it is this: the community is a fictitious body, composed of the individual persons who are considered as constituting, as it were, its members. The interest of the community, then, is what? The sum of the interests of the several members who compose it. It is vain to talk of the interest of the community without understanding what is the interest of the individual. A thing is said to promote the interest, or to be for the interest, of an individual when it tends to add to the sum total of his pleasures, or, what comes to the same thing, to diminish the sum total of his pains. An action, then, may be said to be conformable to the principle of utility, or for shortness' sake to utility, meaning with respect to the community at large, when the tendency it has to augment the happiness of the community is greater than any it has to diminish it. A measure of government, which is but a particular kind of action performed by a particular person or persons, may be said to be conformable to or dictated by the principle of utility, when in like manner the tendency which it has to augment the happiness of the community is greater than any which it has to diminish it. When an action, or in particular a measure of government, is supposed by a man to be conformable to the principle of utility, it may be convenient for the purposes of discourse to imagine a kind of law or dictate, called a law or dictate of utility, and to speak of the action in question as being conformable to such law or dictate. A man may be said to be a partisan of the principle of utility when the approbation or disapprobation he annexes to any action or to any measure is determined by and proportioned to the tendency which he conceives it to have to augment or to diminish the happiness of the community, or in other words, to its conformity or unconformity to the laws or dictates of utility. Of an action that is conformable to the principle of utility, one may always say either that it is one that ought to be done, or at least that it is not one that ought not to be done. One may say also that it is right it should be done, at least that it is not wrong it should be done, that it is a right action, at least that it is not a wrong action. When thus interpreted, the words ought and right and wrong, and others of that stamp, have a meaning, when otherwise they have none. Reminiscences of childhood. During my visits to Barking, I used to be my grandmother's bedfellow. The dinner hour being as early as 2 o'clock, she had a regular supper, which was served up in her own sleeping-room, and immediately after finishing it she went to bed. Of her supper I was not permitted to partake, nor was the privation a matter of much regret. I had what I preferred, a portion of gooseberry pie. Hers was a scrag of mutton, boiled with parsley and butter. I do not remember any variety. My amusements consisted in building houses with old cards, and sometimes playing at beat the knave out of doors with my grandmother. My time of going to bed was perhaps an hour before hers, but by way of preparation I never failed to receive her blessing. Previous to the ceremony, I underwent a catechetical examination, of which one of the questions was, "Who were the children that were saved in the fiery furnace?" Answer, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But as the examination frequently got no further, the word Abednego got associated in my mind with very agreeable ideas, and it ran through my ears like Shadrach, Meshach, and to bed we go, in a sort of pleasant confusion, which is not yet removed. As I grew in years, I became a fit receptacle for some of my grandmother's communications, among which the state of her family and the days of her youth were most prominent. There hung on the wall, perpetually in view, a sampler, the produce of the industry and ingenuity of her mother or her grandmother, of which the subject matter was the most important of all theological human incidents, the fall of man in paradise. There was Adam, there was Eve, and there was the serpent. In these there was much to interest and amuse me. One thing alone puzzled me. It was the forbidden fruit. The size was enormous. It was larger than that species of the genus Orangium which goes by the name of the forbidden fruit in some of our West India settlements. Its size was not less than that of the outer shell of a coconut. All the rest of the objects were as usual in plano. This was in alto, indeed in altissimo relievo. What to make of it, at a time when my mind was unable to distinguish fictions from realities, I knew not. The recollection is strong in me of the mystery it seemed to be. My grandmother promised me the sampler after her death as a legacy, and the promise was no small gratification. But the promise, with many other promises of jewels and gold coins, was productive of nothing but disappointment. Her death took place when I was at Oxford. My father went down, and without consulting me, or giving the slightest intimation of his intention, let the house, and sold to the tenant almost everything that was in it. It was doing as he was wont to do, notwithstanding his undoubted affection for me. In the same way he sold the estate he had given to me as a provision on the occasion of his second marriage. In the mass went some music books which I had borrowed of Mrs. Brown. Not long after, she desired them to be returned. I stood before her like a defenceless culprit, conscious of my inability to make restitution, and at the same time such was my state of mental weakness that I knew not what to say for apology or defence. My grandmother's mother was a matron, I was told, of high respectability and corresponding piety, well-informed and strong-minded. She was distinguished, however. for while other matrons of her age and quality had seen many a ghost, she had seen but one. She was in this particular on a level with the learned lecturer, afterwards judge, the commentator Blackstone. But she was heretical, and her belief bordered on Unitarianism. And by the way, this subject of ghosts has been among the torments of my life. Even now, when 60 or 70 years have passed over my head since my boyhood received the impression which my grandmother gave it, though my judgment is wholly free, my imagination is not wholly so. My infirmity was not unknown to the servants. It was a permanent source of amusement to ply me with horrible phantoms in all imaginable shapes. Under the pagan dispensation, every object a man could set his eyes on had been the seat of some pleasant adventure. At Barking, in the almost solitude of which so large a portion of my life was passed, every spot that could be made by any means to answer the purpose was the abode of some spectre or group of spectres. So dexterous was the invention of those who worked upon my apprehensions, that they managed to transform a real into a fictitious being. His name was Palethorpe, and Palethorpe in my vocabulary was synonymous with hobgoblin. The origin of these horrors was this. My father's house was a short half-mile distant from the principal part of the town, from that part where was situated the mansion of the lord of the manor, Sir Crisp Gascoigne. One morning the coachman and the footman took a conjunct walk to a public house kept by a man of the name Palethorpe. They took me with them. It was before I was breeched. They called for a pot of beer, took each of them a sip, and handed the pot to me. On their requisition I took another, and when about to depart, the amount was called for. The two servants paid their quota, and I was called on for mine. Nemo dat quod non habet. This maxim, to my no small vexation, I was compelled to exemplify. Mr. Palethorpe, the landlord, had a visage harsh and ill-favoured, and he insisted on my discharging my debt. At this very early age, without having put in for my share of the gifts of fortune, I found myself in the state of an insolvent debtor. The demand harassed me so mercilessly that I could hold out no longer. The door being open, I took to my heels, and as the way was too plain to be missed, I ran home as fast as they could carry me. The scene of the terrors of Mr. Palethorpe's name and visitation in pursuit of me was the country house at Barking, but neither was the town house free from them, for in those terrors the servants possessed an instrument by which it was in their power at any time to get rid of my presence. Level with the kitchen, level with the landing-place in which the staircase took its commencement, were the usual offices. When my company became troublesome, a sure and continually repeated means of exonerating themselves from it was for the footman to repair to the adjoining subterraneous apartments, invest his shoulders with some strong covering, and concealing his countenance, stalk in with a hollow, menacing, and inarticulate tone. Lest that should not be sufficient, the servants had, stuck by the fireplace, the portraiture of a hobgoblin, to which they had given the name of Palethorpe. For some years I was in the condition of poor Dr. Priestley, on whose bodily frame another name, too awful to be mentioned, used to produce a sensation more than mental. Letter from Bowood to George Wilson, 1781. Sunday, 12 o'clock. Where shall I begin? Let me see. The first place, by common right, to the ladies. The ideas I brought with me respecting the female part of this family are turned quite topsy-turvy, and unfortunately they are not yet cleared up. I had expected to find in Lady Shelburne a Lady Louisa Fitzpatrick, sister of an Earl of Ossory, whom I remember at school. Instead of her, I find a lady who has for her sister a Miss Caroline V. Is not this the maid of honour, the sister to Lady G., the lady who was fond of Lord C., and of whom he was fond, and whom he quitted for an heiress and a pair of horns? Be they who they may, the one is loveliest of matrons, the other of virgins. They have both of them more than I could wish of reserve, but it is a reserve of modesty rather than of pride. The quadrupeds, whom you know I love next, consist of a child of a year old, a tiger, a spaniel formerly attached to Lady Shelburne, at present to my lord, besides 4 plebeian cats who are taken no notice of, horses, etc., and a wild boar who is sent off on a matrimonial expedition to the farm. The 4 first I have commenced a friendship with, especially the first of all, to whom I am body coachman extraordinary en titre d'office. Henry, for that is his name, note the present Lord Lansdowne, for such an animal has the most thinking countenance I ever saw. Being very clean, I can keep him without disgust and even with pleasure, especially after having been rewarded, as I have just now, for my attention to him, by a pair of the sweetest smiles imaginable from his mamma and aunt. As Providence hath ordered it, they both play on the harpsichord and at chess. I am flattered with the hopes of engaging with them before long, either in war or harmony. Not to-day, because whether you know it or not, it is Sunday. I know it, having been paying my devotions. Our church, the hall, our minister, a sleek young parson, the curate of the parish, our saints, a naked Mercury, an Apollo in the same dress, and a Venus de Medici, our congregation, the 2 ladies, Captain Blanket, and your humble servant, upon the carpet by the minister, below the domestics, superioris et inferioris ordinis. Among the former I was concerned to see poor Matthews, the librarian, who, I could not help thinking, had as good a title to be upon the carpet as myself. Of Lord Fitzmaurice I know nothing, but from his bust and letters. The first bespeaks him a handsome youth, the latter an ingenious one. He is not 16, and already he writes better than his father. He is under the care of a Mr. Jervis, a dissenting minister, who has had charge of him since he was 6 years old. He has never been at any public school of education. He has now for a considerable time been travelling about the kingdom, that he may know something of his own country before he goes to others, and be out of the way of adulation. I am interrupted. Adieu. Le reste à l'ordinaire prochain. Fragment of a letter to Lord Lansdowne, 1790. It was using me very ill, that it was, to get upon stilts as you did, and resolve not to be angry with me, after all the pains I had taken to make you so. You have been angry, let me tell you, with people as little worth it before now, and your being so niggardly of it in my instance may be added to the account of your injustice. I see you go upon the old Christian principle of heaping coals of fire upon people's heads, which is the highest refinement upon vengeance. I see, moreover, that according to your system of cosmogony, the difference is but accidental between the race of kings and that of the first Baron of Lixmore, that ex-lawyers come like other men from Adam, and ex-ministers from somebody who started up out of the ground before him in some more elevated part of the country. To lower these pretensions, it would be serving you right if I were to tell you that I was not half so angry as I appeared to be, that therefore, according to the countryman's rule, you have not so much the advantage over me as you may think you have, that the real object of what anger I really felt was rather the situation in which I found myself than you or anybody, but that, as none but a madman would go to quarrel with a nonentity called a situation, it was necessary for me to look out for somebody who somehow or other was connected with it. End of section 36. Recording by Loveday.
Section 37 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 37. Selected Poems by Pierre-Jean de Béranger. Pierre-Jean de Béranger, 1780 to 1857, by Alcée Fortier. Béranger, like Hugo, has commemorated the date of his birth, but their verses are very different. Hugo's poem is lofty in style, beginning, Ce siècle avait 2 ans, Rome remplaçait Sparte, déjà Napoléon perçait sous Bonaparte, et du premier consul déjà, par maint endroit, le front de l'empereur brisait le masque étroit. This century was 2 years old, Rome displaced Sparta, Napoleon already was visible in Bonaparte, and the narrow mask of the first consul, in many places, was already pierced by the forehead of the emperor. Béranger's verses have less force, but are charming in their simplicity. Dans ce Paris plein d'or et de misère, en l'an de Christ 1780, chez un tailleur, mon pauvre et vieux grand-père, moi nouveau-né, sachez ce qui m'advint. In this Paris full of gold and misery, in the year of Christ 1780, at the house of a tailor, my grandfather, poor and old, I, a newborn child, knew what happened to me. Authors of the 18th and the 19th centuries are more subjective in their writings than those of the 17th, whose characters can rarely be known from their works. A glance at the life and surroundings of Béranger will show their influence on his genius. Béranger's mother was abandoned by her husband shortly after her marriage, and her child was born at the house of her father, the old tailor referred to in the song The Tailor and the Fairy. She troubled herself little about the boy, and he was forsaken in his childhood. Béranger tells us that he does not know how he learned to read. In the beginning of the year 1789, he was sent to a school in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and there, mounted on the roof of a house, he saw the capture of the Bastille on the 14th of July. This event made a great impression on him, and may have laid the foundations of his republican principles. When he was 9 and a half, his father sent him to one of his sisters, an innkeeper at Péronne, that town in the north of France famous for the interview in 1468 between Louis XI and Charles the Bold, when the fox put himself in the power of the lion, as related so vividly in Quentin Durward. Béranger's aunt was very kind to him. At Péronne he went to a free primary school founded by Ballou de Bellenglise, where the students governed themselves, electing their mayor, their judges, and their justices of the peace. Béranger was president of a Republican club of boys, and was called upon several times to address members of the convention who passed through Péronne. His aunt was an ardent Republican, and he was deeply moved by the invasion of France in 1792. He heard with delight of the capture of Toulon in 1793, and of Bonaparte's exploits, conceiving a great admiration for the extraordinary man who was just beginning his military career. At the age of 15, Béranger returned to Paris, where his father had established a kind of banking house. The boy had previously followed different trades, and had been for 2 years with a publishing house as a printer's apprentice. There he learned spelling and the rules of French prosody. He began to write verse when he was 12 or 13, but he had a strange idea of prosody. In order to get lines of the same length, he wrote his words between 2 parallel lines traced from the top to the bottom of the page. His system of versification seemed to be correct when applied to the Alexandrine verse of Racine, but when he saw the fables of La Fontaine, in which the lines are very irregular, he began to distrust his prosody. Béranger became a skilful financier, and was very useful to his father in his business. When the banker failed, the young man was thrown into great distress. He now had ample opportunity to become familiar with the garret, of which he has sung so well. In 1804 he applied for help to Lucien Bonaparte, and received from Napoleon's brother his own fee as member of the Institute. He obtained shortly afterwards a position in a bureau of the university. Having a weak constitution and defective sight, he avoided the conscription. He was, however, all his life a true patriot, with republican instincts, and he says that he never liked Voltaire because that celebrated writer unjustly preferred foreigners and vilified Joan of Arc, the true patriotic divinity, who from my childhood was the object of my worship. He had approved of the 18th of Brumaire, for "my soul," says he, "has always vibrated with that of the people, as when I was 19 years old." And the great majority of the French people in 1799 wished to see Bonaparte assume power and govern with a firm hand. In 1813, Béranger wrote The King of Yvetot, a pleasing and amusing satire on Napoleon's reign. What a contrast between the despotic emperor and ruthless warrior, and the simple king whose crown is a nightcap, and whose chief delight is his bottle of wine. The song circulated widely in manuscript form, and the author soon became popular. He made the acquaintance of Desaugiers, and became a member of the Caveau. Concerning this joyous literary society, M. Anatole France says, in his Vie littéraire, that the first caveau was founded in 1729 by Gallet, Piron, Crébillon-Fils, Collet, and Panard. They used to meet at Laudel, the tavern-keeper's. The second caveau was inaugurated in 1759 by Marmontel, Suard, Lanoux, and Brissy, and lasted until the Revolution. In 1806, Armand Gouffet and Capel established the modern caveau, of which Desaugiers was president. The members met at Balen's restaurant. In 1834, the society was reorganized at Champlanc's restaurant. The members wrote and published songs and sang them after dinner. The caveau, says M. France, is the French Academy of Song, and as such has some dignity. The same is true of the Lys, while the Chat Noir is most fin de siècle. To understand Béranger's songs, and to excuse them somewhat, we must remember that the French always delighted in witty songs and tales, and pardoned the immorality of the works on account of the wit and humour. This is what is called l'esprit Gaulois, and is seen principally in old French poetry, in the fabliaux, the farces, and le roman de Renard. Molière had much of this, as also had La Fontaine and Voltaire, and Béranger's wildest songs appear mild and innocent when compared with those of the Chat Noir. In his joyous songs he continues the traditions of the farces and fabliaux of the Middle Ages, and in his political songs he uses wit and satire, just as in the sottises of the time of Louis XII. Béranger's first volume of songs appeared at the beginning of the Second Restoration, and although it was hostile to the Bourbons, the author was not prosecuted. In 1821, when his second volume was published, he resigned his position as clerk at the university, and was brought to trial for having written immoral and seditious songs. He was condemned, after exciting scenes in court, to 3 months' imprisonment and a fine of 500 francs, and, in 1828, to 9 months' imprisonment and a fine of 10,000 francs, which was paid by public subscription. No doubt he contributed to the Revolution of July 1830, but although he was a Republican, he favored the monarchy of Louis Philippe, saying that it was a plank to cross over the gutter, a preparation for the Republic. The king wished to see him and thank him, but Béranger replied that he was too old to make new acquaintances. He was invited to apply for a seat in the French Academy, and refused that honor as he had refused political honors and positions. He said that he wished to be nothing, and when in 1848 he was elected to the Constitutional Assembly, he resigned his seat almost immediately. He has been accused of affectation and of exaggeration in his disinterestedness, but he was naturally timid in public, and preferred to exert an influence over his countrymen by his songs rather than by his voice in public assemblies. Béranger was kind and generous, and ever ready to help all who applied to him. He had a pension given to Rouget de Lisle, the famous author of the Marseillaise, who was reduced to poverty. And in 1835 he took into his house his good aunt from Péronne, and gave hospitality also to his friend Mademoiselle Judith Frère. In 1834 he sold all his works to his publisher, Perrotin, for an annuity of 800 francs, which was increased to 4,000 by the publisher. On this small income Béranger lived content till his death on July 16, 1857. The government of Napoleon III took charge of his funeral, which was solemnized with great pomp. Although Béranger was essentially the poet of the middle classes, and was extremely popular, care was taken to exclude the people from the funeral procession. While he never denied that he was the grandson of a tailor, he signed de Béranger to be distinguished from other writers of the same name. The de, however, had always been claimed by his father, who had left him nothing but that pretence of nobility. For 40 years, from 1815 to his death, Béranger was perhaps the most popular French writer of his time, and he was ranked among the greatest French poets. There has been a reaction against that enthusiasm, and he is now severely judged by the critics. They say that he lacked inspiration, and was vulgar, bombastic, and grandiloquent. Little attention is paid to him, therefore, in general histories of French literature. But if he is not entitled to stand on the high pedestal given to him by his contemporaries, we yet cannot deny genius to the man who for more than a generation swayed the hearts of the people at his will, and exerted on his countrymen and on his epoch an immense influence. Many of his songs are coarse and even immoral, but his muse was often inspired by patriotic subjects, and in his poems on Napoleon he sings of the exploits of the great general defending French soil from foreign invasion, or he delights in the victories of the emperor as reflecting glory upon France. Victor Hugo shared this feeling when he wrote his inspiring verses in praise of the conqueror. Both poets, Béranger and Hugo, contributed to create the Napoleonic legend, which facilitated the election of Louis Napoleon to the presidency in 1848, and brought about the Second Empire. What is more touching than the reminiscences of the people? Are we not inclined to cry out, like the little children listening to the old grandmother who speaks of Napoleon, "He spoke to you, grandmother. He sat down there, grandmother. You have yet his glass, grandmother." The whole song is poetic, natural, and simple. François Coppée, the great poet, said of it, "Ah, if I had only written the reminiscences of the people, I should not feel concerned about the judgment of posterity." Other works of Béranger's are on serious subjects, as Mary Stuart's Farewell to France, The Holy Alliance, The Swallows, and The Old Banner. All his songs have a charm. His wit is not of the highest order, and he lacks the finesse of La Fontaine, but he is often quaint and always amusing in his songs devoted to love and Lisette, to youth and to wine. He is not one of the greatest French lyric poets, and cannot be compared with Lamartine, Hugo, Musset, and Vigny. Nevertheless, he has much originality, and is without doubt the greatest songwriter that France has produced. He elevated the song, and made it both a poem and a drama, full of action and interest. Béranger wrote slowly and with great care, and many of his songs cost him much labor. He was filled with compassion for the weak, for the poor and unfortunate. He loved humanity, and above all, he dearly loved France. Posterity will do him justice, and will preserve at least a great part of his work. Monsieur René Legouvé, in his interesting work La Lecture en Action, relates that one day, while walking with Béranger in the Bois de Boulogne, the latter stopped in the middle of an alley, and taking hold of Monsieur Legouvé's hand, said with emotion, "My dear friend, my ambition would be that 100 of my lines should remain." Monsieur Legouvé adds, "There will remain more than that," and his words have been confirmed. If we read aloud, if we sing them, we too shall share the enthusiasm of our fathers, who were carried away by the pathos, the grandeur, the wit, the inexpressible charm of the unrivaled chansonnier. From The Gypsies, Les Bohémiens. To see is to have. Come, hurry anew. Life on the wing is a rapturous thing. To see is to have. Come, hurry anew. For to see the world is to conquer it too. So naught do we own, from pride left free, from statutes vain, from heavy chain, so naught do we own, from pride left free, cradle nor house nor coffin have we. but credit our jollity none the less. Noble or priest or servant or master, but credit our jollity none the less. Liberty always means happiness. The gadfly, la mouche. In the midst of our laughter and singing, mid the clink of our glasses so gay, what gadfly is over us winging, that returns when we drive him away? 'Tis some god. Yes, I have a suspicion of our happiness jealous he's come. Let us drive him away to perdition, that he bore us no more with his hum. Transformed to a gadfly unseemly, I am certain that we must have here old Reason, the grumbler, extremely annoyed by our joy and our cheer. He tells us in tones of monition of the clouds and the tempests to come. Let us drive him away to perdition, that he bore us no more with his hum. It is Reason who comes to me quaffing, and says, it is time to retire. At your age one stops drinking and laughing, stops loving, nor sings with such fire. An alarm that sounds ever its mission, when the sweetest of flames overcome. Let us drive him away to perdition, that he bore us no more with his hum. It is Reason. Look out there for Lizzie. His dart is a menace alway. He has touched her, she swoons, she is dizzy. Come, Cupid, and drive him away. Pursue him, compel his submission, until under your strokes he succumb. Let us drive him away to perdition, that he bore us no more with his hum. Hurrah! Victory! See, he is drowning in the wine that Lisetta has poured. Come, the head of joy let us be crowning, that again he may reign at our board. He was threatened just now with dismission, and a fly made us all rather glum. But we've sent him away to perdition, he will bore us no more with his hum. Translation of Walter Learned. Draw it mild, les petits coups. Let's learn to temper our desires, not harshly to constrain. And since excess makes pleasure less, why so much more refrain? Small table, cozy corner, here we well may be beguiled. Our worthy host old wine can boast. Drink, drink, but draw it mild. He who would many an evil shun will find my plan the best, to trim the sail as shifts the gale, and half seas over rest. Enjoyment is an art. Disgust is bred of joy run wild. Too deep a drain upsets the brain. Drink, drink, but draw it mild. Our indigence, let's cheer it up. 'Tis nonsense to repine. To give to hope the fullest scope needs but one draught of wine. And oh, be temperate to enjoy, ye on whom fate hath smiled. If deep the bowl, your thirst control. Drink, drink, but draw it mild. What, Phyllis, dost thou fear? At this my lesson dost thou scoff? Or wouldst thou say, light draughts betray the toper falling off? Keen taste, eyes keen, whate'er be seen of joy in thine, fair child, love's philtre use, but don't abuse. Drink, drink, but draw it mild. Yes, without hurrying, let us roam from feast to feast of gladness, and reach old age, if not quite sage, with method in our madness. Our health is sound, good wines abound. Friends, these are riches piled. To use with thrift the twofold gift, drink, drink, but draw it mild. Translation of William Young. The King of Yvetot. There was a king of Yvetot, of whom renown hath little said, who let all thoughts of glory go, and dawdled half his days abed. And every night, as night came round, by Jenny with a nightcap crowned, slept very sound. Sing ho, 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 and he, that's the kind of king for me. And every day it came to pass that 4 lusty meals made he, and step by step upon an ass rode abroad his realms to see, and wherever he did stir, what think you was his escort, sir? Why, an old cur. Sing ho, 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 and he, that's the kind of king for me. If e'er he went into excess, 'twas from a somewhat lively thirst, but he who would his subjects bless, odds fish, must wet his whistle first. And so, from every cask they got, our king did to himself allot at least a pot. Sing ho, 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 and he, that's the kind of king for me. To all the ladies of the land a courteous king and kind was he. The reason why, you'll understand, they named him Pater Patrii. Each year he called his fighting men, and marched a league from home, and then marched back again. Sing ho, 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 and he, that's the kind of king for me. Neither by force nor false pretense he sought to make his kingdom great, and made, princes, learn from hence, live and let live his rule of state. 'Twas only when he came to die that his people who stood by were known to cry, Sing ho, 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 and he, that's the kind of king for me. The portrait of this best of kings is extant still upon a sign that on a village tavern swings, famed in the country for good wine. The people in their Sunday trim, filling their glasses to the brim, look up to him, singing ha, 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 and he, that's the sort of king for me. Version of W.M. Thackeray. Fortune. Rap, rap. Is that my lass? Rap, rap. Is rapping there? It is Fortune. Let her pass. I'll not open the door to her. Rap, rap. All of my friends are making gay my little room, with lips wine wet. We only wait for you, Lisette. Fortune, you may go your way. Rap, rap. If we might credit half her boast, what wonders gold has in its gift. Well, we have 20 bottles left, and still some credit with our host. Rap, rap. Her pearls and rubies too she quotes, and mantles more than sumptuous. Lord, but the purple's naught to us. We're just now taking off our coats. Rap, rap. She treats us as the rawest youths, with talk of genius and of fame. Thank calumny, alas, for shame. Our faith is spoiled in laurel growths. Rap, rap. Far from our pleasures, we care not her highest heavens to attain. She fills her big balloons in vain till we have swamped our little boat. Rap, rap. Yet all our neighbors crowd to be within her ring of promises. Ah, surely, friends, our mistresses will cheat us more agreeably. Rap, rap. The People's Reminiscences, Les Souvenirs du Peuple. Aye, many a day the straw-thatched cot shall echo with his glory. The humblest shed these 50 years shall know no other story. There shall the idle villagers to some old dame resort, and beg her with those good old tales to make their evenings short. What though they say he did us harm? Our love this cannot dim. Come, Granny, talk of him to us. Come, Granny, talk of him. Well, children, with a train of kings once he passed by this spot. 'Twas long ago, I had but just begun to boil the pot. On foot he climbed the hill, whereon I watched him on his way. He wore a small 3-cornered hat, his overcoat was grey. I was half frightened till he said, "Good day, my dear," to me. "Oh, Granny, Granny, did he speak? What, Granny, you and he?" Next year, as I, poor soul, by chance through Paris strolled one day, I saw him taking with his court to Notre Dame his way. The crowd were charmed with such a show, their hearts were filled with pride. What splendid weather for the fête! Heaven favours him, they cried. Softly he smiled, for God had given to his fond arms a boy. Oh, how much joy you must have felt! Oh, Granny, how much joy! But when at length our poor Champagne by foes was overrun, he seemed alone to hold his ground, nor dangers would he shun. One night, as might be now, I heard a knock, the door unbarred, and saw good God, 'twas he himself, with but a scanty guard. "Oh, what a war is this!" he cried, "taking this very chair." "What, granny, granny, there he sat? What, granny, he sat there?" "I'm hungry," said he. Quick I served thin wine and hard brown bread. He dried his clothes, and by the fire in sleep dropped down his head. Waking, he saw my tears. "Cheer up, good dame," says he. "I go 'neath Paris walls to strike for France one last avenging blow." He went, but on the cup he used such value did I set, it has been treasured. "What, till now? You have it, granny, yet?" "Here 'tis, but 'twas the hero's fate to ruin to be led. He whom a pope had crowned, alas, in a lone isle lies dead. 'Twas long denied. No, no, said they, soon shall he reappear. O'er ocean comes he, and the foe shall find his master here. Ah, what a bitter pang I felt when forced to own 'twas true. Poor granny, heaven for this will kindly look on you. Translation of William Young. The Old Tramp, Le Vieux Vagabond. Here in this gutter let me die, weary and sick and old I've done. He's drunk, will say the passers-by. All right, I want no pity, none. I see the heads that turn away, while others glance and toss me sous. Off to your junket, go, I say. Old tramp, to die I need no help from you. Yes, of old age I'm dying now. Of hunger people never die. I hoped some almshouse might allow a shelter when my end was nigh. But all retreats are overflowed, such crowds are suffering and forlorn. My nurse, alas, has been the road. Old tramp, here let me die where I was born. When young, it used to be my prayer to craftsmen, let me learn your trade. Clear out, we've got no work to spare, go beg, was all reply they made. You rich, who bid me work, I fed with relish on the bones you threw, made of your straw an easy bed. Old tramp, I have no curse to vent on you. Poor wretch, I had the choice to steal, but no, I'd rather beg my bread. At most I thieved a wayside meal of apples ripening overhead. Yet 20 times have I been thrown in prison. 'Twas the king's decree, robbed of the only thing I own. Old tramp, at least the sun belongs to me. The poor man, is a country his? What are to me your corn and wine, your glory and your industries, your orators? They are not mine. And when a foreign foe waxed fat within your undefended walls, I shed my tears, poor fool, at that. Old tramp, his hand was open to my calls. Why, like the hateful bug you kill, did you not crush me when you could? Or, better, teach me ways and skill to labor for the common good. The ugly grub an ant may end, if sheltered from the cold and fed. You might have had me for a friend. Old tramp, I die your enemy instead. Translated for the World's Best Literature. 50 years, 50 ans. Wherefore these flowers? Floral applause? Ah, no, these blossoms came to say that I am growing old, because I number 50 years today. Oh, rapid, ever-fleeting day! Oh, moments lost, I know not how! Oh, wrinkled cheek and hair grown gray! Alas, for I am 50 now. Sad age, when we pursue no more. Fruit dies upon the withering tree. Hark! Some one rapped upon my door. Nay, open not! 'Tis not for me, or else the doctor calls. Not yet must I expect his studious bow. Once I'd have called, "Come in, Lisette." Alas, for I am 50 now. In age, what aches and pains abound! The torturing gout racks us awhile. Blindness, a prison dark, profound, or deafness that provokes a smile. Then reason's lamp grows faint and dim with flickering ray. children, allow old age the honor due to him. Alas, for I am 50 now. Ah, heaven, the voice of death I know, who rubs his hands in joyous mood. The sexton knocks, and I must go. Farewell, my friends, the human brood. Below are famine, plague, and strife. Above, new heavens my soul endow. Since God remains, begin new life. Alas, for I am 50 now. But no, 'tis you, sweetheart, whose youth, tempting my soul with dainty ways, shall hide from it the sombre truth, this incubus of evil days. Springtime is yours, and flowers. Come, then, scatter your roses on my brow, and let me dream of youth again. Alas, for I am 50 now. Translation of Walter Learned. The Garret. With pensive eyes the little room I view, where in my youth I weathered it so long, with a wild mistress, a staunch friend or two, and a light heart still breaking into song, making a mock of life and all its cares, rich in the glory of my rising sun. Lightly I vaulted up 4 pair of stairs in the brave days when I was 21. Yes, 'tis a garret, let him know it who will. There was my bed, full hard it was and small, my table there, and I decipher still half a lame couplet charcoaled on the wall. Ye joys that time hath swept with him away, come to mine eyes, ye dreams of love and fun. For you I pawned my watch how many a day, in the brave days when I was 21. And see my little Jessie first of all. She comes with pouting lips and sparkling eyes. Behold how roguishly she pins her shawl across the narrow casement, curtain-wise. Now by the bed her petticoat glides down. And when did women look the worse in none? I have heard since who paid for many a gown in the brave days when I was 21. One jolly evening when my friends and I made happy music with our songs and cheers, a shout of triumph mounted up thus high, and distant cannon opened on our ears. We rise, we join in the triumphant strain. Napoleon conquers, Austerlitz is won. Tyrants shall never tread us down again, in the brave days when I was 21. Let us be gone. The place is sad and strange. How far, far off these happy times appear. All that I have to live I'd gladly change for one such month as I have wasted here, to draw long dreams of beauty, love, and power from founts of hope that never will outrun, and drink all life's quintessence in an hour. Give me the days when I was 21. Version of W.M. Thackeray. My tomb, mon tombeau. What, whilst I'm well, beforehand you design at vast expense for me to build a shrine? Friends, 'tis absurd, to no such outlay go. Leave to the great the pomp and pride of woe. Take what for marble or for brass would pay, for a dead beggar garb by far too gay, and buy life-stirring wine on my behalf. The money for my tomb right gaily let us quaff. A mausoleum worthy of my thanks at least would cost you 20,000 francs. Come, for 6 months, rich vale and balmy sky, as gay recluses be it ours to try. Concerts and balls where beauty's self invites shall furnish us our castle of delights. I'll run the risk of finding life too sweet. The money for my tomb right gaily let us eat. But old I grow, and Lizzie's youthful yet. Costly attire then she expects to get. For too long fast a show of wealth resigns. Bear witness, Longchamp, where all Paris shines. You to my fair one something surely owe. A cashmere shawl she's looking for, I know. 'Twere well for life on such a faithful breast the money for my tomb right gaily to invest. No box of state, good friends, would I engage for mine own use, where spectres tread the stage. What poor wan man with haggard eyes is this? Soon must he die, ah, let him taste of bliss. The veteran first should the raised curtain see, there in the pit to keep a place for me. Tired of his wallet, long he cannot live. The money for my tomb to him let's gaily give. What doth it boot me that some learned eye may spell my name on gravestone by and by? As to the flowers they promise for my bier, I'd rather, living, scent their perfume here. And thou, posterity, that ne'er mayest be, waste not thy torch in seeking signs of me. Like a wise man, I deemed that I was bound the money for my tomb to scatter gaily round. Translation of William Young. From his preface to his collected poems. I have treated it, the Revolution of 1830, as a power which might have whims one should be in a position to resist. All or nearly all my friends have taken office. I have still one or two who are hanging from the greased pole. I am pleased to believe that they are caught by the coat-tails in spite of their efforts to come down. I might therefore have had a share in the distribution of offices. Unluckily, I have no love for sinecures, and all compulsory labor has grown intolerable to me, except perhaps that of a copying clerk. Slanderers have pretended that I acted from virtue. Pshaw! I acted from laziness. That defect has served me in place of merits, wherefore I recommend it to many of our honest men. It exposes one, however, to curious reproaches. It is to that placid indolence that severe critics have laid the distance I have kept myself from those of my honourable friends who have attained power. Giving too much honour to what they choose to call my fine intellect, and forgetting too much how far it is from simple good sense to the science of great affairs, these critics maintain that my counsels might have enlightened more than one minister. If one believes them, I, crouching behind our statesmen's velvet chairs, would have conjured down the winds, dispelled the storms, and enabled France to swim in an ocean of delights. We should all have had liberty to sell, or rather to give away, but we are still rather ignorant of the price. Ah, my 2 or 3 friends who take a song-writer for a magician, have you never heard then that power is a bell which prevents those who set it ringing from hearing anything else? Doubtless ministers sometimes consult those at hand. Consultation is a means of talking about oneself, which is rarely neglected. But it will not be enough even to consult in good faith those who will advise in the same way. One must still act. That is the duty of the position. The purest intentions, the most enlightened patriotism, do not always confer it. Who has not seen high officials leave a counsellor with brave intentions, and an instant after return to him from I know not what fascination, with a perplexity that gave the lie to the wisest resolutions? Oh, they say, we will not be caught there again. What drudgery! The more shamefaced add, I'd like to see you in my place. When a minister says that, be sure he has no longer a head. There is indeed one of them, but only one, who, without having lost his head, has often used this phrase with the utmost sincerity. He has therefore never used it to a friend. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Reynolds. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 38. Selected excerpts by George Berkeley. George Berkeley, 1685 to 1753. Few readers in the United States are unfamiliar with the lines, "Westward the course of empire takes its way." It is vaguely remembered that a certain Bishop Berkeley was the author of a treatise on tar water. There is, moreover, a general impression that this Bishop Berkeley contended for the unreality of all things outside of his own mind, and now and then some recall Byron's lines, "When Bishop Berkeley said there was no matter, and proved it, 'twas no matter what he said." This is the substance of the popular knowledge of one of the profoundest thinkers of the early part of the 18th century, the time of Shaftesbury and Locke, of Addison and Steele, of Butler, Pope, and Swift. One of the most fascinating men of his day, and one of the best of any age. Beside, or rather above, Byron's line, should be placed Pope's tribute, "To Berkeley, every virtue under heaven." Berkeley was born in Ireland, probably at Dysart Castle in the valley of Nore, near Kilkenny, March 12, 1685. The family having but lately come into Ireland, Berkeley always accounted himself an Englishman. At Kilkenny School he met the poet Prior, who became his intimate friend, his business representative, and his most regular correspondent for life. Swift preceded him at this school and at Trinity College, Dublin, whither Berkeley went March 21st, 1700, being then 15 years of age. Here, as at Kilkenny, he took rank much beyond his years, and was soon deep in philosophical speculations. In Professor Fraser's edition of the Life and Works of Berkeley appears a commonplace book, kept during the Trinity College terms, and full of the most remarkable memoranda for a youth of his years. In 1709, while still at Trinity, he published an essay toward a new theory of vision, which foreshadowed imperfectly his leading ideas. In the following year he published a treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge. 2 or 3 years later he went to London, where he was received with unusual favour, and quickly became intimate in the literary circles of the day. He made friends everywhere, being attractive in all ways, young, handsome, graceful, fascinating in discourse, enthusiastic, and full of thought. Swift was especially impressed by him, and did much to further his fortunes. His philosophical conceptions he at this time popularized in 3 Dialogues between Hylas and Philonius, a work rated by some critics as at the head of its class. Before going to London, Berkeley had been made a Fellow of Trinity, and had been appointed to various college offices, and had taken orders. He remained away from Dublin for about 8 years, on leave frequently extended, writing in London, and travelling, teaching, and writing on the Continent. On his return from his foreign travels in 1720 or 1721, he found society completely demoralized by the collapse of the South Sea bubble. He was much depressed by the conditions around him, and sought to awaken the moral sense of the people by an essay toward preventing the ruin of Great Britain. Returning to Dublin and resuming his college duties, he was shortly made Dean of Dromore, and then Dean of Derry. Hardly had he received these dignified appointments, when he began planning to rid himself of them, being completely absorbed in a scheme for a university in the Bermudas, which should educate scholars, teachers, and ministers for the New World, to which his hope turned. To this scheme he devoted himself for many years. A singular occurrence, which released him from pecuniary cares, enabled him to give his time as well as his heart to the work. Miss Van Homeric, the Vanessa of Swift upon her mother's death, left London and went to live in Ireland, to be near her beloved Dean, and there she was informed of Swift's marriage to Stella. The news killed her, but she revoked the will by which her fortune was bequeathed to Swift, and left 1/2 of it, or about £4,000, to Berkeley, whom she had met but once. He must have kept an atmosphere, as Bagehot says of Francis Horner. Going to London on fire with his great scheme, prepared to resign his deanery and cast his lot with that of the proposed university, Berkeley wasted years in the effort to secure a charter and grant from the administration. His enthusiasm and his fascinating manners effected much, and over again only the simplest formalities seemed necessary to success. Only the will of Sir Robert Walpole stood in the way, but Walpole's will sufficed. At last, in September 1728, tired of waiting at court, Berkeley, who had just married, sailed with 3 or 4 friends, including the artist Smibert, for Rhode Island, intending to await the completion of his grant, and then proceed to Bermuda. He bought a farm near Newport, and built a house which he called Whitehall, in which he lived for about 3 years, leaving a tradition of benignant but retired and scholastic life. Among the friends who were here drawn to him was the Reverend Samuel Johnson of Stratford, afterward the first president of King's, now Columbia, College, with whom he corresponded during the remainder of his life, and through whom he was able to aid greatly the cause of education in America. The Newport life was idyllic. Berkeley wrote home that the winters were cooler than those of the south of Ireland, but not worse than he had known in Italy. He brought over a good library, and read and wrote. The principal work of this period, written in a romantic cleft in the rocks, was Alciphron, or the Minute Philosopher, in 7 dialogues directed especially against atheism. At length, through Lord Percival, Berkeley learned that Walpole would not allow the parliamentary grant of £20,000 for the Bermuda College, and returned to England at the close of 1732. His Whitehall estate he conveyed to Yale College for the maintenance of certain scholarships. From England he sent over nearly 1,000 volumes for the Yale Library, the best collection of books ever brought at one time to America, being helped in the undertaking by some of the Bermuda subscribers. A little later he sent a collection of books to Harvard College also, and presented a valuable organ to Trinity Church at Newport. Shortly after his return, Berkeley was appointed Bishop of Cloyne, near Cork in Ireland, and here he remained for about 18 years. Although a recluse, he wrote much, and he kept up his loving relations with old friends who still survived. He had several children to educate, and he cultivated music and painting. He attempted to establish manufactures, and to cultivate habits of industry and refinement among the people. The winter of 1739 was bitterly cold. This was followed by general want, famine, and disease. Berkeley and his family lived simply, and gave away what they could save. Large numbers of people died from an epidemic. In America, Berkeley's attention had been drawn to the medicinal virtues of tar, and he experimented successfully with tar water as a remedy. Becoming more and more convinced of its value, he exploited his supposed discovery with his usual ardor, writing letters and essays, and at length a chain of philosophical reflections and enquiries concerning the virtues of tar water, and divers other subjects connected together and arising one from another. This was called Siris in a second edition, which was soon demanded. Beginning with the use of tar water as a remedy, the treatise gradually developed into the treatment of the largest themes, and offered the ripest fruits of the bishop's philosophy. Berkeley's system was neither consistent nor complete, but much of it remained sound. In brief, he contended that matter has no independent existence, but is an idea in the supreme mind, which is realized in various forms by the human mind. Without mind nothing exists. Cause cannot exist except as it rests in mind and will. All so-called physical causes are merely cases of constant sequences of phenomena. Far from denying the reality of phenomena, Berkeley insists on it, but contends that reality depends upon the supremacy of mind. Abstract matter does not and cannot exist. The mind can only perceive qualities of objects, and infers the existence of the objects from them. Or, as a modern writer tersely puts it, the only thing certain is mind. Matter is a doubtful and uncertain inference of the human intellect. The essay upon tar water attracted great attention. The good bishop wrote much, also for periodicals, mainly upon practical themes, and in the Querist, an intermittent journal, considered many matters of ethical and political importance to the country. Though a bishop of the established church, he lived upon the most friendly terms with his Roman Catholic neighbors, and his labors were highly appreciated by them. But his life was waning. His friends had passed away. He had lost several children. His health was broken. He desired to retire to Oxford, and spend the remainder of his life in scholarly seclusion. He asked to exchange his bishopric for a canonry, but this could not be permitted. He then begged to be allowed to resign his charge. but the king replied that he might live where he pleased, but that he could die a bishop in spite of himself. In August 1752, Bishop Berkeley removed himself, his wife, his daughter, and his goods to Oxford, where his son George was a student. And there, on the 14th of the following January, as he was resting on his couch by the fireside at tea-time, his busy brain stopped thinking, and his kind heart ceased to beat. On the prospect of planting arts and learning in America. The Muse, disgusted at an age and clime, barren of every glorious theme, in distant lands now waits a better time, producing subjects worthy fame. In happy climes, where from the genial sun and virgin earth such scenes ensue, the force of art by nature seems outdone, and fancied beauties by the true. In happy climes, the seat of innocence, where nature guides and virtue rules, where men shall not impose, for truth and sense, the pedantry of courts and schools. There shall be sung another golden age, the rise of empire and of arts, the good and great inspiring epic rage, the wisest heads and noblest hearts. Not such as Europe breeds in her decay, such as she bred when fresh and young, when heavenly flame did animate her clay, by future poets shall be sung. Westward the course of empire takes its way, the 4 first acts already past, a 5th shall close the drama with the day, time's noblest offspring is the last. Essay on Tar-water, from Cyrus. The seeds of things seem to lie latent in the air, ready to appear and produce their kind, whenever they light on a proper matrix. The extremely small seeds of fern, mosses, mushrooms, and some other plants, are concealed and wafted about in the air, every part whereof seems replete with seed of one kind or another. The whole atmosphere seems alive. There is everywhere acid to corrode, and seed to engender. Iron will rust, and mold will grow in all places. Virgin earth becomes fertile. Crops of new plants ever and anon show themselves, all which demonstrate the air to be a common seminary and receptacle of all vivifying principles. The eye, by long use, comes to see even in the darkest cavern, and there is no subject so obscure but we may discern some glimpse of truth by long poring on it. Truth is the cry of all, but the game of a few. Certainly, where it is the chief passion, it doth not give way to vulgar cares and views, nor is it contented with a little ardour in the early time of life. Active, perhaps, to pursue, but not so fit to weigh and revise. He that would make a real progress in knowledge must dedicate his age as well as his youth, the later growth as well as first fruits, at the altar of truth. As the nerves are instruments of sensation, it follows that spasms in the nerves may produce all symptoms, and therefore a disorder in the nervous system shall imitate all distempers, and occasion, in appearance, an asthma, for instance, a pleurisy, or a fit of the stone. Now, whatever is good for the nerves in general is good against all such symptoms. But tar-water, as it includes in an eminent degree the virtues of warm gums and resins, is of great use for comforting and strengthening the nerves, curing twitches in the nervous fibers, cramps also, and numbness in the limbs, removing anxieties and promoting sleep, in all which cases I have known it very successful. This safe and cheap medicine suits all circumstances and all constitutions, operating easily, curing without disturbing, raising the spirits without depressing them, a circumstance that deserves repeated attention, especially in these climates, where strong liquors so fatally and so frequently produce those very distresses they are designed to remedy, and if I am not misinformed, even among the ladies themselves, who are truly much to be pitied. Their condition of life makes them prey to imaginary woes, which never fail to grow up in minds unexercised and unemployed. To get rid of these, it is said, there are who betake themselves to distilled spirits, and it is not improbable they are led gradually to the use of those poisons by a certain complacent pharmacy, too much used in the modern practice, palsy drops, poppy cordial, plague water, and such like, which being in truth nothing but drams disguised, yet coming from the apothecaries are considered only as medicines. The soul of man was supposed by many ancient sages to be thrust into the human body as into a prison, for punishment of past offences. But the worst prison is the body of an indolent epicure, whose blood is inflamed by fermented liquors and high sauces, or rendered putrid, sharp, and corrosive by a stagnation of the animal juices through sloth and indolence, whose membranes are irritated by pungent salts, whose mind is agitated by painful oscillations of the nervous system, and whose nerves are mutually affected by the irregular passions of the mind. This ferment in the animal economy darkens and confounds the intellect. It produceth vain terrors and vain conceits, and stimulates the soul with mad desires, which, not being natural, nothing in nature can satisfy. No wonder, therefore, there are so many fine persons of both sexes, shining themselves, and shone on by fortune, who are inwardly miserable and sick of life. The hardness of stubbed vulgar constitutions renders them insensible of 1,000 things that fret and gall those delicate people, who, as if their skin was peeled off, feel to the quick everything that touches them. The remedy for this exquisite and painful sensibility is commonly sought from fermented, perhaps from distilled liquors, which render many lives wretched that would otherwise have been only ridiculous. The tender nerves and low spirits of such poor creatures would be much relieved by the use of tar water, which might prolong and cheer their lives. I do therefore recommend to them the use of a cordial, not only safe and innocent, but giving health and spirit as sure as other cordials destroy them. I do verily think there is not any other medicine whatsoever so effectual to restore a crazy constitution and cheer a dreary mind, or so likely to subvert that gloomy empire of the spleen, which tyrannizeth over the better sort, as they are called, of these free nations, and maketh them, in spite of their liberty and property, more wretched slaves than even the subjects of absolute power, who breathe clear air in a sunny climate, while men of low degree often enjoy a tranquillity and content that no advantage of birth or fortune can equal. Such indeed was the case while the rich alone could afford to be debauched, but when even beggars become debauchees, the case was altered. The public virtue and spirit of the British legislature never showed itself more conspicuous in any act than in that for suppressing the immoderate use of distilled spirits among the people, whose strength and numbers constitute the true wealth of a nation. Though evasive arts will, it is feared, prevail so long as distilled spirits of any kind are allowed, the character of Englishmen in general being that of Brutus, quicquid vult valde vult, whatever he desires intensely. But why should such a canker be tolerated in the vitals of a state under any pretence, or in any shape whatsoever? Better by far the whole present set of distillers were pensioners of the public, and their trade abolished by law, since all the benefit thereof put together would not balance the 100th part of its mischief. This tar water will also give charitable relief to the ladies, who often want it more than the parish poor, being many of them never able to make a good meal, and sitting pale and puny, and forbidden like ghosts at their own table, victims of vapours and indigestion. Studious persons also, pent up in narrow holes, breathing bad air and stooping over their books, are much to be pitied, as they are debarred the free use of air and exercise. This I will venture to recommend as the best succedaneum to both, though it were to be wished that modern scholars would, like the ancients, meditate and converse more in walks and gardens and open air, which upon the whole would perhaps be no hindrance to their learning, and a great advantage to their health. My own sedentary course of life had long since thrown me into an ill habit, attended with many ailments, particularly a nervous colic, which rendered my life a burden, and the more so because my pains were exasperated by exercise. But since the use of tar water, I find, though not a perfect recovery from my old and rooted illness, yet such a gradual return of health and ease, that I esteem my having taken this medicine the greatest of all temporal blessings, and am convinced that under Providence I owe my life to it. End of section 38. Recording by Stephen Reynolds, Durham, Connecticut.
Section 39 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording by Andrew Dunscombe. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hector Berlioz, 1803 to 1869. To the concert-goer, the name Hector Berlioz calls up a series of vast and magnificent whirlwinds of vocal and orchestral sonority. The thoughts of scores that sound and look imposingly complex to the eyes and ears of both the educated and uneducated in the composer's art. We have a vision of close pages embodying the most unequivocal and drastic of musical realism. The full audacity and mastery of a certain sort of genius are represented in his vast works. They bespeak, too, the combative musician and reformer. Berlioz took the kingdom of music by violence. His chefs-d'œuvre do not all say to us as much as he meant them to say, not as much as they all uttered 20 years ago. There is much clay as well as gold in them, but such tremendous products of his energy and intellect as the Requiem, the Te Deum, the Damnation of Faust, his best descriptive symphonies such as the Romeo and Juliet, are yet eloquent to the public and to the critical-minded. His best was so very good that his worst, weighed as a matter of principle or execution, regarded as music or programme music, can be excused. Berlioz's actual biography is a long tale of storm and stress. Not only was he slow in gaining appreciation while he lived, full comprehension of his power was not granted him till after his energetic life was over. Recognition in his own country is incomplete today. He was born in 1803 near picturesque Grenoble in the little town of Côte-Saint-André, the son of an excellent country doctor. Sent to Paris to study medicine, he became a musician against his father's wish, and in lieu of the allowance that his father promptly withdrew, the young man lived by engaging in the chorus of the Gymnase and by catching at every straw for subsistence. He became a regular music student of the conservatory under the admirable Lesueur and Reicher, quitted the conservatory in disgust at its pedantry in 1825, and lived and advanced in musical study as best he could for a considerable time. His convictions in art were founded largely on the rock of Gluck, Mozart, Beethoven, and Weber. And however modern and however widely his work departs from such academic models, Berlioz never forswore a certain allegiance to these great and serene masters. He returned to the conservatory, studied hard, gained the Prix de Rome, gradually took a prominent place among Parisian composers, and was as enthusiastically the subject of a cult as was Wagner. His concerts and the production of his operas encountered shameful cabals. His strongest works were neglected or ill-served. To their honour, German musicians understood him, Schumann and Liszt in especial. Only in Germany today are his colossal operas heard. The Italian Paganini showed a generous interest in his struggles. Russia and Austria, too, admired him, while his compatriots hissed. His career was one of endless work, disappointments, brief successes, battles, hopes and despairs. Personally, too, it was full of the happiness and unhappiness of the artistic temperament. It was between the two periods of his conservatory life that he endured his chief sentimental misfortune, his falling in love and finally marrying Henrietta Smithson. Miss Smithson was a young English actress playing Shakespearean roles in France with a passing success. She was exquisitely lovely. Delaroche has painted her spirituelle beauty in his Ophelia. The marriage was the typically unfortunate artist match, and she became a paralytic invalid for years. After her death, tours in Germany and elsewhere, new works, new troubles, enthusiasms and disappointments filled up the remainder of the composer's days. He returned to his beloved Dauphiné, war-worn and almost as one who has outlived life. In his provincial retreat he composed the huge operatic duology The Trojans at Carthage and The Taking of Troy, turning once more to Virgil, his early literary love. Neither of them is often heard now, any more than his amazing Benvenuto Cellini. Their author died in Dauphiné in 1869, weary, disenchanted, but conscious that he would be greater in the eyes of a coming generation than ever he had been during his harassed life. Berlioz's literary remains are valuable as criticisms, and their personal matter is of brisk and varied charm. His intense feeling for Shakespeare influenced his whole aesthetic life. He was extremely well read. His most unchecked tendency to romanticism was balanced by a fine feeling for the classics. He loved the greater Greek and Latin writers. His autobiography is a perfect picture of himself emotionally and exhibits his wide aesthetic nature. His letters are equally faithful as portraiture. He possessed a distinctively literary style. He tells us how he fell in love twice, thrice, records the disgraceful cabals and intrigues against his professional success, and explains how a landscape affected his nerves. He is excellent reading, apparently without taking much pains to be so. Vivacity, wit, sincerity are salient traits. In his volume of musical essays entitled À travers chants, an untranslatable title which may be paraphrased Memoirs of Music and Musicians, are superior appreciations of musicians and interpreters and performances in opera house and concert hall, expressed with grace and taste in the feuilletonist's best manner. In the Journal des Débats, year by year he wrote himself down indisputably among the great French critics, and he never misused his critical post to make it a lever for his own advantage. His great treatise on orchestration is a standard work not displaced by Javert or more recent authorities. He was not only a musical intelligence of enormous capacity, he offers perhaps as typical an embodiment of the French artistic temperament as can be pointed out. The Italian Race as Musicians and Auditors, from Berlioz's autobiography. It appears, however, so at least I am assured, that the Italians do occasionally listen, but at any rate music to the Milanese, no less than to the Neapolitans, Romans, Florentines, and Genoese, means nothing but an air, a duet, or a trio well sung. For anything beyond this they feel simply aversion or indifference. Perhaps these antipathies are mainly due to the wretched performance of their choruses and orchestras, which effectually prevents their knowing anything good outside the beaten track they have so long followed. Possibly, too, they may to a certain extent understand the flights of men of genius, if these latter are careful not to give too rude a shock to their rooted predilections. The great success of William Tell at Florence supports this opinion, and even Spontini's sublime Vestale obtained a series of brilliant representations at Naples some 25 years ago. Moreover, in those towns which are under the Austrian rule, you will see the people rush after a military band and listen with avidity to the beautiful German melodies, so unlike their usual insipid cavatinas. Nevertheless, in general, it is impossible to disguise the fact that the Italians as a nation really appreciate only the material effects of music and distinguish nothing but its exterior forms. Indeed, I am much inclined to regard them as more inaccessible to the poetical side of art and to any conceptions at all above the common than any other European nation. To the Italians, music is a sensual pleasure and nothing more. For this most beautiful form of expression they have scarcely more respect than for the culinary art. In fact, they like music which they can take in at first hearing, without reflection or attention, just as they would do with a plate of macaroni. Now, we French, mean and contemptible musicians as we are, although we are no better than the Italians when we furiously applaud a trill or a chromatic scale by the last new singer, and miss altogether the beauty of some grand recitative or animated chorus, yet at least we can listen, and if we do not take in a composer's ideas, it is not our fault. Beyond the Alps, on the contrary, people behave in a manner so humiliatingly both to art and to artists whenever any representation is going on, that I confess I would as soon sell pepper and spice at a grocer's in the Rue Saint-Denis as write an opera for the Italians. Nay, I would sooner do it. Added to this, they are slaves to routine and to fanaticism to a degree one hardly sees nowadays, even at the Academy. The slightest unforeseen innovation, whether in melody, harmony, rhythm, or instrumentation, puts them into a perfect fury, so much so that the dilettanti of Rome, on the appearance of Rossini's Barbiere di Sevilla, which is Italian enough in all conscience, were ready to kill the young maestro for having the insolence to do anything unlike Paisiello. But what renders all hope of improvement quite chimerical, and tempts one to believe that the musical feeling of the Italians is a mere necessary result of their organization, the opinion both of Gall and Spurzheim, is their love for all that is dancing, brilliant, glittering, and gay, to the utter neglect of the various passions by which the characters are animated, and the confusion of time and place, in a word, of good sense itself. Their music is always laughing, and if by chance the composer in the course of the drama permits himself for one moment not to be absurd, he at once hastens back to his prescribed style, his melodious roulades and gruppetti, his trills and contemptible frivolities, either for voice or orchestra, and these, succeeding so abruptly to something true to life, have an unreal effect, and give the opera seria all the appearance of a parody or caricature. I could quote plenty of examples from famous works, but speaking generally of these artistic questions, it is not from Italy that we get these stereotyped conventional forms adopted by so many French composers, resisted by Cherubim and Spontini alone among the Italians, though rejected entirely by the Germans. What well-organized person with any sense of musical expression could listen to a quartet in which 4 characters, animated by totally conflicting passions, should successively employ the same melodious phrase to express such different words as these: Ô toi que j'adore, quelle terreur me glace, mon cœur bat de plaisir, la fureur me transporte. To suppose that music is a language so vague that the natural inflections of fury will serve equally well for fear, joy, and love, only proves the absence of that sense which to others makes the varieties of expression in music as incontestable a reality as the existence of the sun. I regard the course taken by Italian composers as the inevitable result of the instincts of the public, which react more or less on the composers themselves. The famous snuff-box treachery from the autobiography. Now for another intrigue, still more cleverly contrived, the black depths of which I hardly dare fathom. I incriminate no one, I simply give the naked facts, without the smallest commentary, but with scrupulous exactness. General Bernard, having himself informed me that my requiem was to be performed on certain conditions, I was about to begin my rehearsals when I was sent for by the director of the Beaux-Arts. "You know," said he, "that Habeneck has been commissioned to conduct all the great official music festivals. Come, good, thought I, here is another tile for my devoted head. It is true that you are now in the habit of conducting the performance of your works yourself, but Habeneck is an old man. Another tile. And I happen to know that he will be deeply hurt if he does not preside at your requiem. What terms are you on with him? What terms? We have quarrelled. I hardly know why. For 3 years he has not spoken to me. I am not aware of his motives, and indeed have not cared to ask. He began by rudely refusing to conduct one of my concerts. His behaviour towards me has been as inexplicable as it is uncivil. However, as I see plainly that he wishes on the present occasion to figure at Marshal d'Ambremont's ceremony, and as it would evidently be agreeable to you, I consent to give up the baton to him, on condition that I have at least one full rehearsal. Agreed, replied the director. I will let him know about it. The rehearsals were accordingly conducted with great care. Habeneck spoke to me as if our relations with each other had never been interrupted, and all seemed likely to go well. The day of the performance arrived, in the church of the Invalides, before all the princes, peers and deputies, the French press, the correspondents of foreign papers, and an immense crowd. It was absolutely essential for me to have a great success. A moderate one would have been fatal, and a failure would have annihilated me altogether. Now listen attentively. The various groups of instruments in the orchestra were tolerably widely separated, especially the 4 brass bands introduced in the tuba mirum, each of which occupied a corner of the entire orchestra. There is no pause between the dies irae and the tuba mirum, but the pace of the latter movement is reduced to half what it was before. At this point the whole of the brass enters, first all together, and then in passages, answering and interrupting, each a third higher than the last. It is obvious that it is of the greatest importance that the 4 beats of the new tempo should be distinctly marked, or else the terrible explosion which I had so carefully prepared with combinations and proportions never attempted before or since, and which, rightly performed, gives such a picture of the Last Judgment as I believe is destined to live, would be a mere enormous and hideous confusion. With my habitual mistrust, I had stationed myself behind Habeneck, and turning my back on him, overlooked the group of kettledrums which he could not see, when the moment approached for them to take part in the general mêlée. There are perhaps 1,000 bars in my requiem, precisely in that of which I have just been speaking, when the movement is retarded and the wind instruments burst in with their terrible flourish of trumpets. In fact, just in the 1 bar where the conductor's motion is absolutely indispensable, Habeneck puts down his baton, quietly takes out his snuff-box, and proceeds to take a pinch of snuff. I always had my eye in his direction, and instantly turned rapidly on one heel, and springing forward before him, I stretched out my arm and marked the 4 great beats of the new movement. The orchestras followed me, each in order. I conducted the piece to the end, and the effect which I had longed for was produced. When at the last words of the chorus Habeneck saw that the tuba mirum was saved, he said, "What a cold perspiration I have been in! Without you we should have been lost." "Yes, I know," I answered, looking fixedly at him. I did not add another word. Had he done it on purpose? Could it be possible that this man had dared to join my enemy, the director, and Cherubini's friends in plotting and attempting such rascality? I don't wish to believe it, but I cannot doubt it. God forgive me if I am doing the man injustice. On Gluck, from the Autobiography. Of all the ancient composers, Gluck has, I believe, the least to fear from the incessant revolutions of art. He sacrificed nothing either to the caprices of singers, the exigencies of fashion, or the inveterate routine with which he had to contend on his arrival in France after his protracted struggles with the Italian theatres. Doubtless his conflicts at Naples, Milan, and Parma, instead of weakening him, had increased his strength by revealing its full extent to himself. For in spite of the fanaticism then prevalent in our artistic customs, he broke these miserable trammels and trod them underfoot with the greatest ease. True, the clamour of the critics once succeeded in forcing him into a reply, but it was the only indiscretion with which he had to reproach himself, and thenceforth, as before, he went straight to his aim in silence. We all know what that aim was. We also know that it was never given to any man to succeed more fully. With less conviction or less firmness, it is probable that, notwithstanding his natural genius, his degenerate works would not have long survived those of his mediocre rivals now completely forgotten, but truth of expression, purity of style, and grandeur of form belong to all time. Gluck's fine passages will always be fine. Victor Hugo is right. The heart never grows old. On Bach, from the Autobiography. You will not, my dear Demarest, expect an analysis from me of Bach's great work. Such a task would quite exceed my prescribed limits. Indeed, the movement performed at the Conservatoire 3 years ago may be considered the type of the author's style throughout the work. The Germans profess an unlimited admiration for Bach's recitatives, but their peculiar characteristic necessarily escaped me, as I did not understand the language and was unable to appreciate their expression. Whoever is familiar with our musical customs in Paris must witness, in order to believe, the attention, respect, and even reverence with which a German public listens to such a composition. Everyone follows the words on the book with his eyes, not a movement among the audience, not a murmur of praise or blame, not a sound of applause. They are listening to a solemn discourse. They are hearing the gospel sung. They are attending divine service rather than a concert. And really such music ought to be thus listened to. They adore Bach and believe in him without supposing for a moment that his divinity could ever be called into question. A heretic would horrify them. He is forbidden even to speak of him. God is God and Bach is Bach. Some days after the performance of Bach's chef-d'œuvre, the Singing Academy announced Graun's Tod Jesu. This is another sacred work, a holy book, the worshippers of which are, however, mainly to be found in Berlin, whereas the religion of Bach is professed throughout the north of Germany. Music as an aristocratic art, from the Autobiography. Dramatic art in the time of Shakespeare was more appreciated by the masses than it is in our day by those nations which lay most claim to possess a feeling for it. Music is essentially aristocratic. It is a daughter of noble race, such as princes only can dower nowadays. It must be able to live poor and unmated rather than form a mésalliance. The beginning of a grande passion, from the Autobiography. I have now come to the grand drama of my life, but I shall not relate all its painful details. It is enough to say that an English company came over to perform Shakespeare's plays, then entirely unknown in France, at the Odeon. I was present at the first performance of Hamlet, and there, in the part of Ophelia, I saw Miss Smithson, whom I married 5 years afterward. I can only compare the effect produced by her wonderful talent, or rather her dramatic genius, on my imagination and heart, with the convulsion produced on my mind by the work of the great poet whom she interpreted. It is impossible to say more. This sudden and unexpected revelation of Shakespeare overwhelmed me. The lightning flash of his genius revealed the whole heaven of art to me, illuminating its remotest depths in a single flash. I recognized the meaning of real grandeur, real beauty, and real dramatic truth. And I also realized the utter absurdity of the ideas circulated by Voltaire in France about Shakespeare, and the pitiful pettiness of our old poetic school, the offspring of pedagogues and frères ignorantins. But the shock was too great, and it was a long while before I recovered from it. I became possessed by an intense, overpowering sense of sadness that in my then sickly, nervous state produced a mental condition adequately to describe which would take a great physiologist. I could not sleep. I lost my spirits. My favourite studies became distasteful to me, and I spent my time wandering aimlessly about Paris and its environs. During that long period of suffering, I can only recall 4 occasions on which I slept, and then it was the heavy, death-like sleep produced by complete physical exhaustion. These were one night when I had thrown myself down on some sheaves in a field near Villejuif, one day in a meadow in the neighbourhood of Sceaux, once on the snow on the banks of the frozen Seine near Neuilly, and lastly on a table in a Café du Cardinal at the corner of the Boulevard des Italiens and the Rue Richelieu, where I slept for 5 hours to the terror of the garçons, who thought I was dead and were afraid to come near me. It was on my return from one of these wanderings, in which I must have seemed like one seeking his soul, that my eyes fell on Moore's Irish Melodies lying open on my table at the song beginning, "When he who adores thee." I seized my pen, and then and there wrote the music to that heart-rendering farewell which is published at the end of my collection of songs Irlande, under the title Élégie. This is the only occasion on which I have been able to vent any strong feeling in music while still under its influence, and I think that I have rarely reached such intense truth of musical expression combined with so much realistic power of harmony. On theatrical managers in relation to art, from the autobiography. I have often wondered why theatrical managers everywhere have such a marked predilection for what genuine artists, cultivated minds, and even a certain section of the public itself persist in regarding as very poor manufacture, short-lived productions, the handiwork of which is as valueless as the raw material itself. Not as though platitudes always succeeded better than good works. Indeed, the contrary is often the case. Neither is it that careful compositions entail more expense than shoddy. It is often just the other way. Perhaps it arises simply from the fact that the good works demand the care, study, attention, and in certain cases even the mind, talent, and inspiration of everyone in the theatre, from the manager down to the prompter. The others, on the contrary, being made especially for lazy, mediocre, superficial, ignorant, and silly people, naturally find a great many supporters. Well, a manager likes above everything whatever brings him in amiable speeches and satisfied looks from his underlings. He likes things that require no learning and disturb no accepted ideas or habits, which gently go with the stream of prejudice and wound no self-love because they reveal no incapacity. In a word, things which do not take too long to get up. End of section 39. Recording by Andrew Dunscombe, Lucerne.
Section 40 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 40. Selected Excerpts by Saint Bernard of Clairvaux. Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, 1091 to 1153. Born in 1091 at Fontaine, a castle of his father Tesselin near Dijon, France, and devotedly instructed by his pious and gentle mother, Alette, Bernard of Clairvaux was from early childhood imbued with an active religious enthusiasm. When the time came to choose his way of life, instead of going into battle with his knighted brothers, he made them, as well as his uncle, the Count of Touillon, join a band of 30 companions, with whom he knelt in the rude chapel at Citeaux, to beg the tonsure from Abbot Stephen Harding, to rise at 2 o'clock in the morning and chant the prayer offices of the church until 9, to do hard manual labor until 2, when the sole meal of the day, composed of vegetable food only, was taken, to labor again until nightfall, and sing the vespers until an early bedtime hour. Such was the Cistercian's daily observance of his vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, vows which Bernard and his followers were to lay down only upon the cross of ashes spread upon the hard cell floor, to receive their outstretched dying bodies. Citeaux became famous from the coming of these new recruits. There was in those tough old days a soldierly admiration for faithfulness to discipline, and when Bernard was professed in 1114, Abbot Stephen was obliged to enlarge the field of work. Bernard was sent in 1115 to build a house and clear and cultivate a farm in a thickly wooded and thief-infested glen to the north of Dijon, known as the Valley of Wormwood. Here, at the age of 24, in a rude house built by their own hands with timber cut from the land, the young abbot and his companions lived like the sturdy pioneers of our Northwest, the earth their floor, and narrow wooden bunks in a low dark loft their beds. Of course the stubborn forest gave way slowly and grudgingly opened sunny hillsides to the vine and wheat sheaf. The name of the settlement was changed to Clairvaux, but for many years the poor monk's only food was barley bread with broth made from boiled beech leaves. Here Tesselin came in his old age to live under the rule of his sons, and Nombeline, the wealthy and rank-proud daughter, one day left her gay retinue at the door of the little abbey, and went to join the nuns at Juilly. While Bernard was studying and planting at Clairvaux, the word of his piety and worth went everywhere through the land, and he came to be consulted not only by his superior at Citeaux, but by villein and noble, even to the august persons of Louis the Fat of France and Henry the Norman of England. His gentleness and integrity became the chief reliance of the royal house of France, and his sermons and letters began to be quoted at council board and synod, even as far as Rome. The austerity and poverty of the Cistercians had caused some friends of the monks of Cluny to fall under Bernard's zealous indignation. He wrote to William of Saint-Thierry a famous letter, mildly termed an apology, in which by the most insinuating and biting satire the laxity and indulgence which had weakened or effaced the power of monastic example, from which arraignment the proud house of Cluny was deemed not to escape scot-free, were lashed with uncompromising courage. France and Burgundy, with the more or less helpful aid of the Norman dukes in England, had been very loyal to the interests of the papacy. When the schism of Anacletus II rose in 1130, Innocent II, driven from Rome by the armed followers of Peter de Leon, found his way at once to the side of Louis VI. There he found Bernard, and upon him he leaned from that time until the latter had hewed a road for him back to Rome through kings, prelates, statesmen, and intriguers, with the same unflinching steadfastness with which he had cut a way to the sunlight for his vines and vegetables in the valley of Wormwood. Bernard it was who persuaded Henry of England to side with Innocent, and it was he who stayed the revival of the question of investitures and won the emperor to the Pope at Liège. At the Council of Reims in October 1131, Bernard was the central figure, and when the path was open for a return to Italy, the restored Pope took the abbot with him, leaving in return a rescript releasing Citeaux from tithes. Bernard stayed in Italy until 1135, and left Innocent secure in Rome. After a short period of peace at Clairvaux, he had to hurry off again to Italy on account of the defection of the influential monastery of Monte Cassino to Anacletus. Not long after his last return from Italy, Bernard met Pierre Abélard. This brilliant and unfortunate man had incurred the charge of heresy, and at some time in the year 1139 Bernard was induced to meet and confer with him. Nothing seems to have resulted from the conference, for Abélard went in 1140 to the Bishop of Sens and demanded an opportunity of being confronted with Bernard at an approaching synod. The abbot of Clairvaux, although unwilling, was at last persuaded to accept the challenge. Louis VII, King of France, Count Théobald of Champagne, and the nobles of the realm assembled to witness the notable contest. Abélard came with a brilliant following, but on the second day of the synod, to the surprise of everybody, he abruptly closed the proceeding by appealing to Rome. The works of Abélard were condemned, but his appeal and person were respected, and Bernard prepared a strong condemnatory letter to be sent to the Pope. As the great scholar was on his way to Rome to follow his appeal, he stayed to rest at Cluny with Peter the Venerable, who persuaded him to go to Bernard. When the two great hearts met in the quiet of Clairvaux, all animosities were resolved in peace, and Abélard, returning to Cluny, abandoned his appeal and observed the rule of the house until his death, which he endured, as Peter the Venerable wrote to Héloïse, fully prepared and comforted, at Chalons in 1142. The infidels of the East having taken Edessa in 1146, the power of the Christians in the Holy Land was broken, and Eugenius III, who had been a monk of Clairvaux, appointed Bernard to preach a new crusade. He set on foot a vast host under the personal leadership of Louis VII and Conrad the Emperor, accompanied by Queen Eleanor and many noble ladies of both realms. The ill fortunes which attended this war brought to Bernard the greatest bitterness of his life. So signal was the failure of the Second Crusade that but a pitiful remnant of the brilliant army which had crossed the Bosporus returned to Europe, and Bernard was assailed with execration from hut and castle throughout the length of Europe. His only answer was as gentle as his life: "Better that I be blamed than God." He did not neglect, however, to point out that the evil lives and excesses of those who attempted the crusade were the real causes of the failure of the Christian arms. In Languedoc in 1147 he quelled a dangerous heresy, and silenced Gilbert, Bishop of Poitiers, at the Council of Reims. In 1148 Malachi, Archbishop of Armagh and Primate of Ireland, who 9 years before had visited Clairvaux and formed a lasting friendship for Bernard, came there again to die in the arms of his friend. It is related that the two saints had exchanged habits upon the first visit, and that Malachi wore that of Bernard on his deathbed. The funeral sermon preached by Bernard upon the life and virtue of his Irish comrade is reputed to be one of the finest extant. It seemed as if the gale had come to show the Goth the way of death. Bernard's health, early broken by self-imposed austerity and penances, had never been robust, and it had often seemed that nothing but the vigor of his will had kept him from the grave. In the year 1153 he was stricken with a fatal illness. Yet when the Archbishop of Treves came to his bedside, imploring his aid to put an end to an armed quarrel between the nobles and the people of Metz, he went cheerfully, but feebly, to the field between the contending parties, and by words which came with pain and in the merest whispers, he persuaded the men who were already at each other's throats to forget their enmities. He died at Clairvaux on January 12th, 1153, and was buried as he wished, in the habit of St. Malachi. In 1174 he was sainted, and his life is honored in the liturgy of the Church on the 20th of August. The marks of Saint Bernard's character were sweetness and gentle tolerance in the presence of honest opposition, and implacable vigor against shams and evil-doing. His was the perfect type of well-regulated individual judgment. His humility and love of poverty were true and unalterable. In Italy he refused the mitres of Genoa and Milan in turn, and in France successively declined the sees of Chalon, Langres, and Reynolds. He wrote and spoke with simplicity and directness, and with an energy and force of conviction which came from absolute command of his subject. He did not disdain to use a good-tempered jest as occasion required, and his words afford some pleasant examples of naive puns. He was a tireless letter-writer, and some of his best writings are in that form. He devoted much labor to his sermons on the Canticle of Canticles, the work remaining unfinished at his death. He wrote a long poem on the Passion, one beautiful hymn of which is included in the Roman Breviary. Saint Bernard's Hymn. Jesu, the very thought of thee with sweetness fills my breast, but sweeter far thy face to see, and in thy presence rest. Nor voice can sing, nor heart can frame, nor can the memory find a sweeter sound than thy blessed name, O Saviour of mankind. O hope of every contrite heart, O joy of all the meek, to those who fall how kind thou art, how good to those who seek. But what to those who find? Ah, this nor tongue nor pen can show. The love of Jesus, what it is, none but his loved ones know. Jesu, our only joy be thou, as thou our prize wilt be. Jesu, be thou our glory now, and through eternity. Monastic Luxury, from the Apology to the Abbot William of St. Thierry. There is no conversation concerning the Scriptures, none concerning the salvation of souls, but small talk, laughter, and idle words fill the air. At dinner the palate and ears are equally tickled, the one with dainties, the other with gossip and news, which together quite prevent all moderation in feeding. In the meantime dish after dish is set on the table, and to make up for the small privation of meat, a double supply is provided of well-grown fish. When you have eaten enough of the first, if you taste the second course, you will seem to yourself hardly to have touched the former. Such is the art of the cooks, that after 4 or 5 dishes have been devoured, the first does not seem to be in the way of the last, nor does satiety invade the appetite. Who could say, to speak of nothing else, in how many forms eggs are cooked and worked up, with what care they are turned in and out, made hard or soft or chopped fine, now fried, now roasted, now stuffed, now they are served mixed with other things, now by themselves. Even the external appearance of the dishes is such that the eye, as well as the taste, is charmed. Not only have we lost the spirit of the old monasteries, but even its outward appearance. For this habit of ours, which of old was the sign of humility, by the monks of our day is turned into a source of pride. We can hardly find in the whole province wherewithal we condescend to be clothed. The monk and the knight cut their garments, the one his cowl, the other his cloak, from the same piece. No secular person, however great, whether king or emperor, would be disgusted at our vestments if they were only cut and fitted to his requirements. But say you religion is in the heart, not in the garments? True. But you, when you are about to buy a cowl, rush over the towns, visit the markets, examine the fairs, dive into the houses of the merchants, turn over all their goods, undo their bundles of cloth, feel it with your fingers, hold it to your eyes or to the rays of the sun, and if anything coarse or faded appears, you reject it. But if you are pleased with any object of unusual beauty or brightness, you at once buy it, whatever the price. I ask you, does this come from the heart or your simplicity? I wonder that our abbots allow these things, unless it arises from the fact that no one is apt to blame any error with confidence, if he cannot trust in his own freedom from the same, and it is a right human quality to forgive without much anger those self-indulgences in others for which we ourselves have the strongest inclination. How is the light of the world overshadowed! Those whose lives should have been the way of life to us, by the example they give of pride, become blind leaders of the blind. What a specimen of humility is that, to march with such pomp and retinue, to be surrounded with such an escort of hairy men, so that one abbot has about him people enough for 2 bishops. I lie not when I say I have seen an abbot with 60 horses after him, and even more. Would you not think, as you see them pass, that they were not fathers of monasteries, but lords of castles, not shepherds of souls, but princes of provinces? Then there is the baggage, containing tablecloths and cups and basins and candlesticks and well-filled wallets, not with the coverlets, but the ornaments of the beds. My lord abbot can never go more than 4 leagues from his home without taking all his furniture with him, as if he were going to the wars, or about to cross a desert where necessaries cannot be had. Is it quite impossible to wash one's hands in and drink from the same vessel? Will not your candle burn anywhere but in that gold or silver candlestick of yours, which you carry with you? Is sleep impossible except upon a variegated mattress or under a foreign coverlet? Could not one servant harness the mule, wait at dinner, and make the bed? If such a multitude of men and horses is indispensable, why not at least carry with us our necessaries, and thus avoid the severe burden we are to our hosts? By the sight of wonderful and costly vanities, men are prompted to give rather than to pray. Some beautiful picture of a saint is exhibited, and the brighter the colors, the greater the holiness attributed to it. Men run, eager to kiss. They are invited to give, and the beautiful is more admired than the sacred is revered. In the churches are suspended, not coronae, but wheels studded with gems and surrounded by lights, which are scarcely brighter than the precious stones which are near them. Instead of candlesticks we behold great trees of brass, fashioned with wonderful skill, and glittering as much through their jewels as their lights. What do you suppose is the object of all this? The repentance of the contrite, or the admiration of the gazers? Oh, vanity of vanities! But not more vain than foolish. The church's walls are resplendent, but the poor are not there. The curious find wherewith to amuse themselves. The wretched find no stay for them in their misery. Why at least do we not reverence the images of the saints, with which the very pavement we walk on is covered? Often an angel's mouth is spit into, and the face of some saint trodden on by passers-by. But if we cannot do without the images, Why can we not spare the brilliant colors? What has all this to do with monks, with professors of poverty, with men of spiritual minds? Again, in the cloisters, what is the meaning of those ridiculous monsters, of that deformed beauty, that beautiful deformity, before the very eyes of the brethren when reading? What are disgusting monkeys therefore, or satyrs, or ferocious lions, or monstrous centaurs, or spotted tigers, or fighting soldiers, or huntsmen sounding the bugle? You may see there one head with many bodies, or one body with numerous heads. Here is a quadruped with a serpent's tail. There is a fish with the beast's head. There is a creature in front a horse, behind a goat. Another has horns at one end, and a horse's tail at the other. In fact, such an endless variety of forms appears everywhere, that it is more pleasant to read in the stonework than in books, and to spend the day in admiring these oddities than in meditating on the law of God. Good God! If we are not ashamed of these absurdities, why do we not grieve at the cost of them? From his sermon on the death of Gerard. As the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Solomon's Song 1:5. Perhaps both members of the comparison, namely, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon, refer only to the first words, I am black. It may be, however, that the simile is extended to both clauses, and each is compared with each. The former sense is the more simple, the latter the more obscure. Let us try both, beginning with the latter, which seems the more difficult. There is no difficulty, however, in the first comparison, I am black as the tents of Kedar, but only in the last, for Kedar, which is interpreted to mean darkness or gloom, may be compared with blackness justly enough. But the curtains of Solomon are not so easily likened to beauty. Moreover, who does not see that tents fit harmoniously with the comparison? For what is the meaning of tents, except our bodies, in which we sojourn for a time? Nor have we an abiding city, but we seek one to come. In our bodies, as under tents, we carry on warfare. Truly we are violent to take the kingdom. Indeed, the life of man here on earth is a warfare, and as long as we do battle in this body, we are absent from the Lord, that is, from the light, for the Lord is light, and so far as any one is not in him, so far is he in darkness, that is, in Kedar. Let each one then acknowledge the sorrowful exclamation as his own. Woe is me that my sojourn is prolonged. I have dwelt with those who dwell in Kedar. My soul hath long sojourned in a strange land. Therefore this habitation of the body is not the mansion of the citizen, nor the house of the native, but either the soldier's tent or the traveller's inn. This body, I say, is a tent, and a tent of Kedar, because by its interference it prevents the soul from beholding the infinite light, nor does it allow her to see the light at all, except through a glass darkly, and not face to face. Do you not see whence blackness comes to the church, whence a certain rust cleaves to even the fairest souls? Doubtless it comes from the tents of Kedar, from the practice of laborious warfare, from the long continuance of a painful sojourn, from the straits of our grievous exile, from our feeble, cumbersome bodies. For the corruptible body presseth down the soul, and the earthly tabernacle weigheth down the mind that museth upon many things. Therefore the souls desire to be loosed, that being freed from the body, they may fly into the embraces of Christ. Wherefore one of the miserable ones said, groaning, O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? For a soul of this kind knoweth that, while in the tents of Kedar, she cannot be entirely free from spot or wrinkle, nor from stains of blackness, and wishes to go forth and to put them off. And here we have the reason why the spouse calls herself black as the tents of Kedar. But now how is she beautiful as the curtains of Solomon? Behind these curtains I feel that an indescribable holiness and sublimity are veiled, which I dare not presume to touch, save at the command of him who shrouded and sealed the mystery. For I have read, He that is a searcher of majesty shall be overwhelmed with the glory. I pass on, therefore. It will devolve on you, meanwhile, to obtain grace by your prayers, that we may the more readily, because more confidently, recur to a subject which needs attentive minds, and it may be that the pious knocker at the door will discover what the bold explorer seeks in vain. End of section 40. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 41 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 41. Brief Life is Here Our Portion, by Bernard of Cluny. Bernard of Cluny, 12th century, by William C. Prime. Little is known concerning the monk Bernard, sometimes called Bernard of Morlaix, and sometimes Bernard of Cluny. The former name is probably derived from the place of his origin, the latter from the fact that in the introduction to his poem, De Contemptu Mundi, he describes himself as a brother of the monks of Cluny. He lived in the 12th century, a period of much learning in the Church, and that he was himself a man of broad scholarship and brilliant abilities. The Latin poem, his only surviving work, abundantly testifies. This poem, divided into 3 books, consists in all of about 3,000 lines. It is introduced by a short address in prose to Father Peter, the abbot of the monastery, in which the author describes the peculiar operations of his mind in undertaking and accomplishing his marvellous poem. He believes and asserts, not arrogantly but in all humility and therefore boldly, that he had divine aid. Unless the spirit of wisdom and understanding had been with me and filled me, I had never been able to construct so long a work in such a difficult metre. This metre is peculiar. In technical terms, each line consists of 3 parts, the first part including 2 dactyls, the second part 2 dactyls, the third part 1 dactyl and 1 trochee. The final trochee, a long and a short syllable, rhymes with the following or preceding line. There is also a rhyme in each line of the second dactyl with the fourth. This will be made plain to the ordinary reader by quoting the first 2 lines of the poem divided into feet. Line 1, foot 1, hora no, foot 2, vissima, 3, tempora, 4, pessima, 5, sunt vigi, 6, lemus. line 2, foot 1, ecce mi, 2, naciter, 3, imminet, 4, arbiter, 5, ille su, 6, primus. The adoption of such a meter would seem to be a clog on flexibility and force of expression. But in this poem it is not so. The author rejoices in absolute freedom of diction. The rhythm and rhyme alike lend themselves to the uses, now of bitter satire and revilings, now of overpowering hope and exultant joy. The title scarcely gives an idea of the subject matter of the poem. The old Benedictine, living for the time in his cell, had nevertheless known the world of his day, had lived in it and been of it. To him it seemed an evil world, full of crimes, of moils, of deceits, of abominations. The church seemed corrupt, venal, shameless, and Rome the centre and the soul of this accursed world. Pondering on these conditions, the monk turned his weary gaze toward the celestial country, the country of purity and peace, and to the king on his throne, the centre and source of eternal beatitude. The contrast on which he dwelt for a long time filled him on the one hand with burning indignation, on the other with entrancing visions and longings. At last he broke out into magnificent poetry. It is not possible to translate him into any other language than the Latin in which he wrote, and preserve any of the grandeur and beauty which result from the union of ardent thought with almost miraculous music of language. Dr. Neale aptly speaks of the majestic sweetness which invests Bernard's poem. The expression applies specially to those passages, abounding in all parts of the poem, in which he describes the glory and the peace of the better country. Many of these have been translated or closely imitated by Dr. Neale, with such excellent effect that several hymns, which are very popular in churches of various denominations, have been constructed from Dr. Neale's translations. Other portions of the poem, especially those in which the vices and crimes of the Rome of that time are denounced and lashed with unsparing severity, have never been translated, and are not likely ever to be, because of the impossibility of preserving in English the peculiar force of the metre. And translation without this would be of small value. The fire of the descriptions of heaven is increased by the contrast in which they stand with descriptions of Rome in the 12th century. Here, for example, is a passage addressed to Rome. Fas mihi dicere, fas mihi scribere, Roma fuisti. Ob ruta moenibus, ob ruta moribus, occubuisti. Orbs ruis inclita tam modo subdita, quam prius alta. Quo prius altior tam modo pressior, et labefacta. Fas mihi scribere, fas mihi dicere, Roma peristi. Sunt tua moenia, vociferantia, Roma ruisti. And here is one addressed to the city of God. O sine luxibus, o sine luctibus, o sine lite, splendida curia, florida patria, patria vitae. Urbs Sion inclita patria condita littore tuto, te peto, te colo, te flagro, te volo, canto, saluto. While no translation exists of this remarkable work, nor indeed can be made to reproduce the power and melody of the original, yet a very good idea of its spirit may be had from the work of Dr. J. Mason Neale, who made from selected portions this English poem, which is very much more than what he modestly called it, a close imitation. Dr. Neale has made no attempt to reproduce the metre of the original. Brief life is here our portion. Brief life is here our portion, brief sorrow, short-lived care. The life that knows no ending, the tearless life, is there. O happy retribution, short toil, eternal rest! For mortals and for sinners a mansion with the blest. That we should look, poor wanderers, to have our home on high, that worms should seek for dwellings beyond the starry sky. And now we fight the battle, and then we wear the crown of full and everlasting and passionless renown. Then glory, yet unheard of, shall shed abroad its ray, resolving all enigmas, an endless Sabbath day. Then from his oppressors the Hebrew shall go free, and celebrate in triumph the year of Jubilee. And the sunlit land that recks not of tempest or of fight shall fold within its bosom each happy Israelite. Midst power that knows no limit, and wisdom free from bound, the beatific vision shall glad the saints around. And peace, for war is needless, and rest, for storm is past, and goal from finished labor, and anchorage at last. There God, my King and portion, in fullness of his grace, shall we behold forever, and worship face to face. There Jacob into Israel, from earthlier self estranged, and Leah into Rachel forever shall be changed. There all the halls of Sion for aye shall be complete, and in the land of beauty all things of beauty meet. To thee, O dear, dear country, mine eyes their vigils keep, for very love beholding thy happy name they weep. The mention of thy glory is unction to the breast, and medicine in sickness, and love, and life, and rest. O one, O only mansion, O paradise of joy, where tears are ever banished, and smiles have no alloy. Beside thy living waters all plants are, great and small, the cedar of the forest, the hyssop of the wall. With jaspers glow thy bulwarks, thy streets with emeralds blaze, the sardius and the topaz unite in thee their rays. Thine ageless walls are bonded with amethyst unpriced, thy saints build up its fabric, and the cornerstone is Christ. Thou hast no shore, fair ocean, thou hast no time, bright day, dear fountain of refreshment to pilgrims far away. Upon the rock of ages they raise thy holy tower. Thine is the victor's laurel, and thine the golden dower. Thou feel'st in mystic rapture, O bride that know'st no guile, the prince's sweetest kisses, the prince's loveliest smile. Unfading lilies, bracelets of living pearl, thine own. The Lamb is ever near thee, the bridegroom thine alone. And all thine endless leisure in sweetest accents sings, the ills that were thy merit, the joys that are thy King's. Jerusalem the golden, with milk and honey blest, beneath thy contemplation sink heart and voice oppressed. I know not, oh, I know not, what social joys are there, what radiancy of glory, what light beyond compare! And when I fain would sing them, my spirit fails and faints, and vainly would it image the assembly of the saints. They stand, those halls of Zion, all jubilant with song, and bright with many an angel, and many a martyr throng. The Prince is ever in them, the light is aye serene. The pastures of the blest are decked in glorious sheen. There is the throne of David, and there, from toil released, the shout of them that triumph, the song of them that feast. And they, beneath their leader, who conquered in the fight, for ever and for ever are clad in robes of white. Jerusalem the glorious, the glory of the elect, O dear and future vision that eager hearts expect! Ev'n now by faith I see thee, ev'n here thy walls discern. To thee my thoughts are kindled, and strive, and pant, and yearn. Jerusalem the only, that look'st from heaven below, in thee is all my glory, in me is all my woe. And though my body may not, my spirit seeks thee fain, till flesh and earth return me to earth and flesh again. O land that seest no sorrow, O state that fear'st no strife, O princely bowers, O land of flowers, O realm and home of life. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 42. The Treatise of Fishing with an Angle, by Juliana Berners. Juliana Berners, 15th century. About the year 1475, one William Caxton, a prosperous English wool merchant of good standing and repute, began printing books. The art which he introduced into his native country was quickly taken up by others. First, it seems, by certain monks at St. Albans, and shortly afterward by Wynkyn de Worde, who had been an apprentice to Caxton. In 1486, the press at St. Albans issued 2 books printed in English, of which one was entitled The Book of St. Albans. Of this volume only 3 perfect copies are known to exist. It is a compilation of treatises on hawking, on hunting, and on heraldry, and contained but little evidence as to their authorship. 10 years later, Wynkyn de Worde reprinted the work with additions under the following elaborate title, in the fashion of the time: Treatise pertaining to hawking, hunting, and fishing with an angle. Also a richt noble treatise on the lineage of coat armours, ending with a treatise which specifies of blasing of arms. Juliana Berners. The authorship of this volume, one of the earliest books printed in the English language, has generally been ascribed to a certain or uncertain Juliana Berners, Burns or Barnes, who lived in the early part of the 15th century, and who is reputed to have been prioress of the nunnery of Sopwell, long since in ruins, near St. Albans, and close to the little river Ver, which still conceals in its quiet pools the speckled trout. If this attribution be correct, Dame Berners was the first woman to write a book in English. Although the question of the authorship is by no means settled, yet it is clear that the printer believed the treatise on hunting to have been written by this lady, and the critics now generally assign a portion at least of the volume to her. In the 16th century the book became very popular, and was reprinted many times. Of the several treatises it contains, that on fishing has the greatest interest, an interest increased by the fact that it probably suggested The Complete Angler of Isaac Walton, which appeared 160 years later. Here beginneth the Treatise of Fishing with an Angle. Salomon in his parables says that a glad spirit maketh a flooring age, that is, a fire age and a long. And sith it is so, he asketh this question: which ben the means and the causes that induce a man into a merry spirit? Truly, to my best discretion, it seemeth good disports, and honest games, in whom a man joyeth, without any repentance after. Then followeth it that good disports and honest games, when cause of man's fire age and longer life. And therefore now will he chose of 4 good disports and honest games, that is to wit, of hunting, hawking, fishing, and fooling. The best, to my simple discretion, which is fishing, called angling with a rod, and a line and an hook, and thereof to tread, as my simple wit may suffice, both for the side reason of Salomon, and also for the reason that physic maketh in this wise. Si tibi deficiant medici tibi fiant, hec tria, mens leta, labor et moderata dieta. Ye shall understand that this is for to say, if a man lack lech or medicine, he shall make 3 things his lech and medicine, and he shall need never no more. The first of them is a myrrhithought. The second is labor, not outrageous. The third is diet mesurable. Here followeth the order made to all those which shall have the understanding of this foresaid treatise, and use it for their pleasures. Ye that can angle and take fish to your pleasures, as this foresaid treatise teacheth and sheweth you, I charge and require you in the name of all noble men, that ye fish not in no poor man's several water, as his pond, stew, or other necessary things to keep fish in, without his license and good will. Nor that ye use not to break no man's gins, lying in their wares and in other places due unto them. Nay, to take the fish away that is taken in them. For after a fish is taken in a man's gin, if the gin be laid in the common waters, or else in such waters as he heareth, it is his own proper goods. And if ye take it away, ye rob him, which is a right shameful deed to any noble man to do it that thieves and breeders do, which are punished for their evil deeds by the neck, and otherwise when they may be espied and taken. And also, if ye do in like manner as this treatise sheweth you, ye shall have no need to take of other men's, whiles ye shall have enough of your own taking, if ye list to labour therefore, which shall be to you a very pleasure to see the fire bright shining scarlet fishes, deceived by your crafty menace, and drawn upon land. Also that ye break no man's hedges in going about your disports, ne open no man's gates, but that ye shoot them again. Also ye shall not use this foreside crafty disport for no covetousness, to the increasing and sparing of your money only, but principally for your solace, and to cause the health of your body, and specially of your soul. For when ye purpose to go on your disports in fishing, ye will not desire greatly many persons with you, which might let you of your game. And then ye may serve God devotedly, in saying affectuously your customable prayer. And thus doing, ye shall eschew and void many vices, as idleness, which is principal cause to induce man to many other vices, as it is right well known. Also ye shall not be too ravenous in taking of your side game, as too much at one time, which ye may lightly do, if ye do in every point as this present treatise showeth you, in every point, which lightly be occasion to destroy your own disportes, and other men's also, as when ye have a sufficient mess, ye should covet no more, as at that time. Also ye shall busy yourself to nourish the game in all that ye may, and to destroy all such things as been devourers of it, and all those that do after this rule shall have the blessing of God and Saint Peter, which be them grant that with his precious blood us bought. And for because that this present treatise should not come to the hands of each idle person, which would desire it, if it were imprinted alone by itself, and put in a little pamphlet, therefore he have compiled it in a greater volume of diverse books concerning to gentle and noble men, to the intent that the foresaid idle persons, which should have but little mesure in the side disport of fishing, should not by this men utterly destroy it. Imprinted at Westminster be winking the word, the year the incarnation of our Lord, 1496. Reprinted by Thomas White, Crane Court, 1827. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Perard. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 43, Old Time London, by Walter Besant. Walter Besant, 1838 to . Walter Besant, born in Portsmouth, England, in 1838, did not begin his career as a novelist till he was 30 years old. His preparation for the works that possess so certain a maturity of execution, with as certain an ideal of performance, was made at King's College, London, and afterwards at Christ's College, Cambridge, where he took mathematical honours. Abandoning his idea of entering the Church, he taught for 7 years in the Royal College of Mauritius. Ill health
compelled his return to England, and he then took up literature as a profession. His first novel he had the courage to burn when the first publisher to whom he showed it refused it. But the succeeding years brought forth Studies in Early French Poetry, a delicate and scholarly series of essays, an edition of Rabelais, of whom he is the biographer and disciple, and, with Professor Palmer, a History of Jerusalem, a work for which he had equipped himself when secretary of the Palestine Exploration Fund. Mr. Besant was also a student in another special field. He knew his Dickens as no other undergraduate in the university knew that branch of polite literature, and passed an examination on the Pickwick Papers which the author declared that he himself would have failed in. By these processes Mr. Besant fitted himself mentally and socially for the task of story telling. The relations of a man of letters to the rest of the world are comprehensively revealed in the long list of his novels. From the beginning he was one who comes with a tale, "which holdeth children from play and old men from the chimney corner," nor is the charm lessened by the sense of a living and kindly voice addressing the hearer. His novels are easy reading, and do not contain an obscure sentence. As art is an expression of the artist's mind, and not a rigid ecclesiastical canon, it may be expressed in as many formulas as there are artists. Therefore, while to few readers life casts the rosy reflection that we have learned to call Byzantine, one would not wish it to disappear, nor to be discredited. It was in the year 1869 that Walter Besant, by a happy chance, made the acquaintance of James Rice, the editor of Once a Week, and became a contributor to that magazine. In 1871 that literary partnership between them began, which is interesting in the history of collaboration. Mr. Rice had been a barrister, and added legal lore to Mr. Besant's varied and accurate literary equipment. The brilliant series of novels that followed includes Ready Money Mortiboy, My Little Girl, With Harp and Crown, The Golden Butterfly, The Seamy Side, and The Chaplain of the Fleet. The latter story, that of an innocent young country girl left to the guardianship of her uncle, chaplain of the Fleet prison, by the death of her father, is delicately and surprisingly original. The influence of Dickens is felt in the structure of the story, and the faithful, almost photographic fidelity to locality betrays in which footsteps the authors have followed. But the chaplain, though he belongs to a family whose features are familiar to the readers of Little Dorrit and Great Expectations, has not existed until he appears in these pages, pompous, clever, and without principle, but not lacking in natural affection. The young girl whose guileless belief in everybody forces the worst people to assume the characters her purity and innocence endows them with is to the foul prison what Pisicola was to Charney. Nor will the moralist find fault with the author whose kind heart teaches him to include misfortune in his catalogue of virtues. Mr. Rice died in 1882, and All Sorts and Conditions of Men, Mr. Besant's first independent novel, appeared the same year. It is a novel with a purpose, and accomplished its purpose because an artist's hand was necessary to paint the picture of East London that met with such a response as the People's Palace. The appeal to philanthropy was a new one. It was a plea for a little more of the pleasures and graces of life for the 2 million of people who inhabit the East End of the great city. It is not a picture of life in the lowest phases, where the scenes are as dramatic as in the highest social world, but a story of human life, the nobility, the meanness, the pathos of it in hopelessly commonplace surroundings, where the fight is not a hand-to-hand struggle, with bitter poverty or crime, but with dullness and monotony. The characters in all sorts and conditions of men are possibly more typical than real, but one hesitates to question either characters or situation. The impossible story has become true, and the vision that the enthusiastic young hero and heroine dream has materialized into a lovely reality. The Children of Gibeon, 1884, and The World Went Very Well Then, 1885, are written with the same philanthropic purpose. But if Sir Walter Besant were not first of all a story teller, the possessor of a living voice that holds one spellbound till he has finished his tale, the reader would be more sensible of the wide knowledge of the novelist in his familiarity with life in its varied forms. Here are about 30 novels, displaying an intimate knowledge of many crafts, trades, and professions, the ways of landsman and voyager, of country and town, of the New World and the Old, of modern charlatanism as shown in Herr Paulus, of the woman question among London Jews as in The Rebel Queen, and the suggestion of the repose and sufficiency of life's simple needs as told in Call Her Mine and Celia's Arbor. In The Ivory Gate the hero is the victim of a remarkable hallucination. In the story of The Inner House, the plummet of suggestion plunges into depths not sounded before, and the soul's regeneration is unfolded in the loveliest of parables. The range of Sir Walter Besant reaches from the somewhat conventionalized Dorothy Forster to St. Catherine's Tower, where deep tragedy approaches the melodramatic, or from the fascination of The Master Craftsman to the whopping idyll of the heaps of miser's treasure. There is largeness of stroke in this list, and a wide prospect. His humor is of the cheerful, outdoor kind, and the laugh is at foibles rather than weakness. He pays little attention to fashion in literature, except to give a good-natured nod to a passing fad. It would be difficult to classify him under any school. His stories are not analytical, nor is one conscious of that painstaking fidelity to art which is no longer classed among the minor virtues. When he fights, it is with wrong and oppression and the cheerless monotony of the lives of the poor. But he fights classes rather than individuals, although certain characters, like Fielding, the plagiarist, in Armorel of Lyonesse, are studied from life. The village of bankrupts in All in a Garden Fair is a whimsical conceit, like the disguise of Angela in All Sorts and Conditions of Men, and the double identity of Edmund Gray in The Ivory Gate. In reading Besant we are constantly reminded that humanity is wider than the world, and though its simplest facts are its greatest, there is both interest and edification in eccentricities. In 1895 he was made a baronet, and is president of the Society of Authors, of whom he has been a gallant champion against the publishers. Old Time London, from Sir Walter Besant's London, Harper and Brothers. The London house, either in Saxon or Norman time, presented no kind of resemblance to the Roman villa. It had no cloisters, no hypocaust, no suite or sequence of rooms. This unlikeliness is another proof, if any were wanting, that the continuity of tenure had been wholly broken. If the Saxons went into London, as has been suggested, peaceably, and left the people to carry on their old life and their trade in their own way, the Roman and British architecture, no new thing, but a style grown up in a course of years and found fitted to the climate, would certainly have remained. That, however, was not the case. The Englishman developed his house from the patriarchal idea. First, there was the common hall. In this the household lived, fed, transacted business, and made their cheer in the evenings. It was built of timber, and to keep out the cold draughts, It was afterwards lined with tapestry. At first they used simple cloths, which in great houses were embroidered and painted. Perches of various kinds were affixed to the walls, whereon the weapons, the musical instruments, the cloaks, etc., were hung up. The lord and lady sat on a high seat, not, I am inclined to think, on a dais at the end of the hall, which would have been cold for them, but on a great chair near the fire, which was burning in the middle of the hall. This fashion long continued. I have myself seen a college hall warmed by a fire in a brazier burning under the lantern of the hall. The furniture consisted of benches. The table was laid on trestles, spread with a white cloth, and removed after dinner. The hall was open to all who came, on condition that the guest should leave his weapons at the door. The floor was covered with reeds, which made a clean, soft, and warm carpet, on which the company could, if they pleased, lie round the fire. They had carpets or rugs also, but reeds were commonly used. The traveller who chances to find himself at the ancient and most interesting town of Kingston on Hull, which very few English people, and still fewer Americans, have the curiosity to explore, should visit the Trinity House. There, among many interesting things, he will find a hall where reeds are still spread, but no longer so thickly as to form a complete carpet. I believe this to be the last survival of the reed carpet. The times of meals were: the breakfast at about 9, the noon meat, or dinner, at 12, and the even meat, or supper, probably at a movable time, depending on the length of the day. When lighting was costly and candles were scarce, the hours of sleep would be naturally longer in winter than in the summer. In their manner of living, the Saxons were fond of vegetables, especially of the leek, onion, and garlic. Beans they also had. These were introduced probably at the time when they commenced intercourse with the outer world. Peas, radishes, turnips, parsley, mint, sage, cress, rue, and other herbs. They had nearly all our modern fruits, though many show by their names, which are Latin or Norman, a later introduction. They made use of butter, honey, and cheese. They drank ale and mead. The latter is still made, but in small quantities, in Somerset and Herefordshires. The Normans brought over the custom of drinking wine. In the earliest times the whole family slept in the common hall. The first improvement was the erection of the solar, or upper chamber. This was above the hall, or a portion of it, or over the kitchen and buttery attached to the hall. The arrangement may be still observed in many of the old colleges of Oxford or Cambridge. The solar was first the sleeping room of the lord and lady, though afterward it served not only this purpose, but also for an antechamber to the dormitory of the daughters and the maidservants. The men of the household still slept in the hall below. Later on, bed recesses were contrived in the wall, as one may find in Northumberland at the present day. The bed was commonly, but not for the ladies of the house, merely a big bag stuffed with straw. A sheet wrapped round the body formed the only night dress. But there were also pillows, blankets, and coverlets. The early English bed was quite as luxurious as any that followed after, until the invention of the spring mattress gave a new and hitherto unhoped for joy to the hours of night. The second step in advance was the ladies' bower, a room or suite of rooms set apart for the ladies of the house and their women. For the first time, as soon as this room was added, the women could follow their own vocations of embroidery, spinning, and needlework of all kinds, apart from the rough and noisy talk of the men. The main features, therefore, of every great house, whether in town or country, from the 7th to the 12th century, were the hall, the solar built over the kitchen and buttery, and the ladies' bower. There was also the garden. In all times the English have been fond of gardens. Bacon thought it not beneath his dignity to order the arrangement of a garden. Long before Bacon, a writer of the 12th century describes a garden as it should be. "It should be adorned on this side with roses, lilies, and the marigold; on that side with parsley, cost, fennel, southernwood, coriander, sage, savory, hyssop, mint, vine, detony, pellitory, lettuce, cresses, and the peony. Let there be beds enriched with onions, leeks, garlic, melons, and scallions. The garden is also enriched by the cucumber, the soporiferous poppy, and the daffodil, and the acanthus. Nor let pot herbs be wanting, as beetroot, sorrel, and mallow. It is useful also to the gardener to have anise, mustard, and wormwood. A noble garden will give you medlars, quinces, the pearmain, peaches, pears of St. Rigo, pomegranates, citrons, oranges, almonds, dates, and figs. The latter fruits were perhaps attempted, but one doubts their arriving at ripeness. Perhaps the writer sets down what he hoped would be some day achieved. The indoor amusements of the time were very much like our own. We have a little music in the evening; so did our forefathers. We sometimes have a little dancing; so did they, but the dancing was done for them. We go to the theatres to see the mime. In their day the mime made his theatre in the great man's hall. He played the fiddle and the harp; he sang songs; he brought his daughter, who walked on her hands and executed astonishing capers. The gleeman, minstrel, or jongleur was already as disreputable as when we find him later on with his ribauderie. Again, we play chess; so did our ancestors. We gamble with dice; so did they. We feast and drink together; so did they. We pass the time in talk; so did they. In a word, as Alphonse Karr put it, the more we change, the more we remain the same. Out of doors, as Fitzstephen shows, the young men skated, wrestled, played ball, practised archery, held water tournaments, baited bull and bear, fought cocks, and rode races. They were also mustered sometimes for service in the field, and went forth cheerfully, being especially upheld by the reassuring consciousness that London was always on the winning side. The growth of the city government belongs to the history of London. Suffice it here to say that the people in all times enjoyed a freedom far above that possessed by any other city of Europe. The history of municipal London is a history of continual struggle to maintain this freedom against all attacks, and to extend it and to make it impregnable. Already the people are proud, turbulent, and confident in their own strength. They refuse to own any other lord but the king himself. There is no Earl of London. They freely hold their free and open meetings, their folk motes, in the open space outside the northwest corner of St. Paul's churchyard. That they lived roughly, enduring cold, sleeping in small houses and narrow courts; that they suffered much from the long darkness of winter; that they were always in danger of fevers, agues, putrid throats, plagues, fires by night, and civil wars; that they were ignorant of letters, 3 schools only for the whole of London. All this may very well be understood. But these things do not make men and women wretched. They were not always suffering from preventable disease; they were not always hauling their goods out of the flames; they were not always fighting. The first and most simple elements of human happiness are 3, to wit, that a man should be in bodily health, that he should be free, that he should enjoy the produce of his own labor. All these things the Londoner possessed under the Norman kings nearly as much as in these days they can be possessed. His city has always been one of the healthiest in the world. Whatever freedom could be attained he enjoyed, and in that rich trading town all men who worked lived in plenty. The households, the way of living, the occupations of the women, can be clearly made out in every detail from the Anglo-Saxon literature. The women in the country made the garments, carded the wool, sheared the sheep, washed the things, beat the flax, ground the corn, sat at the spinning wheel, and prepared the food. In the towns they had no shearing to do, but all the rest of their duty fell to their province. The English women excelled in embroidery. English work meant the best kind of work. They worked church vestments with gold and pearls and precious stones. Orphrey, or embroidery in gold, was a special art. Of this they are accursed by the ecclesiastics of an overweening desire to wear finery. They certainly curled their hair, and one is sorry to read, they painted, and therefore spoiled their pretty cheeks. If the man was Hlaford, lord, the owner or winner of the loaf, the wife was the Hlafdig, lady, its distributor. The servants and the retainers were Hlafwetas, or eaters of it. When nunneries began to be founded, the Saxon ladies in great numbers forsook the world for the cloister, and here they began to learn Latin, and became able at least to carry on correspondence, specimens of which still exist, in that language. Every nunnery possessed a school for girls. They were taught to read and to write their own language, and Latin, perhaps also rhetoric and embroidery. As the pious sisters were fond of putting on violet chemises, tunics, and vests of delicate tissue, embroidered with silver and gold, and scarlet shoes, there was probably not much mortification of the flesh in the nunneries of the later Saxon times. This for the better class. We cannot suppose that the daughters of the craftsmen became scholars of the nunnery. Theirs were the lower walks, to spin the linen and to make the bread and carry on the housework. End of Section 43. Section 44 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Perard. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 44. The Synagogue, by Walter Besant. From The Rebel Queen, Harper & Brothers. D'un jour intérieur jamais sans éclair, et j'entends une voix qui me dit d'espérer. Lamartine. Are you ready, Francesca? Nellie ran lightly down the narrow stairs, dressed for Sabbath and synagogue. She was dainty and pretty at all times in the matter of dress, but especially on a summer day, which affords opportunity for bright color and bright drapery and an ethereal appearance. This morning she was full of color and light. When, however, she found herself confronted with Francesca's simple gray dress, so closely fitting, so faultless, and her black lace hat with its single rose for color, Nellie's artistic sense caused her heart to sink like lead. It is not for nothing that one learns and teaches the banjo. One art leads to another. She who knows music can feel for dress. "Oh!" she cried, clasping her hands, "that's what we can never do." "What?" "That fit. Look at me. Yet they call me clever. Clara gives me the new fashions and I copy them, and the girls in our street copy me. Poor things! And the dressmaker comes to talk things over and to learn from me. I make everything for myself, and they call me clever, but I can't get near it, and if I can't, nobody can." A large detached structure of red brick stood east and west, with a flat façade and round windows that bore out the truth of the date, 1700, carved upon the front. A word or two in that square character, that tongue which presents so few attractions to most of us compared with other tongues, probably corroborated the internal evidence of the façade and the windows. "This is the synagogue," said Nellie. She entered, and turning to the right, led the way upstairs to a gallery running along the whole side of the building. On the other side was another gallery. In front of both was a tolerably wide grille, through which the congregation below could be seen perfectly. "This is the women's gallery," whispered Nell. There were not many women present. "We'll sit in the front. Presently they will sing. They sing beautifully. Now they're reading prayers and the law. They've got to read the whole law through once a week, you know." Francesca looked curiously through the grill. When one is in a perfectly strange place, the first observations made are of small and unimportant things. She observed that there was a circular enclosure at the east end, as if for an altar, but there was no altar. Two doors indicated a cupboard in the wall. There were 6 tall wax lights burning round the enclosure, although the morning was fine and bright. At the west end, a high screen kept the congregation from the disturbance of those who entered or went out. Within the screen was a company of men and boys, all with their hats and caps on their heads. They looked like the choir. In front of the choir was a platform railed round. 3 chairs were placed at the back of the platform. There was a table covered with red velvet, on which lay the book of the law, a ponderous roll of parchment provided with silver staves or handles. Before this desk or table stood the reader. He was a tall and handsome man, with black hair and full black beard, about 40 years of age. He wore a gown and large Geneva bands, like a Presbyterian minister. On his head he had a kind of biretta. 4 tall wax candles were placed round the front of the platform. The chairs were occupied by 2 or 3 elders. A younger man stood at the desk beside the reader. The service was already begun. It was, in fact, half over. Francesca observed next that all the men wore a kind of broad scarf, made of some white stuff about 8 feet long and 4 feet broad. Bands of black or blue were worked in the ends, which were also provided with fringes. "It is the talith," Nelly whispered. Even the boys wore this white robe, the effect of which would have been very good but for the modern hat, tall or pot, which spoiled all. Such a robe wants a turban above it, not an English hat. The seats were ranged along the synagogue, east and west. The place was not full, but there were a good many worshippers. The service was chanted by the reader. It was a kind of chant quite new and strange to Francesca. Like many young persons brought up with no other religion than they can pick up for themselves, she was curious and somewhat learned in the matter of ecclesiastical music and ritual, which she approached, owing to her education, with unbiased mind. She knew masses and anthems and hymns and chants of all kinds. Never had she heard anything of this kind before. It was not congregational or Gregorian, nor was it repeated by the choir from side to side, nor was it a monotone with a drop at the end, nor was it a florid, tuneful chant such as one may hear in some Anglican services. This reader, with a rich, strong voice, a baritone of great power, took nearly the whole of the service. It must have been extremely fatiguing upon himself, chanting it from beginning to end. No doubt, as he rendered the reading and the prayers, so they had been given by his ancestors in Spain and Portugal, generation after generation, back into the times when they came over in Phoenician ships to the Carthaginian colonies, even before the dispersion of the 10 tribes. It was a traditional chant of antiquity beyond record, not a monotonous chant. Francesca knew nothing of the words. She grew tired of trying to make out whereabouts on the page the reader might be in the book lent her, which had Hebrew on one side and English on the other. Besides, the man attracted her, by his voice, by his energy, by his appearance. She closed her book and surrendered herself to the influence of the voice and the emotions which it expressed. There was no music to help him. From time to time the men in the congregation lifted up their voices, not seemingly in response, but as if moved to sudden passion and crying out with one accord. This helped him a little, otherwise he was without any assistance. A great voice. The man sometimes leaned over the roll of the law, sometimes he stood upright, Always his great voice went up and down and rolled along the roof and echoed along the benches of the women's gallery. Now the voice sounded a note of rejoicing, now, but less often, a note of sadness. Now it was a sharp and sudden cry of triumph. Then the people shouted with him. It was as if they clashed sword on shield and yelled for victory. Now it was a note of defiance, as when men go forth to fight an enemy. Now it sank to a murmur, as of one who consoles and soothes and promises things to come. Now it was a note of rapture, as if the promised land was already recovered. Was all that in the voice? Did the congregation, all sitting wrapped in their white robes, feel these emotions as the voice thundered and rolled? I know not. Such was the effect produced upon one who heard this voice for the first time. At first it seemed loud, even barbaric. There was lacking something which the listener and stranger had learned to associate with worship. What was it? Reverence? But she presently found reverence in plenty, only of a kind that differed from that of Christian worship. Then the listener made another discovery. In this ancient service she missed the note of humiliation. There was no litany at a faldstool. There was no kneeling in abasement. There was no appearance of penitence, sorrow, or the confession of sins. The voice was as the voice of a captain exhorting his soldiers to fight. The service was warlike, the service of a people whose trust in their God is so great that they do not need to call perpetually upon him for the help and forgiveness of which they are assured. Yes, yes, she thought, this is the service of a race of warriors. They are fighting men. The Lord is their God. He is leading them to battle. As for little sins and backslidings and penitences, they belong to the Day of Atonement, which comes once a year. For all the other days in the year, battle and victory occupy all the mind. The service of a great fighting people, a service full of joy, full of faith, full of assurance, full of hope and confidence, such assurance as few Christians can understand, and of faith to which few Christians can attain. Perhaps Francesca was wrong, but these were her first impressions, and these are mostly true. In the body of the synagogue men came late. Under one gallery was a school of boys, in the charge of a graybeard, who, book in hand, followed the service with one eye, while he admonished perpetually the boys to keep still and to listen. The boys grew restless. It was tedious to them. The voice which expressed so much to the stranger, who knew no Hebrew at all, was tedious to the children. They were allowed to get up and run into the court outside, and then to come back again. Nobody heeded their going in and out. One little boy of 3, wrapped, like the rest, in a white talith, ran up and down the side aisle without being heeded, even by the splendid beadle with the gold-laced hat, which looked so truly wonderful above the oriental talith. The boys in the choir got up and went in and out just as they pleased. Nobody minded. The congregation, mostly well-to-do men with silk hats, sat in their places, book in hand, and paid no attention. Under the opposite gallery sat 2 or 3 rows of worshippers, who reminded Francesca of Browning's poem of St. John's Day at Rome, for they nudged and jostled each other, they whispered things, they even laughed over the things they whispered. But they were clad like those in the open part in the talith, and they sat book in hand, and from time to time they raised their voices with the congregation. They showed no reverence, except that they did not talk or laugh loudly. They were like the children, their neighbors, just as restless, just as uninterested, just as perfunctory. Well, they were clearly the poorer and the more ignorant part of the community. They came here and sat through the service because they were ordered so to do, because, like Passover, and the Feast of Tabernacles, and the Fast of Atonement, it was the law of their people. The women in the gallery sat or stood. They neither knelt nor sang aloud. They only sat when it was proper to sit, or stood when it was proper to stand. They were like the women, the village women, in a Spanish or Italian church, for whom everything is done. Francesca, for the moment, felt humiliated that she should be compelled to sit apart from the congregation, railed off in the women's gallery, to have her religion done for her, without a voice of her own in it at all. So, I have heard, indignation sometimes fills the bosom of certain ladies when they reflect upon the fact that they are excluded from the choir, and forbidden even to play the organ in their own parish church. The chanting ceased. The reader sat down. Then the choir began. They sang a hymn, a Hebrew hymn. The rhythm and meter were not English. The music was like nothing that can be heard in a Christian church. "It is the music," said Nelly, "to which the Israelites crossed the Red Sea." A bold statement, but why not? If the music is not of Western origin and character, who can disprove such an assertion? After the hymn, the prayers and reading went on again. There came at last, it is a long service, such as we poor weak-kneed Anglicans could not endure, the end. There was a great bustle and ceremony on the platform. They rolled up the roll of the law. They wrapped it in a purple velvet cloth. They hung over it a silver breastplate set with 12 jewels for the 12 tribes, in memory of the Urim and Thummim. Francesca saw that the upper ends of the staves were adorned with silver pomegranates and with silver bells, and they placed it in the arms of one of those who had been reading the law. Then a procession was formed, and they walked, while the choir sang one of the Psalms of David, but not in the least like the same psalm sung in an English cathedral, bearing the roll of the law to the ark, that is to say, to the cupboard, behind the railing and enclosure at the east end. The reader came back, then with another chanted prayer. It sounded like a prolonged shout of continued triumph. He ended his part of the service. And then the choir sang the last hymn, a lovely hymn, not in the least like a Christian, or at least an English hymn, a psalm that breathed a tranquil hope and a perfect faith. One needed no words to understand the full meaning and beauty and depth of that hymn. The service was finished. The men took off their white scarfs and folded them up. They stood and talked in groups for a few minutes, gradually melting away. As for the men under the gallery, who had been whispering and laughing, they trooped out of the synagogue altogether. Evidently, to them the service was only a form. What is it, in any religion, but a form to the baser sort? The beadle put out the lights. Nelly led the way down the stairs, thinking of what the service had suggested to herself, all those wonderful things above enumerated. Francesca wondered what it meant to a girl who heard it every Sabbath morning, but she refrained from asking. Custom too often takes the symbolism out of the symbols and the poetry out of the verse. Then the people begin to worship the symbols and make a fetish of the words. We have seen this elsewhere, in other forms of faith. Outside, they found Emmanuel. They had not seen him in the congregation, probably because it is difficult to recognize a man merely by the top of his hat. "Come," he said, "let us look around the place. Afterwards, perhaps, we will talk of our service. This synagogue is built on the site of the one erected by Manasseh and his friends when Oliver Cromwell permitted them to return to London after 400 years of exile. They were forced to wear yellow hats at first, but that ordinance soon fell into disuse, like many other abominable laws. When you read about medieval laws, Francesca, remember that when they were cruel or stupid they were seldom carried into effect, because the arm of the executive was weak. Who was there to oblige the Jews to wear the yellow hat? The police? There were no police. The people? What did the people care about the yellow hat? When the fire burned down London, sparing not even the great cathedral, to say nothing of the synagogue, this second temple arose, equal in splendor to the first. At that time all the Jews in London were Sephardim of Spain and Portugal and Italy. Even now there are many of the people here who speak nothing among themselves but Spanish, just as there are Askenazim who speak nothing among themselves but Yiddish. Come with me. I will show you something that will please you." He led the way into another flagged court, larger than the first. There were stone staircases, mysterious doorways, paved passages, a suggestion of a cloister, an open space or square, and buildings on all sides with windows opening upon the court. "It doesn't look English at all," said Francesca. "I have seen something like it in a Spanish convent, with balconies and a few bright hangings and a black haired woman at the open windows, and perhaps a coat of arms carved upon the wall. It would do for part of a Spanish street. It is a strange place to find in the heart of London." "You see the memory of the peninsula. What were we saying yesterday? Spain places her own seal upon everything that belongs to her, people, buildings, all. What you see here is the central institute of our people, the Sephardom, the Spanish part of our people. Here is our synagogue, here are schools, almshouses, residence of the rabbi, and all sorts of things. You can come here sometimes and think of Spain, where your ancestors lived. Many generations in Spain have made you, as they have made me, a Spaniard." They went back to the first court. On their way out, as they passed the synagogue, there came running across the court a girl of 15 or so. She was bareheaded. A mass of thick black hair was curled round her shapely head. Her figure was that of an English girl of 20. Her eyes showed black and large and bright as she glanced at the group standing in the court. Her skin was dark. She was oddly and picturesquely dressed in a grayish blue skirt, with a bright crimson open jacket. The color seemed literally to strike the eye. The girl disappeared under a doorway, leaving a picture of herself in Francesca's mind, a picture to be remembered. "A Spanish Jewess," said Emmanuel, "an Oriental. She chooses by instinct the colors that her great grandmother might have worn to grace the triumph of David the King." End of Section 44.
Section 45 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 45, Bestiaries and Lapidaries, by L. Oscar Kunz. One of the marked features of literary investigation during the present century is the interest which it has manifested in the Middle Ages. Not only have specialists devoted themselves to the detailed study of the sagas of the North and the great cycles of romance in France and England, but the stories of the Edda, of the Nibelungen, and of Charlemagne and King Arthur have become popularized, so that today they are familiar to the general reader. There is one class of literature, however, which was widespread and popular during the Middle Ages, but which is today known only to the student, that is, the so-called Bestiaries and Lapidaries, or collections of stories and superstitions concerning the marvelous attributes of animals and of precious stones. The basis of all bestiaries is the Greek physiologus, the origin of which can be traced back to the 2nd century before Christ. It was undoubtedly largely influenced by the zoology of the Bible, and in the references to the ibex, the phoenix, and the tree paradixion, traces of Oriental and Old Greek superstitions can be seen. It was from the Latin versions of the Greek original that translations were made into nearly all European languages. There are extant today, whole or in fragments, bestiaries in German, Old English, Old French, Provençal, Icelandic, Italian, Bohemian, and even Armenian, Ethiopic, and Syriac. These various versions differ more or less in the arrangement and number of the animals described, but all point back to the same ultimate source. The main object of the Bestiaries was not so much to impart scientific knowledge, as by means of symbols and allegories to teach the doctrines and mysteries of the Church. At first this symbolical application was short and concise, but later became more and more expanded, until it often occupied more space than the description of the animal which served as a text. Some of these animals are entirely fabulous, such as the siren, the phoenix, the unicorn. Others are well known, but possess certain fabulous attributes. The descriptions of them are not the result of personal observation, but are derived from stories told by travelers or read in books, or are merely due to the imagination of the author. These stories, passing down from hand to hand, gradually became accepted facts. These books were enormously popular during the Middle Ages, a fact which is proved by the large number of manuscripts still extant. Their influence on literature was likewise very great. To say nothing of the encyclopedic works, such as Les Trésors of Brunetto Latini, the Images du Monde, the Roman de la Rose, which contain extracts from the Bestiaries, there are many references to them in the great writers even down to the present day. There are certain passages in Dante, Chaucer, and Shakespeare that would be unintelligible without some knowledge of these medieval books of zoology. Hence, besides the interest inherent in these quaint and childish stories, besides their value in revealing the scientific spirit and attainments of the times, some knowledge of the Bestiaries is of undoubted value and interest to the student of literature. Closely allied to the Bestiaries, and indeed often contained in the same manuscript, are the Lapidaries, in which are discussed the various kinds of precious stones, with their physical characteristics, shape, size, color, their use in medicine, and their marvelous talismanic properties. In spite of the fact that they contain the most absurd fables and superstitions, they were actually used as textbooks in the schools and published in medical treatises. The most famous of them was written in Latin by Marbode, Bishop of Rennes, died in 1123, and translated many times into Old French and other languages. The following extracts from the Bestiaries are translated from Le Bestiaire of Guillaume Leclerc, composed in the year 1210, edited by Dr. Robert Reinsch, Leipzig, 1890. While endeavoring to retain somewhat of the quaintness and naïveté of the original, I have omitted those repetitions and tautological expressions which are so characteristic of medieval literature. The religious application of the various animals is usually very long, and often is the mere repetition of the same idea. The symbolical meaning of the lion here given may be taken as a type of all the rest. The lion. It is proper that we should speak first of the nature of the lion, which is a fierce and proud beast, and very bold. It has 3 especially peculiar characteristics. In the first place, it always dwells upon a high mountain. From afar off it can scent the hunter who is pursuing it, and in order that the latter may not follow it to its lair, it covers over its tracks by means of its tail. Another wonderful peculiarity of the lion is that when it sleeps, its eyes are wide open and clear and bright. The third characteristic is likewise very strange. For when the lioness brings forth her young, it falls to the ground, and gives no sign of life until the 3rd day, when the lion breathes upon it, and in this way brings it back to life again. The meaning of all this is very clear. When God, our sovereign Father, who is the spiritual lion, came for our salvation here upon earth, so skilfully did he cover his tracks that never did the hunter know that this was our Saviour, and nature marvelled how he came among us. By the hunter you must understand him who made man to go astray, and seeks after him to devour him. This is the devil, who desires only evil. When this lion was laid upon the cross by the Jews, his enemies, who judged him wrongfully, his human nature suffered death. When he gave up the spirit from his body, he fell asleep upon the holy cross. Then his divine nature awoke. This must you believe if you wish to live again. When God was placed in the tomb, he was there only 3 days, and on the 3rd day the Father breathed upon him and brought him to life again, just as the lion did to its young. The Pelican. The pelican is a wonderful bird which dwells in the region about the river Nile. The written history tells us that there are 2 kinds. Those which dwell in the river and eat nothing but fish, and those which dwell in the desert and eat only insects and worms. There is a wonderful thing about the pelican, for never did mother sheep love her lamb as the pelican loves its young. When the young are born, the parent bird devotes all his care and thought to nourishing them. But the young birds are ungrateful, and when they have grown strong and self-reliant, they peck at their father's face, and he, enraged at their wickedness, kills them all. On the 3rd day the father comes to them, deeply moved with pity and sorrow. With his beak he pierces his own side until the blood flows forth. With the blood he brings back life into the body of his young. The eagle. The eagle is the king of birds. When it is old, it becomes young again in a very strange manner. When its eyes are darkened and its wings are heavy with age, it seeks out a fountain clear and pure, where the water bubbles up and shines in the clear sunlight. Above this fountain it rises high up into the air, and fixes its eyes upon the light of the sun, and gazes upon it until the heat thereof sets on fire its eyes and wings. Then it descends down into the fountain where the water is clearest and brightest, and plunges and bathes 3 times, until it is fresh and renewed and healed of its old age. The eagle has such keen vision that if it is high up among the clouds, soaring through the air, it sees the fish swimming beneath it in river or sea. Then down it shoots upon the fish and seizes and drags it to the shore. Again, if unknown to the eagle, its eggs should be changed, and others put into its nest. When the young are grown, before they fly away, it carries them up into the air when the sun is shining its brightest. Those which can look at the rays of the sun without blinking, it loves and holds dear. Those which cannot stand to look at the light, it abandons as base-born, nor troubles itself henceforth concerning them. The phoenix. There is a bird named the phoenix, which dwells in India, and is never found elsewhere. This bird is always alone, and without companion, for its like cannot be found, and there is no other bird which resembles it in habits or appearance. at the end of 500 years, it feels that it has grown old, and loads itself with many rare and precious spices, and flies from the desert away to the city of Leopolis. There, by some sign or other, the coming of the bird is announced to a priest of that city, who causes faggots to be gathered and placed upon a beautiful altar erected for the bird. And so, as I have said, the bird, laden with spices, comes to the altar, and, smiting upon the hard stone with its beak, it causes the flame to leap forth and set fire to the wood and the spices. When the fire is burning brightly, the phoenix lays itself upon the altar and is burned to dust and ashes. Then comes the priest, and finds the ashes piled up, and, separating them softly, he finds within a little worm, which gives forth an odour sweeter than that of roses or of any other flower. The next day and the next, the priest comes again, and on the third day he finds that the worm has become a full-grown and full-fledged bird, which bows low before him and flies away, glad and joyous, nor returns again before 500 years. The ant. There is another kind of ant up in Ethiopia, which is of the shape and size of dogs. They have strange habits, for they scratch into the ground and extract therefrom great quantities of fine gold. If any one wishes to take this gold from them, he soon repents of his undertaking, for the ants run upon him, and if they catch him, they devour him instantly. The people who live near them know that they are fierce and savage, and that they possess a great quantity of gold, and so they have invented a cunning trick. They take mares which have unweaned foals, and give them no food for 3 days. On the 4th the mares are saddled, and to the saddles are fastened boxes that shine like gold. Between these people and the ants flows a very swift river. The famished mares are driven across this river, while the foals are kept on the hither side. On the other side of the river the grass is rich and thick. Here the mares graze, and the ants, seeing the shining boxes, think they have found a good place to hide their gold, and so all day long they fill and load the boxes with their precious gold, till night comes on and the mares have eaten their fill. When they hear the neighing of their foals, they hasten to return to the other side of the river. There their masters take the gold from the boxes and become rich and powerful, but the ants grieve over their loss. The Siren. The siren is a monster of strange fashion, for from the waist up it is the most beautiful thing in the world, formed in the shape of a woman. The rest of the body is like a fish or a bird. So sweetly and beautifully does she sing, that they who go sailing over the sea, as soon as they hear the song, cannot keep from going towards her. Entranced by the music, they fall asleep in their boat, and are killed by the siren before they can utter a cry. The Whale. In the sea, which is mighty and vast, are many kinds of fish, such as the turbot, the sturgeon, and the porpoise. But there is one monster, very treacherous and dangerous. In Latin its name is Cetus. It is a bad neighbour for sailors. The upper part of its back looks like sand, and when it rises from the sea, the mariners think it is an island. Deceived by its size, they sail toward it for refuge when the storm comes upon them. They cast anchor, disembark upon the back of the whale, cook their food, build a fire, and in order to fasten their boat they drive great stakes into what seems to them to be sand. When the monster feels the heat of the fire which burns upon its back, it plunges down into the depths of the sea, and drags the ship and all the people after it. When the fish is hungry, it opens its mouth very wide, and breathes forth an exceedingly sweet odour. Then all the little fish stream thither, and, allured by the sweet smell, crowd into its throat. Then the whale closes its jaws and swallows them into its stomach, which is as wide as a valley. The crocodile. The crocodile is a fierce beast that lives always beside the river Nile. In shape it is somewhat like an ox. It is full 20 ells long, and as big around as the trunk of a tree. It has 4 feet, large claws, and very sharp teeth. By means of these it is well armed. So hard and tough is its skin that it minds not in the least hard blows made by sharp stones. Never was seen another such beast, for it lives on land and in water. At night it is submerged in water, and during the day it reposes upon the land. If it meets and overcomes a man, it swallows him entire, so that nothing remains. But ever after it laments him as long as it lives. The upper jaw of this beast is immovable when it eats, and the lower one alone moves. No other living creature has this peculiarity. The other beast of which I have told you, the water serpent, which always lives in the water, hates the crocodile with a mortal hatred. When it sees the crocodile sleeping on the ground with its mouth wide open, it rolls itself in the slime and mud in order to become more slippery. Then it leaps into the throat of the crocodile and is swallowed down into its stomach. Here it bites and tears its way out again, but the crocodile dies on account of its wounds. The turtle dove. Now I must tell you of another bird which is courteous and beautiful, and which loves much and is much loved. This is the turtle dove. The male and the female are always together in mountain or in desert, and if perchance the female loses her companion, never more will she cease to mourn for him, never more will she sit upon green branch or leaf. Nothing in the world can induce her to take another mate, but she ever remains loyal to her husband. When I consider the faithfulness of this bird, I wonder at the fickleness of man and woman. Many husbands and wives there are who do not love as the turtle dove. But if the man bury his wife, before he has eaten 2 meals, he desires to have another woman in his arms. The turtle dove does not so, but remains patient and faithful to her companion, waiting if haply he might return. The mandragora. The mandragora is a wild plant, the like of which does not exist. Many kinds of medicine can be made of its root. This root, if you look at it closely, will be seen to have the form of a man. The bark is very useful. When well boiled in water, it helps many diseases. The skillful physicians gather this plant when it is old, and they say that when it is plucked it weeps and cries, and if any one hears the cry, he will die. But those who gather it do this so carefully that they receive no evil from it. If a man has a pain in his head or in his body, or in his hand or foot, it can be cured by this herb. If you take this plant and beat it and let the man drink of it, he will fall asleep very softly, and no more will he feel pain. There are 2 kinds of this plant, male and female. The leaves of both are beautiful. The leaf of the female is thick like that of the wild lettuce. The following two extracts are translated from Les Lapidaires Français du Moyen Âge by Léopold Panier, Paris, 1882. Sapphire. The sapphire is beautiful and worthy to shine on the fingers of a king. In color it resembles the sky when it is pure and free from clouds. No precious stone has greater virtue or beauty. One kind of sapphire is found among the pebbles in the country of Libya, but that which comes from the land of the Turk is more precious. It is called the gem of gems, and is of great value to men and women. It gives comfort to the heart, and renders the limbs strong and sound. It takes away envy and perfidy, and can set the prisoner at liberty. He who carries it about him will never have fear. It pacifies those who are angry, and by means of it one can see into the unknown. It is very valuable in medicine. It cools those who are feverish, and who on account of pain are covered with perspiration. When powdered and dissolved in milk, it is good for ulcers. It cures headache and diseases of the eyes and tongue. He who wears it must live chastely and honorably, so shall he never feel the distress of poverty. Coral. Coral grows like a tree in the sea, and at first its color is green. When it reaches the air it becomes hard and red. It is half a foot in length. He who carries it will never be afraid of lightning or tempest. The field in which it is placed will be very fertile, and rendered safe from hail or any other kind of storm. It drives away evil spirits, and gives a good beginning to all undertakings, and brings them to a good end. End of section 45.
Section 46 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 46. Essay on Marie-Henri Beyle, Stendhal, 1783 to 1842, by Frederick Taber Cooper. Marie-Henri Beyle, French novelist and man of letters, who is better known under his bizarre pseudonym of Stendhal, is a somewhat unusual figure among French writers. He was curiously misappreciated by his own generation, whose literary movements he, in turn, confessedly ignored. He is recognized today as an important link in the development of modern fiction, and is even discussed concurrently with Balzac, in the same way that we speak of Dickens and Thackeray, Emerson and Lowell. There is nothing dramatic in Stendhal's life, which, viewed impartially, is a simple and somewhat pathetic record of failure and disillusion. He was 6 years older than Balzac, having been born January 23, 1783, in the small town of Grenoble in Dauphiné, which, with its narrow prejudices and petty formalism, seemed to him in after years the souvenir of an abominable indigestion. He early developed an abnormal sensibility which would have met with ready response had his mother lived, but which a keen dread of ridicule taught him to hide from an unsympathetic father and a still more unkind aunt, later his stepmother, Séraphie Gagnon. He seemed predestined to be misunderstood, even his school companions finding him odd and often amusing themselves at his expense. Thus he grew up with a sense of isolation in his own home, and when, in 1800, he had the opportunity of going to some distant relatives in Paris, the Daru family, he seized it eagerly. The following year he accompanied the younger Darus to Italy and was present at the Battle of Marengo. This was the turning point of Stendhal's career. He was dazzled by Napoleon's successes and fascinated with the beauty and gaiety of Milan, where he found himself for the first time in a congenial atmosphere and among companions animated by a common cause. His consequent sense of freedom and exaltation knew no bounds. Henceforth Napoleon was to be his hero, and Italy the land of his election. Two lifelong passions which furnish the clue to much that is enigmatic in his character. During the ensuing years, while he followed the fortunes of Napoleon throughout the Prussian campaign and until after the retreat from Moscow, Italy was always present in his thoughts, and when Waterloo ended his political and military aspirations, he hastened back to Milan, declaring that he had ceased to be a Frenchman and settled down to a life of tranquil bohemianism, too absorbed in the paintings of Correggio and in the operas of Rossini to be provident of the future. The following years, the happiest of his life, were also the period of Stendhal's chief intellectual growth, due quite as much to the influence exerted on him by Italian art and music as by his contact with men like Manzoni, Monti, and Silvio Pellico. Unfortunately, his relations with certain Italian patriots aroused the suspicions of the Austrian police, and he was abruptly banished. He returned to Paris, where, to his surprise, life proved more than tolerable, and where he made many valuable acquaintances, such as Benjamin Constant, Destutt de Tracy, and Prosper Mérimée. The Revolution of July brought him a change of fortune, for he was in sympathy with Louis Philippe, and did not scruple to accept the consulship offered him at Civita Vecchia. He soon found, however, that a small Mediterranean seaport was a poor substitute for his beloved Milan, while its trying climate undoubtedly shortened his life. In 1841, failing health forced him to abandon his duties and return to Paris, where he died of apoplexy on March 23, 1842. So much at least of Stendhal's life must be known in order to understand his writings, all of which, not excepting the novels, belong to what Ferdinand Brunetière stigmatizes as personal literature. Indeed, the chief interest of many of his books lies in the sidelights they throw upon his curious personality. He was a man of violent contrasts, a puzzle to his best friends. One day making the retreat from Moscow with undaunted zeal, the next settling down contentedly in Milan to the very vie de café he affected to despise. He was a strange combination of restless energy and philosophic contemplation, hampered by a morbid sensibility which tended to increase, but which he flattered himself that he had learned to hide under an irony imperceptible to the vulgar, yet continually giving offense to others by his caustic tongue. He seemed to need the tonic of strong emotions, and was happiest when devoting himself, heart and soul, to some person or cause, whether a Napoleon, a mistress, or a question of philosophy. His great preoccupation was the analysis of the human mind, an employment which in later years became a positive detriment. He was often led to attribute ulterior motives to his friends, a course which only served to render him morbid and unjust, while his equally pitiless dissection of his own sensations often robbed them of half their charm. Even love and war, his favorite emotions, left him disillusioned, asking, "Is that all it amounts to?" He always had a profound respect for force of character, regarding even lawlessness as preferable to apathy, but he was implacable towards baseness or vulgarity. Herein lies, perhaps, the chief reason for Stendhal's ill success in life. He would never stoop to obsequiousness or flattery, and in avoiding even the semblance of self-interest, allowed his fairest chances to pass him by. "I have little regret for my lost opportunities," he wrote in 1835. "In place of 10,000 I might be getting 20. In place of chevalier I might be officer of the Legion of Honor, but I should have had to think 3 or 4 hours a day of those platitudes of ambition which are dignified by the name of politics. I should have had to commit many base acts." A brief but admirable epitome of Stendhal's whole life and character. Aside from his works of fiction, Stendhal's works may be conveniently grouped under biographies, Vie de Haydn, de Mozart et de Métastase, Vie de Napoléon, Vie de Rossini, literary and artistic criticism, Histoire de la peinture en Italie, Racine et Shakespeare, Mélange d'art et de littérature, travels, Rome, Naples et Florence, Promenade dans Rome, Mémoires d'un touriste, and one volume of sentimental psychology, his Essai sur l'amour, to which Bourget owes the suggestion of his Physiologie de l'amour moderne. Many of these works merit greater popularity, being written in an easy, fluent style, and relieved by his inexhaustible fund of anecdote and personal reminiscence. His books of travel, especially, are charming causeries, full of a sympathetic spontaneity which more than atones for their lack of method. His Walks in Rome is more readable than 2/3 of the books since written on that subject. Stendhal's present vogue, however, is due primarily to his novels, to which he owes the almost literal fulfillment of his prophecy that he would not be appreciated until 1880. Before that date they had been comparatively neglected, in spite of Balzac's spontaneous and enthusiastic tribute to the Chartreuse de Parme, and the appreciative criticisms of Taine and Prosper Mérimée. The truth is that Stendhal was in some ways a generation behind his time, and often has an odd, old-fashioned flavor, suggestive of Marivaux and Crébillon fils. On the other hand, his psychologic tendency is distinctly modern, and not at all to the taste of an age which found Chateaubriand or Madame de Staël eminently satisfactory. But he appeals strongly to the speculating, self-questioning spirit of the present day, and Zola and Bourget in turn have been glad to claim kinship with him. Stendhal, however, cannot be summarily labeled and dismissed as a realist or psychologue in the modern acceptation of the term, although he was a pioneer in both fields. He had a sovereign contempt for literary style or method, and little dreamed that he would one day be regarded as the founder of a school. It must be remembered that he was a soldier before he was a man of letters, and his love of adventure occasionally got the better of his love of logic, making his novels a curious mixture of convincing truth and wild romanticism. His heroes are singularly like himself, a mixture of morbid introspection and restless energy. He seems to have taken special pleasure in making them succeed where he had failed in life, and when the spirit of the storyteller gets the better of the psychologist, he sends them on a career of adventure which puts to shame Dumas père or Walter Scott. And yet Stendhal was a born analyst, a self-styled observer of the human heart, and the real merit of his novels lies in the marvelous fidelity with which he interprets the emotions, showing the inner workings of his hero's mind from day to day, and multiplying petty details with convincing logic. But in his preoccupation for mental conditions, he is apt to lose sight of the material side of life, and the symmetry of his novels is marred by a meagerness of physical detail and a lack of atmosphere. Zola has laid his finger upon Stendhal's real weakness when he points out that the landscape, the climate, the time of day, the weather, nature herself, in other words, never seems to intervene and exert an influence on his characters. And he cites a passage which in point of fact admirably illustrates his meaning, the scene from the Rouge et Noir, where Julien endeavours to take the hand of Madame de Rênal, which he characterizes as a little mute drama of great power, adding, in conclusion, give that episode to an author for whom the milieu exists, and he will make the night, with its odors, its voices, its soft voluptuousness, play a part in the defeat of the woman, and that author will be in the right. His picture will be more complete. It is this tendency to leave nature out of consideration which gives Stendhal's characters a flavor of abstraction, and caused Sainte-Beuve to declare in disgust that they were not human beings, but ingeniously constructed automatons. Yet it is unfair to conclude with Zola that Stendhal was a man for whom the outside world did not exist. He was not insensible to the beauties of nature, only he looked upon them as a secondary consideration. After a sympathetic description of the Rhone Valley, he had to add, "But the interest of a landscape is insufficient. In the long run, some moral or historical interest is indispensable." Yet he recognized explicitly the influence of climate and environment upon character, and seems to have been sensible of his own shortcomings as an author. "I abhor material descriptions," he confesses in Souvenir d'Égotisme. "The ennui of making them deters me from writing novels." Nevertheless, aside from his short Chroniques and Nouvelles and the posthumous La Miel, which he probably intended to destroy, Stendhal has left 4 stories which deserve detailed consideration: Armance, Le Rouge et le Noir, La Chartreuse de Parme, and the fragmentary novel Lucien Leuwen. As has been justly pointed out by Stendhal's sympathetic biographer, Édouard Rod, the heroes of the 4 books are essentially of one type, and all more or less faithful copies of himself, having in common a need of activity, a thirst for love, a keen sensibility, and an unbounded admiration for Napoleon, and differing only by reason of the several milieus in which he has placed them. The first of these, Armance, appeared in 1827. The hero, Octave, is an aristocrat, son of the Marquis de Malivert, who was very rich before the Revolution, and when he returned to Paris in 1814 thought himself beggared on an income of 20,000 or 30,000. Octave is the most exaggerated of all Stendhal's heroes, a mysterious sombre being, a misanthrope before his time, coupling with his pride of birth a consciousness of its vanity. "Had heaven made me the son of a manufacturer of cloth, I should have worked at my desk from the age of 16, while now my sole occupation has been luxury. I should have had less pride and more happiness. Ah, how I despise myself!" Yet it is part of Octave's pretensions to regard himself as superior to love. When he discovers his passion for his cousin Armance, he is overwhelmed with despair. "I am in love," he said in a choked voice. "I in love, great God!" The object of this reluctant passion, Armance de Sohilaff, is a poor orphan, dependent upon a rich relative. Like Octave, she struggles against her affection, but for better reasons. "The world will look upon me as a lady's maid who has entrapped the son of the family." The history of their long and secret struggle against this growing passion, complicated by outside incidents and intrigues, forms the bulk of the volume. At last Octave is wounded in a duel, and, moved by the belief that he is dying, they mutually confess their affection. Octave unexpectedly recovers, and as Armance about this time receives an inheritance from a distant relative, the story promises to end happily, but at the last moment he is induced to credit a calumny against her, and commits suicide when Armance retires to a convent. The book is distinctly inferior to his later efforts, and M. Rouault is the first to find hidden beauties in it. Very different was his next book, Le Rouge et le Noir, The Army and the Priesthood, which appeared in 1830 and is now recognized as Stendhal's masterpiece. As its singular name is intended to imply, it deals with the changed social conditions which confronted the young men of France after the downfall of Napoleon, the reaction against war and military glory in favor of the Church, a topic which greatly occupied Stendhal, and which is well summed up in the words of his hero Julien. When Bonaparte made himself talked about, France was afraid of invasion, military merit was necessary and fashionable. Today, one sees priests of 40 with appointments of 100,000 francs, 3 times that of Napoleon's famous generals. And he concludes, the thing to do is to be a priest. This Julien Sorel is the son of a shrewd but ignorant peasant, owner of a prosperous sawmill in the small town of Verrières in Franche-Comté. He was a small young man of feeble appearance, with irregular but delicate features and an aquiline nose. Who could have divined that that girlish face, so pale and gentle, hid an indomitable resolution to expose himself to 1,000 deaths sooner than not make his fortune? His only schooling is gained from a cousin, an old army surgeon, who taught him Latin and inflamed his fancy with stories of Napoleon, and from the aged Abbé Chélan, who grounds him in theology, for Julien had proclaimed his intention of studying for the priesthood. By unexpected good luck, his Latin earned him an appointment as tutor to the children of Monsieur de Rênal, the pompous and purse-proud mayor of Verrières. Julien is haunted by his peculiar notions of duties which he owes it to himself to perform as steps towards his worldly advancement, for circumstances have made him a consummate hypocrite. One of these duties is to make love to Madame de Rênal. Why should he not be loved as Bonaparte, while still poor, had been loved by the brilliant Madame de Beauharnais? His pursuit of the mayor's gentle and inexperienced wife proves only too successful, but at last reaches the ears of the Abbé Chélan, whose influence compels Julien to leave Verrières and go to the seminary at Besançon to finish his theological studies. His stay at the seminary was full of disappointment, for it was in vain that he made himself small and insignificant. He could not please, he was too different. At last he has a chance to go to Paris as secretary to the influential Marquis de la Mole, who interests himself in Julien and endeavors to advance him socially. The Marquis has a daughter, Mathilde, a female counterpart of Stendhal's heroes, with exalted ideas of duty and a profound reverence for Marguerite of Navarre, who dared to ask the executioner for the head of her lover, Boniface de la Mole, executed April 30th, 1574. Mathilde always assumed mourning on April 30th. "I know of nothing," she declared, "except condemnation to death, which distinguishes a man. It is the only thing which cannot be bought." Julien soon conceives it his duty to win Mathilde's affections, and the love passages which ensue between these two esprits supérieurs are singular in the extreme. They arrive at love only through a complicated intellectual process, in which the question of duty, either to themselves or to each other, is always paramount. At last it becomes necessary to confess their affection to the Marquis, who is naturally furious. For the first time in his life this nobleman forgot his manners. He overwhelmed him with atrocious insults worthy of a cab driver. Perhaps the novelty of these oaths was a distraction. What hurts him most is that Mathilde will be plain Madame Sorel, and not a duchess. But at this juncture the father receives a letter from Madame de Rênal, telling of her relations with Julien, and accusing him of having deliberately won Mathilde in order to possess her wealth. Such baseness the Marquis cannot pardon, and at any cost he forbids the marriage. Julien returns immediately to Verrières, and finding Madame de Rênal in church, deliberately shoots her. She ultimately recovers from her wound, but Julien is nevertheless condemned and guillotined. Madame de Rênal dies of remorse, while Mathilde, emulating Marguerite de Navarre, buries Julien's head with her own hands. The Chartreuse de Parme, although written the same year as the Rouge et Noir, was not published until 1839, 2 years before his death, and was judged his best effort. "He has written the modern prince," declared Balzac, the book which Machiavelli would have written if he had been living exiled from Italy in the 19th century. The action takes place at Parma, and as a picture of court life in a small Italian principality, with all its jealousies and intrigues, the book is certainly a masterpiece. But it is marred by the extravagance of its plot. The hero, Fabrice, is the younger son of a proud and bigoted Milanese nobleman, the Marquis del Dongo, who joined a sordid avarice to a host of other fine qualities, and in his devotion to the House of Austria was implacable towards Napoleon. Fabrice, however, was a young man susceptible of enthusiasm, and on learning of Napoleon's return from Elba, hastened secretly to join him, and participated in the Battle of Waterloo. This escapade is denounced by his father to the Austrian police, and on his return Fabrice is forced to take refuge in Swiss territory. About this time, his aunt Gina, the beautiful Countess Pietranera, goes to live at Parma, and to conceal a love affair with the Prime Minister Mosca, marries the old Duke of Sanseverina Taxis, who obligingly leaves on his wedding day for a distant embassy. Gina has always felt a strong interest for Fabrice, which later ripens into a passion. It is agreed that Fabrice shall study for the priesthood, and that Count Mosca will use his influence to have him made Archbishop of Parma, an office frequently held in the past by Del Dongos. Unfortunately, Fabrice is drawn into a quarrel with a certain Giletti, a low comedy actor, whom he kills in self-defense. Ordinarily, the killing of a fellow of Giletti's stamp by a Del Dongo would have been considered a trifling matter, but this offense assumes importance through the efforts of a certain political faction to discredit the minister through his protégé. The situation is further complicated by the prince, Ernest IV, who has come under the spell of Gina's beauty, and, furious at finding her obdurate, is glad of an opportunity to humiliate her. Fabrice is condemned to 10 years' imprisonment in the Farnese Tower, the prince treacherously disregarding his promise of pardon. From this point, the plot becomes fantastic. From his window in the tower, Fabrice overlooks that of Clelia, daughter of General Fabio Conti, governor of the prison. It is a case of mutual love at first sight, and for months the two hold communication by signs above the heads of the passing sentries. After his fabulous escape, effected by the help of his aunt, Fabrice is inconsolable, and at length returns voluntarily to the tower in order to be near Clelia. It is not until after the death of the prince that the Duchess obtains Fabrice's pardon from his son and successor. At last, Clelia dies, and Fabrice enters the neighboring monastery, the Chartreuse of Parma. Fabrice's experiences on the battlefield of Waterloo, where as a raw youth he first smelled powder, are recounted with a good deal of realistic detail. They suggest a comparison with a book of more recent date devoted to a similar subject, Stephen Crane's Red Badge of Courage, though of course the latter does not approach Stendhal in artistic self-restraint and mastery over form. The remaining novel, Lucien Leuwen, was left in an unfinished state, and thus published after the author's death, under the title of Le Chasseur Vert. Recently they have been republished under the name of Lucien Leuwen, with additional material which the editor, M. Jean de Mitty, claims to have deciphered from almost illegible manuscripts found in the library at Grenoble. But even without these additions, there is enough to show that Lucien Leuwen would have been one of his best efforts, second only perhaps to the Rouge et Noir. The hero, Lucien, is the son of a rich financier, who was never out of temper and never took a serious tone with his son, but cheerfully paid his debts, saying, "A son is a creditor provided by nature." Out of mere ennui from lack of serious employment, Lucien enters as sub-lieutenant a regiment of lancers in garrison at Nancy. He has no illusions about military life in times of peace. "I shall wage war only upon cigars. I shall become the pillager of a military café in the gloomy garrison of an ill-paved little town. What glory! My soul will be well caught when I present myself to Napoleon in the next world. No doubt, he will say, you were dying of hunger when you took up this life? No, General, I shall reply, I thought I was imitating you. His early experiences at Nancy, his subsequent meeting with and love for Madame de Chastelet, are admirable equally for their moderation and their fidelity. Since Stendhalism has become a cult, so much has been written on the subject that a complete bibliography of Stendhaliana would occupy several pages. Aside from the well-known criticisms of Balzac, Taine, and Sainte-Beuve, the most important contributions to the subject are the article by Zola in Romancier Naturaliste, that by Bourget in Essai de psychologie contemporaine, and the biography by Édouard Lebeau in the Grands Écrivains Français, Great French Writers series. Thanks to the zeal of M. Casimir Stryienski, a considerable amount of autobiographical material has lately been brought to light. Journal de Stendhal, Vie de Henri Brulard, and Souvenirs d'égotisme, which, together with his correspondence, are indispensable for a true knowledge of the man. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 47, The Princess Sanseverina's Interview, by Henri Beyle, Stendhal. From La Chartreuse de Parme. While Fabrice was gone a-hunting after love adventures in a small village close by Parma, the Fiscal General, Rossi, unaware that he was so near, continued to treat his case as though he had been a Liberal. The witnesses for the defense he pretended that he could not find, or rather that he had frightened them off. And finally, after nearly a year of such sharp practice, and about 2 months after Fabrice's last return to Bologna, on a certain Friday, the Marquise Raversi, intoxicated with joy, stated publicly in her salon that on the following day the sentence which had just been passed upon that little Del Dongo would be presented to the prince for signature, and would be approved by him. Shortly afterwards the Duchess learned these remarks of her enemy. "The Count must be very poorly served by his agents," she said to herself. "Only this morning he was sure that sentence could not be passed inside of a week. Perhaps he would not be sorry to have any young Grand Vicar removed from Parma some day. But," she added, "we shall see him come back, and he shall be our Archbishop." The Duchess rang. "Summon all the servants to the waiting-room," she said to her valet de chambre. "Even the cooks. Go and obtain from the officer in command the requisite permit for 4 post-horses, and see that in less than half an hour these horses are attached to my landau." All her women were soon busied in packing the trunks. The Duchess hastily donned a travelling dress, without once sending word to the Count. The idea of amusing herself at his expense filled her with joy. "My friend," she said to the assembled servants, "is about to suffer condemnation by default for having had the audacity to defend his life against a madman. It was Giletti who meant to kill him. You have all been able to see how gentle and inoffensive Fabrice's character is. Justly incensed at this atrocious injury, I am starting for Florence. I shall leave 10 years' wages for each of you. If you are unhappy, write to me, and so long as I have a sequin there shall be something for you." The Duchess felt exactly as she spoke, and at her last words the servants burst into tears. She herself had moist eyes. She added in a voice of emotion, "Pray to God for me and for Monsieur Fabrice del Dongo, first Grand Vicar of this diocese, who will be condemned tomorrow morning to the galleys, or what would be less stupid, to the penalty of death." The tears of the servants redoubled, and little by little changed into cries which were very nearly seditious. The Duchess entered her carriage and drove directly to the palace of the prince. In spite of the untimely hour, she solicited an audience through General Fontana, acting aide-de-camp. She was nowise in full court toilet, a fact which threw that aide-de-camp into a profound stupor. The prince, for his part, was by no means surprised, still less annoyed, at this request for an audience. "We are going to see tears shed by lovely eyes," said he, rubbing his hands. "She is coming to ask for grace. At last that proud beauty has to humble herself. Really, she's been too insupportable with her little independent airs. Those eloquent eyes always seem to be saying to me, at the least thing which annoyed her, 'Naples or Milan would be an abode offering very different attractions from those of your small town of Parma.' True enough, I do not reign over Naples or Milan, but all the same, this fine lady has come to ask me something which depends exclusively upon me, and which she is burning to obtain. I always thought the coming of that nephew would give me some hold upon her." While the prince was smiling over his thoughts, and giving himself up to all these agreeable anticipations, he was striding up and down his cabinet, at the door of which General Fontana still remained standing, erect and stiff as a soldier at carry arms. Seeing the prince's flashing eye, and recalling the duchess's travelling dress, he prepared for a dissolution of the monarchy. His confusion knew no bounds when he heard the prince's order, "Beg Madame the Duchess to wait a small quarter of an hour." The general aide-de-camp executed a right-about face, like a soldier on parade. The prince still smiled. "Fontana is not accustomed," he said to himself, "to see our proud duchess kept waiting. The astonished face with which he has gone to tell her to wait that small quarter of an hour will pave the way for those touching tears which this cabinet is about to witness." This small quarter of an hour was delicious to the prince. He paced the floor with a firm and measured step. He reigned. "The important thing now is to say nothing which is not perfectly in keeping. It will not do to forget that she is one of the highest ladies of my court. How would Louis XIV have spoken to the princesses, his daughters, when he had occasion to be displeased with them?" And his eyes sought the portrait of the great king. The amusing part of the matter was that the prince did not even think of asking himself whether he would show clemency to Fabrice, and how far such clemency would go. Finally, at the end of 20 minutes, the faithful Fontana presented himself anew at the door, but without uttering a word. "The Duchess Sanseverina may enter," cried the prince, with a theatrical air. "The tears are about to commence," he told himself, and as if to be prepared for such a spectacle, he drew out his handkerchief. Never had the Duchess appeared so gay and charming. She did not look 25. The poor aide-de-camp, seeing that her light and rapid footstep barely seemed to skim the carpet, was on the point of losing his reason once for all. "I must crave many pardons of your most serene highness," said the Duchess in her soft tones of careless gaiety. "I've taken the liberty of presenting myself in a toilet which is not altogether appropriate, but your highness has so accustomed me to his favours that I have ventured to hope that he would accord me this additional grace." The Duchess spoke quite slowly, as is to give herself time to enjoy the expression of the prince. It was delicious on account of his profound astonishment, and that remnant of grand airs which the pose of his head and arms still betrayed. The prince had remained as if struck by a thunderbolt. From time to time he exclaimed in his high-pitched voice, shrill and perturbed, as though articulating with difficulty, "How is this? How is this?" After concluding her compliment, the Duchess, as though from respect, afforded him ample time to reply. Then she added, "I venture to hope that your most serene Highness will deign to pardon the incongruity of my costume." But as she spoke, her mocking eyes flashed with so bright a gleam that the prince could not meet them. He looked at the ceiling, a sign with him of the most extreme embarrassment. "How is this? How is this?" he said to himself again. Then by good luck he found a phrase. "Madame la Duchesse, pray be seated," and he himself pushed forward a chair with fairly good grace. The Duchess was by no means insensible to this attention, and she moderated the petulance of her glance. "How is this? How is this?" still repeated the prince inwardly, shifting so uneasily in his chair that one would have said that he could not find a secure position. "I'm going to take advantage of the freshness of the night to travel post," resumed the Duchess, "and as my absence may be of some duration, I was unwilling to leave the territory of your most serene Highness without expressing my thanks for all the favours which for 5 years your Highness has deigned to show me." At these words the prince at last understood. He turned pale. It was as man of the world that he felt it most keenly, on finding himself mistaken in his predictions. Then he assumed a grand air, in every way worthy of the portrait of Louis XIV, which was before his eyes. "Admirable," said the Duchess to herself. "There is a man." "And what is the motive of this sudden departure?" asked the prince in a fairly firm tone. "I have contemplated leaving for some time," replied the Duchess, "and a slight insult which has been shown to Monsieur del Dongo, who is to be condemned tomorrow to death, or to the galleys, makes me hasten my departure." "And to what city are you going?" "To Naples, I think." As she arose, she added, "It only remains for me to take leave of your most serene Highness, and to thank him very humbly for all his earlier kindnesses." She, on her part, spoke with so firm an air that the prince saw clearly that in a few seconds all would be finished. He knew that if a triumphant departure was once effected, all compromise would be impossible. She was not the woman to retrace her steps. He hastened after her. "But you know very well, Madame la Duchesse," he said, taking her hand, "that I have always regarded you with a friendship to which it needed only a word from you to give another name. But a murder has been committed. There is no way of denying that. I have entrusted the conduct of the case to my best judges." At these words the Duchess drew herself up to her full height. All semblance of respect, or even of urbanity, disappeared in a flash. The outraged woman was clearly revealed, the outraged woman addressing herself to one whom she knows to be of bad faith. It was with an expression of keenest anger and even of contempt that she said to the prince, dwelling upon every word, "I am leaving forever the states of your most serene Highness. in order that I shall never again hear mentioned the fiscal Rossi or the other infamous assassins who have condemned my nephew and so many others to death. If your most serene highness does not wish to mingle a tinge of bitterness with the last moments which I am to pass with a prince who is both polite and entertaining when he is not misled, I beg him very humbly not to recall the thought of those infamous judges who sell themselves for 1,000 crowns or a decoration." The admirable accent, and above all the tone of sincerity with which these words were uttered, made the prince tremble. For an instant he feared to see his dignity compromised by a still more direct accusation. On the whole, however, his sensations quickly culminated in one of pleasure. He admired the Duchess, and at this moment her entire person attained a sublime beauty. "Heavens, how beautiful she is!" the prince said to himself. "One may well overlook something in so unique a woman, one whose like perhaps is not to be found in all Italy. Well, with a little diplomacy it might not be altogether impossible to make her mine. There is a wide difference between such a being and that doll of a Marquise Balbi. Besides, the latter steals at least 300,000 francs a year from my poor subjects. But did I understand her aright?" he thought all of a sudden. "She said, 'condemned my nephew and so many others.'" His anger came to the surface, and it was with a haughtiness worthy of supreme rank that the prince said, "And what must be done to keep Madame from leaving?" "Something of which you are not capable," replied the Duchess, with an accent of the bitterest irony and the most thinly disguised contempt. The prince was beside himself, but, thanks to his long practice of the profession of absolute sovereign, he found the strength to resist his first impulse. "That woman must be mine," he said to himself. "I owe myself at least that. Then I must let her perish under my contempt. If she leaves this room, I shall never see her again." But, intoxicated as he was at this moment with wrath and hatred, how was he to find words which would at once satisfy what was due to himself, and induce the Duchess not to desert his court on the instant? "A gesture," he thought, "is something which can neither be repeated nor turned into ridicule." And he went and placed himself between the Duchess and the door of his cabinet. Just then he heard a slight tapping at this door. "Who is this jackanapes?" he cried at the top of his lungs. "Who is this jackanapes who comes here thrusting his idiotic peasants upon me?" Poor General Fontana showed his face, pale and in evident discomfiture, and with the air of a man at his last gasp, indistinctly pronounced these words: "His Excellency Count Mosca solicits the honor of being admitted." "Let him enter," said the prince in a loud voice, and as Mosca made his salutation, greeted him with, "Well, sir, here is Madame the Duchess Sanseverina, who declares that she is on the point of leaving Parma to go and settle at Naples, and has made me saucy speeches into the bargain." "How is this?" said Mosca, turning pale. "What? Then you knew nothing of this project of departure?" "Not the first word. At 6 o'clock I left Madame joyous and contented." This speech produced an incredible effect upon the prince. First he glanced at Mosca, whose growing pallor proved that he spoke the truth, and was in no way the accomplice of the Duchess's sudden freak. "In that case," he said to himself, "I am losing her forever. Pleasure and vengeance, everything is escaping me at once. At Naples she will make epigrams with her nephew Fabrice about the great wrath of the little Prince of Parma." He looked at the Duchess. Anger and the most violent contempt were struggling in her heart. Her eyes were fixed at that moment upon Count Mosca, and the fine lines of that lovely mouth expressed the most bitter disdain. The entire expression of her face seemed to say, "Vile courtier!" "So," thought the prince, after having examined her, "I've lost even this means of calling her back to our country. If she leaves the room at this moment, she is lost to me. And the Lord only knows what she will say in Naples of my judges, and with that wit and divine power of persuasion with which heaven has endowed her, she will make the whole world believe her. I shall owe her the reputation of being a ridiculous tyrant, who gets up in the middle of the night to look under his bed." Then, by an adroit movement, and as if striving to work off his agitation by striding up and down, the prince placed himself anew before the door of his cabinet. The count was on his right, pale, unnerved, and trembling, so that he had to lean for support upon the back of the chair which the duchess had occupied at the beginning of the audience, and which the prince, in a moment of wrath, had hurled to a distance. The count was really in love. "If the duchess goes away, I shall follow her," he told himself. "But will she tolerate my company? That is the question." On the left of the prince stood the duchess, her arms crossed and pressed against her breast, looking at him with superb intolerance. A complete and profound pallor had succeeded the glowing colours which just before had animated those exquisite features. The prince, in contrast with both the others, had a high colour and an uneasy air. His left hand played in a nervous fashion with the cross attached to the grand cordon of his order, which he wore beneath his coat. With his right hand he caressed his chin. "What is to be done?" he said to the count, not altogether realizing what he was doing himself, but yielding to his habit of consulting the latter about everything. "Indeed, most serene highness, I know nothing about it," answered the count with the air of a man who is rendering up his final sigh. He could hardly utter the words of his response. His tone of voice gave the prince the final consolation which his wounded pride had found during the interview, and this slight satisfaction helped him to a phrase which was comforting to his self-esteem. "Well," said he, "I am the most reasonable of all three. I am quite ready to leave my position in the world entirely out of consideration. I am going to speak as a friend." And he added with a charming smile of condescension, a fine imitation of the happy times of Louis XIV. "As a friend speaking to friends. Madame la Duchesse," he continued, "what are we to do to make you forget your untimely resolution?" "Really, I'm at a loss to say," replied the duchess, with a deep sigh. "Really, I am at a loss to say. I have such a horror of Parma." There was no attempt at epigram in this speech. One could see that she spoke in all sincerity. The count turned sharply away from her. His courtier's soul was scandalized. Then he cast a supplicating glance at the prince. With much dignity and self-possession, the latter allowed a moment to pass. Then, addressing himself to the count, "I see," said he, "that your charming friend is altogether beside herself. It is perfectly simple. She adores her nephew." And turning towards the duchess, he added with the most gallant glance, and at the same time with the air which one assumes in borrowing a phrase from a comedy, "What must we do to find favour in these lovely eyes?" The duchess had time to reflect. She answered in a firm, slow tone, as if she were dictating her ultimatum. "His Highness might write me a gracious letter, such as he knows so well how to write. He might say to me that, being by no means convinced of the guilt of Fabrice del Dongo, first Grand Vicar of the Archbishop, he will refuse to sign the sentence when they come to present it to him, and that this unjust procedure shall have no consequence in the future." "How is that unjust?" cried the prince, colouring to the whites of his eyes, and with renewed anger. "That is not all," replied the Duchess, with truly Roman pride. "This very evening—" and she interposed, glancing at the clock. "It is already 11:15. This very evening His Most Serene Highness will send word to the Marquise Raversi that he advises her to go into the country to recuperate from the fatigues which she must have suffered from a certain trial which she was discussing in her salon early in the evening." The prince strode up and down his cabinet like a madman. "Did one ever see such a woman?" he exclaimed. "She is lacking in respect for me." The Duchess replied with perfect grace, "I have never in my life dreamed of lacking respect for His Most Serene Highness. His Highness has had the extreme condescension to say that he was speaking as a friend to friends. What is more, I have not the smallest desire to remain in Parma," she added, glancing at the Count with the last degree of contempt. This glance decided the prince, who up to that moment had been quite uncertain, notwithstanding that his words had seemed to imply a promise. He had a fine contempt for words. There were still a few more words exchanged, but at the last Count Mosca received the order to write the gracious note solicited by the Duchess. He omitted the phrase, "This unjust procedure shall have no consequence in the future." "It is sufficient," said the Count to himself, "if the prince promises not to sign the sentence which is to be presented to him." The prince thanked him by a glance as he signed. The Count made a great mistake. The prince was wearied and would have signed the whole. He thought that he was getting out of the scene well, and the whole affair was dominated, in his eyes, by the thought, "If the Duchess leaves, I shall find my court a bore inside of a week." The Count observed that his master corrected the date, and substituted that of the next day. He looked at the clock. It indicated almost midnight. The minister saw, in this altered date, nothing more than a pedantic desire to afford proof of exactitude and good government. As to the exile of the Marquise Raversi, the prince did not even frown. The prince had a special weakness for exiling people. "General Fontana!" he cried, half opening the door. The general appeared, with such an astonished and curious a face that a glance of amusement passed between the Duchess and the Count, and this glance established peace. "General Fontana," said the prince, "you are to take my carriage, which is waiting under the colonnade. You will go to the house of Madame Raversi and have yourself announced. If she is in bed, you will add that you are my representative, and when admitted to her chamber you will say precisely these words and no others: 'Madame the Marquise Raversi, His Most Serene Highness requires that you shall depart before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for your chateau of Valleja. His Highness will notify you when you may return to Parma.'" The prince's eyes sought those of the Duchess, but the latter, omitting the thanks which he had expected, made him an extremely respectful reverence, and rapidly left the room. "What a woman!" said the prince, turning towards Count Mosca. End of section 47. Reading by Malone.
Section 48 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by JamesMcAndrew, Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 48. Clélia aids Fabrice to escape, by Marie-Henri Beyle. From La Chartreuse de Parme. One day Fabrice had been a captive nearly 3 months, had had absolutely no communication with the outside world, and yet was not unhappy. Grillo had remained hanging about the cell, until a late hour of the morning. Fabrice could think of no way of getting rid of him, and was on pins and needles. 12:30 had struck, when at last he was enabled to open the little trap in the hateful shutter. Clelia was standing at the window of the aviary in an expectant attitude, an expression of profound despair on her contracted features. As soon as she saw Fabrice, she signaled to him that all was lost. Then, hurrying to her piano and adapting her words to the accompaniment of a recitative from a favorite opera, in accents tremulous with her emotion and the fear of being overheard by the sentry beneath, she sang, "Oh, do I see you still alive? Praise God for his infinite mercy. Barbone, the wretch whose insolence you chastised the day of your arrival here, disappeared some time ago, and for a few days was not seen about the citadel. He returned day before yesterday, and since then I have reason to fear he has a design of poisoning you. He has been seen prowling about the kitchen of the palace, where your meals are prepared. I can assert nothing positively, but it is my maid's belief that his skulking there bodes you no good. I was frightened this morning. Not seeing you at the usual time, I thought you must be dead. Until you hear more from me, do not touch the food they give you. I will try to manage to convey a little chocolate to you. In any case, if you have a cord, or you can make one from your linen, let it down from your window among the orange trees this evening at 9 o'clock. I will attach a stronger cord to it, and with its aid you can draw up the bread and chocolate I will have in readiness." Fabrice had carefully preserved the bit of charcoal he had found in the stove. Taking advantage of Clelia's more softened mood, he formed on the palm of his hand a number of letters in succession, which taken together made up these words: "I love you, and life is dear to me only when I can see you. Above all else, send me paper and a pencil." As Fabrice had hoped and expected, the extreme terror visible in the young girl's face operated to prevent her from terminating the interview on receipt of this audacious message. She only testified her displeasure by her looks. Fabrice had the prudence to add, "The wind blows so hard today that I couldn't catch quite all you said, and then, too, the sound of the piano drowns your voice. You were saying something about poison, weren't you? What was it?" At these words, the young girl's terror returned in all its violence. She hurriedly set to work to describe with ink a number of large capital letters on the leaves she tore from one of her books, and Fabrice was delighted to see her at last adopt the method of correspondence that he had been vainly advocating for the last 3 months. But this system, although an improvement on the signals, was less desirable than a regular exchange of letters. So Fabrice constantly feigned to be unable to decipher the words of which she exhibited the component letters. A summons from her father obliged her to leave the aviary. She was in great alarm lest he might come to look for her there. His suspicious nature would have been likely to scent danger in the proximity of his daughter's window to the prisoners. It had occurred to Clelia a short time before, while so anxiously awaiting Fabrice's appearance, that pebbles might be made factors in their correspondence. By wrapping the paper on which the message was written round them and throwing them up so they should fall within the upper portion of the screen. The device would have worked well unless Fabrice's keeper chanced to be in the room at the time. Our prisoner proceeded to tear one of his shirts into narrow strips, forming a sort of ribbon. Shortly after 9 o'clock that evening, he heard a tapping on the boxes of the orange trees under his window. He cautiously lowered his ribbon, and on drawing it up, again found attached to its free end a long cord, by means of which he hauled up a supply of chocolate, and to his inexpressible satisfaction, a package of notepaper and a pencil. He dropped the cord again, but to no purpose. Perhaps the sentries on their rounds had approached the orange trees, but his delight was sufficient for one evening. He sat down and wrote a long letter to Clelia. Scarcely was it ended when he fastened it to the cord and let it down. For more than 3 hours he waited in vain for someone to come and take it. 2 or 3 times he drew it up and made alterations in it. "If Clelia does not get my letter tonight," he said to himself, "while those ideas of poison are troubling her brain, it is more than likely that tomorrow she will refuse to receive it." The fact was that Clelia had been obliged to drive to the city with her father. Fabrice knew how matters stood when he heard the general's carriage enter the court about 12:30. He knew it was the general's carriage by the horse's step. What was his delight when, shortly after hearing the jingle of the general's spurs as he crossed the esplanade, and the rattle of muskets as the sentries presented arms, he felt a gentle tug at the cord, the end of which he had kept wrapped around his wrist. Something heavy was made fast to the cord. 2 little jerks notified him to haul up. He had some difficulty in landing the object over a cornice that projected under his window. The article that he had secured at expense of so much trouble proved to be a carafe of water wrapped in a shawl. The poor young man, who had been living for so long a time in such complete solitude, covered the shawl with rapturous kisses. But words are inadequate to express his emotion when, after so many days of vain waiting, he discovered a scrap of paper pinned to the shawl. "Drink no water but this. Satisfy your hunger with chocolate," said this precious missive. "Tomorrow I will try to get some bread to you. I will mark the crust at top and bottom with little crosses made with ink. It is a frightful thing to say, but you must know it. I believe others are implicated in Barbon's design to poison you. Could you not have understood that the subject you spoke of in your letter in pencil is displeasing to me? I should not think of writing to you were it not for the great peril that is hanging over us. I have seen the Duchess. She's well, as is the Count, but she is very thin. Write no more on that subject which you know of. Would you wish to make me angry?" It cost Clelia an effort to write the last sentence, but one of the above notes. It was in everybody's mouth in court circles that Madame Sanseverina was manifesting a great deal of friendly interest in Count Baldi, that extremely handsome man and quondam friend of the Marquis Reversi. The one thing certain was that he and the Marquis had separated, and he was alleged to have behaved most shamefully toward the lady who for 6 years had been to him a mother and given him his standing in society. The next morning, long before the sun was up, Grillo entered Fabrice's cell, laid down what seemed to be a pretty heavy package, and vanished without saying a word. The package contained a good-sized loaf of bread, plentifully ornamented with little crosses made with a pen. Fabrice covered them with kisses. Why? Because he was in love. Beside the loaf lay a rouleau encased in many thicknesses of paper. It contained 6,000 francs in sequins. Finally, Fabrice discovered a handsome, brand-new prayer book. These words, in a writing he was beginning to be acquainted with, were written on the flyleaf. "Poison! Beware the water, the wine, everything. Confine yourself to chocolate. Give the untasted dinner to the dog. It will not do to show distrust. The enemy would have recourse to other methods. For God's sakes, be cautious, no rashness." Fabrice made haste to remove the telltale writing which might have compromised Clélia, and to tear out a number of leaves from the prayer book, with which he had made several alphabets. Each letter was neatly formed with powdered charcoal moistened with wine. The alphabets were quite dry when at 11:45 Clélia appeared at the window of the aviary. "The main thing now is to persuade her to use them," said Fabrice to himself. But as it happened, fortunately, she had much to say to the young prisoner in regard to the plan to poison him. A dog belonging to one of the kitchen maids had died after eating a dish cooked for Fabrice, so that Clélia not only made no objection to the use of the alphabets, but had herself prepared one in the highest style of art, with ink. Under this method, which did not work altogether smoothly at the beginning, the conversation lasted an hour and a half, which was as long as Clélia dared remain in the aviary. 2 or 3 times, when Fabrice trespassed on forbidden ground and alluded to matters that were taboo, she made no answer and walked away to feed her birds. Fabrice requested that when she sent him his supply of water at evening, she would accompany it with one of her alphabets, which, being traced in ink, were legible at a greater distance. He did not fail to write her a good long letter, and was careful to put in it no soft nonsense, at least of a nature to offend. The next day, in their alphabetical conversation, Clélia had no reproach to make him. She informed him that there was less to be apprehended from the poisoners. Barbone had been waylaid and nearly murdered by the lovers of the governor's scullery maids. He would scarcely venture to show his face in the kitchens again. She owned up to stealing a counter-poison from her father. She sent it to him with directions how to use it, but the main thing was to reject at once all food that seemed to have an unnatural taste. Clélia had subjected Don César to a rigorous examination without succeeding in discovering whence came the 6,000 francs received by Fabrice. In any case, it was a good sign. It showed that the severity of his confinement was relaxing. The poison episode had a very favorable effect on our hero's amatory enterprise. Still, he could never extort anything at all resembling a confession of love. But he had the felicity of living on terms of intimacy with Clélia. Every morning, and often at evening also, there was a long conversation with the alphabets. Every evening at 9 o'clock, Clélia received a lengthy letter, and sometimes accorded it a few brief words of answer. She sent him the daily paper and an occasional new book. Finally, the rugged Grillo had been so far tamed as to keep Fabrice supplied with bread and wine, which were handed him daily by Clelia's maid. This led honest Grillo to conclude that the governor was not of the same mind as those who had engaged Barbone to poison the young Monseigneur, at which he rejoiced exceedingly, as did his comrades, for there was a saying current in the prison, "You only have to look Monseigneur Del Dongo in the face. He's certain to give you money." Fabrice was very pale. Lack of exercise was injuring his health. But for all that, he had never been so happy. The tone of conversation between Clelia and him was familiar and often gay. The only moments of the girl's life not beset with dark forebodings and remorse were those spent in conversing with him. She was so thoughtless as to remark one day, "I admire your delicacy. Because I am the governor's daughter, you have nothing to say to me of the pleasures of freedom." "That's because I am not so absurd as to have aspirations in that direction," replied Fabrice. "How often could I hope to see you if I were living in Parma, a free man again, and life would not be worth living if I could not tell you all my thoughts. No, not that exactly. You take precious good care I don't tell you all my thoughts. But in spite of your cruel tyranny, to live without seeing you daily would be a far worse punishment than captivity. In all my life I was never so happy. Isn't it strange to think happiness was awaiting me in a prison?" "There's a good deal to be said on that point," rejoined Clelia, with an air that all at once became very serious, almost threatening. "What?" exclaimed Fabrice in alarm. "Am I in danger of losing the small place I've won in your heart, my sole joy in this world?" "Yes," she replied, "although your reputation in society is that of a gentleman and gallant man, I have reason to believe you are not acting ingenuously toward me. But I don't wish to discuss this matter today." This strange exordium cast an element of embarrassment into the conversation, and tears were often in the eyes of both. End of section 48. Recording by James McAndrew, San Francisco, California.
Section 49 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 49, Selected Poems by Willem Bilderdijk. Willem Bilderdijk, 1756 to 1831. Willem Bilderdijk's personality, even more than his genius, exerted so powerful an influence over his time that it has been said that to think of a Dutchman of the late 18th and early 19th century was to think of Bilderdijk. He stands as the representative of the great literary and intellectual awakening which took place in Holland immediately after that country became part of the French Empire. The history of literature has many examples of how, under political disturbances, the agitated mind has sought refuge in literary and scientific pursuits, and it seemed at that time as if Dutch literature was entering a new golden age. The country had never known better poets, but it was the poetry of the 18th century, to quote Ten Brink, ceremonious and stagey. In Herinnering van Meine Kindheit, Reminiscences of My Childhood, a book which is not altogether to be relied upon, Bilderdijk gives a charming picture of his father, a physician in Amsterdam, but speaks of his mother in less flattering terms. He was born in Amsterdam in 1756. At an early age he suffered an injury to his foot, a peasant boy having carelessly stepped on it. Attempts were made to cure him by continued bleedings, and the result was that he was confined to his bed for 12 years. These years laid the foundation of a character lacking in power to love and to call forth love, and developing into an almost fierce hypochondria, full of complaints and fears of death. In these years, however, he acquired the information and the wonderful power of language which appear in his sinewy verse. One of his poems, dated 1770, has been preserved, but is principally interesting as a first attempt. Others, written in his 20th year, were prize poems and are sufficiently characterized by their titles: Kunst wordt door Arbeit verkregen, Art came through toil, Invloed der Dichtkunst op het staatsbestuur, Influence of Poetry on Statesmanship. When he went to Leiden in 1780 to study law, he was already famous. His examinations passed, he settled at The Hague to practice, and in 1785 married Catharina Rebecca Westhoffen. The following year he published his romance, Elius, in 7 songs. The romance ultimately became his favorite form of verse, but this was not the form now called romance. It was the rhymed narrative of the 18th century, written with endless care and reflection, and in his case with so superior a treatment of language that no Dutch poet since Huygens had approached it. The year 1795 was the turning point in Bilderdijk's life. He had been brought up in unswerving faith in the cause of the House of Orange, was a fanatic monarchist and Calvinist, anti-revolutionary, anti-Barneveltian, anti-Levesteinisch, anti-liberal, thus Da Costa, a warm supporter of William V, and at the entrance of the French in 1795, he refused to give his oath of allegiance to the cause of the citizens and the sovereignty of the people. He was exiled, left The Hague, and went to London and later to Brunswick. This was not altogether a misfortune for him, nor an unrelieved sorrow. He had been more successful as poet than as husband or financier, and by his compulsory banishment escaped his financial difficulties and what he considered the chains of his married life. In London, Bilderdijk met his countryman, the painter Schweikhardt, and with this meeting begins a period of his life over which his admirers would fain draw a veil. With Schweikhardt were his 2 daughters, of whom the younger, Katharina Wilhelmina, became Bilderdijk's first pupil, and, excepting his intellectual son, Isaac da Costa, probably his only one. Besides her great poetic gifts, she possessed beauty and charm. She fell in love with her teacher and followed him to Brunswick, where she lived in his house under the name of Frau van Husten. In spite of this arrangement, the poet seems to have considered himself a most faithful husband, and he did his best to persuade his wife to join him with their children, but naturally without success. In 1802 the marriage was legally annulled, and Frau van Husten took his name. She did her best to atone for the blot on her repute by a self-sacrificing lovableness, and was in close sympathy with Bilderdijk on the intellectual side. Like him, she was familiar with all the resources of the art of poetry. Most famous of her poems are the long one Rodrigo de Goth, and her touching, graceful Gedichten für Kinderen, Poems for Children. Bilderdijk's verses show what she was to him. In the shadow of my verdure, firmly on my trunk depending, grew the tender branch of cedar, never longing once to leave me. Faithfully through rain and tempest, modest at my side it rested, bearing to my honor solely the first twig it might its own call. Fair the wreath thy flowers made me for my knotted trunk, fast withering, and my soul with pride was swelling at the crown of thy young blossoms. Straight and strong and firmly rooted, tall and green thy head arises, bright the glory of its freshness, never yet by aught bedimmed. Lo, my crown to thine now bending, only thine the radiant freshness, and my soul finds rest and comfort in thy sheltering foliage. Meanwhile he was no better off materially. The Duke of Brunswick, who had known him previously, received the famous Dutch exile with open arms, and granted him a pension, but it never sufficed. Many efforts were made to have his decree of exile annulled, but they failed through his own peevish insolence and his boundless ingratitude. King Louis Bonaparte of Holland extended his protection to the dissatisfied old poet, and all these royal gentlemen were most generous. When the House of Orange returned to Holland, William I continued the favor already shown him, obtained a high pension for him, and, when it proved insufficient, supplemented it with gifts. In this way Bilderdijk's income in the year 1816 amounted to 20,000 gold pieces. That this should be sufficient to keep the wolf from the door in a city like Amsterdam, Bilderdijk thought too much to expect, and consequently left in great indignation, and went to Leyden in 1817. But these personal troubles in no way interfered with his talent. On the contrary, the history of literature has seldom known so great an activity and productiveness. All in all, his works amounted to almost 100 volumes. What he accomplished during his stay in Germany was almost incredible. He gave lessons to exiled Dutch in a great variety of branches. He saw volume upon volume through print. He wrote his famous Het Buitenleven, Country Life, after Delille. He translated Fingal after Ossian. He wrote Vaderlandsche Orangezucht, Patriotic Love for Orange. After his return to Holland, he wrote De Ziekte der Geleerden, The Disease of Genius, 1817, Leiden's Kamp, Leiden's Battle, 1808, and the first 5 songs of Der Untergang der Erste Welt, Destruction of the First World, 1809, probably his masterpiece. Moreover, the dramas Floris V, Willem van Holland, and Kunak. The volumes published between 1815 and 1819 bore the double signature Willem and Wilhelmina Catharina Bilderdijk. But it was as though time had left him behind. The younger Holland shook its head over the old gentleman of the past century, with his antagonism for the poetry of the day, and his rage against Shakespeare and the latter's puerile King Lear. For to Bilderdijk, even more than to Voltaire, Shakespeare was an abomination. Then in 1830 he received the severest blow of his life. Catharina Wilhelmina died. This happened in Haarlem, whither he had gone in 1827. With this calamity his strength was broken, and his life at an end. He followed her in 1831. He was in every way a son of the 18th century. He began as a didactic and patriotic poet, and might at first be considered a follower of Jacob Cats. He became principally a lyric poet, But his lyric knew no deep sentiment, no suppressed feeling. Its greatness lay in its rhetorical power. His Ode to Napoleon may therefore be one of the best to characterize his genius. When he returned to his native country after 11 years' exile, with heart and mind full of Holland, it was Old Holland he sought, and did not find. He did not understand Young Holland. In spite of this, his fame and powerful personality had an attraction for the young, but it was the attraction of a past time, the fascination of the glorious ruin. Young Holland wanted freedom, individual independence, and this Bilderdijk considered a misfortune. One should not let children, women, and nations know that they possess other rights than those naturally theirs. This matter must be a secret between the prince and his heart and reason. To the masses it ought always to be kept as hidden as possible. The new age which had made its entry with the cry of liberty would not tolerate such sentiments, and he stood alone, a powerful, demonic, but incomprehensible spirit. Aside from his fame as a poet, he deserves to be mentioned as Jacob Grimm's correspondent, as philologist, philosopher, and theologian. Ode to Beauty. Child of the unborn, dost thou bend from him we in the daybeams see, whose music with the breeze doth blend? To feel thy presence is to be. Thou, our soul's brightest effluence, thou who in heaven's light to earth dost bow, a spirit midst unspiritual clods. Beauty, who bearest the stamp profound of him with all perfection crowned, thine image, thine alone, is God's. How shall I catch a single ray thy glowing hand from nature wakes, steal from the ether waves of day one of the notes thy world harp shakes, escape that miserable joy which dust and self with darkness cloy, fleeting and false, and like a bird cleave the air path and follow thee through thine own vast infinity, where rolls the Almighty's thunder word. Perfect thy brightness in heaven's sphere, where thou dost vibrate in the bliss of anthems ever echoing there. That is life, not this, not this, there in the holy, holy row, and not on earth, so deep below, thy music unrepressed may speak. Stay shrouded in that holy place. Enough that we have seen thy face, and kissed the smiles upon thy cheek. We stretch our eager hands to thee, and for thine influence pray in vain. The burden of mortality hath bent us 'neath its heavy chain, and there are fetters forged by art, and science cold hath chilled the heart, and wrapped thy godlike crown in night. On waxen wings they soar on high, and when most distant deem thee nigh, they quench thy torch and dream of light. Child of the unborn, joy, for thou shinest in every heavenly flame, breathest in all the winds that blow, while self-conviction speaks thy name. Oh, let one glance of thine illume the longing soul that bids thee come, and make me feel of heaven like thee. Shake from thy torch one blazing drop, and to my soul all heaven shall ope, and I dissolve in melody. Translated in Westminster Review. From the Ode to Napoleon. Poesy, nay, too long art silent. Seize now the lute. Why dost thou tarry? Let sword the universe inherit, noblest as prize of war be glory. Let thousand mouths sing hero actions, e'en so the glory is not uttered. Earth gods and endless life ambrosial find they alone in song enchanting. Watch thou with care thy heedless fingers, striking upon the lyre so godlike. Hold thou in check thy lightning flashes, that where they chance to fall are blighting. He who on eagle's wings soars skyward must at the sun's bright barrier tremble. Frederick, though great in royal throning, well may amaze the earth and heaven, when clothed by thunder and the levin, swerves he before the hero's fanfare. Pause then, imagination. Portals hiding the future, ope your doorways. Earth, the blood-drenched, yields palms and olives. Sword that hath cleft on bone and muscle, spear that hath drunk the hero's life-blood, furrow the soil as spade and plowshare. Blasts that alarm from blaring trumpets, laws of fair peace anon shall herald. Heaven's shame at last its end attaining. Earth, see, O see your sceptres bowing! Gone is the eagle once majestic, on us a cycle new is dawning. Look, from the skies it hath descended. O potent princes, ye the throne-born, see what Almighty will hath destined. Quit ye your seats in low adoring, set all the earth with you a-kneeling. Or as the free-born men should perish, sink in grave with crown and kingdom. Glorious in lucent rays, already brighter than gold a sceptre shineth. No warring realm shall dim its lustre, no earth-storm veil its blaze to dimness. Can it be true that, centuries ended, God's endless realm, the Hebrew, quickens, lifting its horns, though not for always? Shines in the east the sun, like noonday? Shall Hagar's wandering sons be heartened after the Moslem's haughty baiting? Speed toward us, speed, O days so joyous! Even if blood your cost be reckoned, speed as in heaven's gracious favor, bringing again heaven's earthly kingdom. Yea, though through waters deep we struggle, joining in fight with seas of troubles, suffer we, bear we, hope. Be silent. On us shall dawn a coming daybreak. With it the world of men be happy. Translated in the meter of the original by E. Irenaeus Stevenson for The World's Best Literature. Slighted Love, an Oriental Romance. Splendid rose the star of evening, and the gray dusk was a-fading. O'er it with a hand of mildness, now the night her veil was drawing. Abensaïd, valiant soldier, from Medina's ancient gateway to the meadows rich with blossoms, walked in darkest mood of musing. Where the Guadalete's wild waves foaming wander through the flatlands, where within the harbor's safety loves to wait the weary seaman. Neither hero's mood nor birth-pride eased his spirit of its suffering for his youth's betrothed, Zobeïda. She it was who caused him anguish. Faithless had she him forsaken, she sometime his best beloved. Left him, though already parted by strange fate from realm and heirship. Oh, that destiny he girds not! Strength it gave him, hero courage, added to his lofty spirit touches of nobler feeling. 'Tis that she, ill-starred one, leaves him, takes the hand so wrinkled of that old man, Sevilla's conqueror. Into the night along the river, Abensaïd now forth rushes, loudly to the rocky limits Echo bears his lamentations. Faithless maid, more faithless art thou than the sullen water, harder thou than even the hardened bosom of yon rigid rock wall. Ah, bethinkest thou, Zobeïda, still upon our solemn love oath? How thy heart, this hour so faithless, once belonged to me only? Canst thou yield thy heart, thy beauty to that old man, dead to love thoughts? Wilt thou try to love the tyrant, lacking love despite his treasure? Dost thou deem the sands of desert higher than our virtue, honor? Allah grant then that he hate thee, that thou lovest yet another, that thou soon thyself surrender to the scorned one's bitter feeling. Rest may night itself deny thee, and may day to thee be terror. Be thy face before thy husband as a thing of nameless loathing. May his eye avoid thee ever, flee the splendor of thy beauty. May he ne'er in gladsome gathering stretch his hand to thee for partner, never gird himself with girdle which for him thy hand embroidered. Let his heart, thy love forsaking, in another love be fettered. The love tokens of another may his scutcheon flame in battle, while behind thy grated windows, year by year, away thou mournest. To thy rival may he offer prisoners that his hand has taken. May the trophies of his victory on his knees to her be proffered. May he hate thee, and thy heart's faith to him be but thing accursed. These things, aye, and more still, be thy cure for all my sting and sorrow. Silent now goes Abensaïd unto Xeres in the midnight. Dazzling shone the palace, lighted, festal for the loathsome marriage. Richly robed Moors were standing neath the shimmer of the tapers. On the jubilant procession of the marriage part proceeded. In the path stands Abensaïd, frowning as the bridegroom nears him, strikes the lance into his bosom with the rage of sharpest vengeance. 'Gainst the heaven rings a loud cry. Those at hand their swords are bearing, but he rushes through the weapons, and in safety gains his own hearth. Translation through the German in the meter of the original by E. Irenaeus Stevenson. The Village Schoolmaster, from Country Life. There he sits, his figure and his rigid bearing let us know most clearly what is his ideal. Confidence in self in his lofty standing. Thereto add conceit in his own great value. Certain he can read, yes, and write, and cipher. In the almanac no star group's a stranger. In the church he, faithful, leads the pious chorus, drums the catechism into young ones' noddles. Disputation to him's half the joy of living. Even though he's beaten, he will not give over. Watch him when he talks in how learned fashion. Drags on every word, spares no play of muscle. Ah, what pains he takes to forget no syllable. Consonants and vowels rightly weighed and measured. Often is he, too, of this and that, a poet. Every case declines with precisest conscience, knows the history of church and state together, every churchly light, of pedant deeds the record. All the village world speechless stands before him, asking, how can one brain be so ruled by wisdom? Sharply, too, he looks down on one's transgressions. 'Gainst his judgment stern, tears and prayers avail not. He appears, one glance, from a god that glance comes, at a flash decides what the youngster's fate is. At his will a crowd runs, at his beck it parteth. Doth he smile? All frolic. Doth he frown? All cower. By a tone he threatens, gives rewards, meets justice. Absent though he be, every pupil dreads him, for he sees, hears, knows everything that's doing. On the urchin's forehead he can see it written. He divines who laughs, idles, yawns, or chatters, who plays tricks on others, or in prayer times lazy. With its shoots, the birch rod lying there beside him knows how all misdeeds in a trice are settled. Surely, by these traits, you've our dwarf Dionysius. Footnote: compare Goldsmith's famous portrait in The Deserted Village. Translation through the German in the meter of the original by E. Irenaeus Stevenson for the World's Best Literature. End of section 49. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 50 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 50. Selected Poems by Gohn. Gohn, 275 B.C. Of Gohn, the second of the Sicilian idyllists, of whom Theocritus was the first, and Moschus the third and last, but little knowledge and few remains exist. He was born near Smyrna, says Suidas, and from the elegy on his death, attributed to his pupil Moschus, we infer that he lived in Sicily and died there of poison. Say that Gohn the herdsman is dead, says the Threnody, appealing to the Sicilian muses, and that song has died with Gohn, and the Dorian minstrelsy hath perished. Poison came, Gohn, to thy mouth. What mortal so cruel as to mix poison for thee? As Theocritus is also mentioned in the idyll, Gohn is supposed to have been his contemporary, and to have flourished about 275 B.C. Compared with Theocritus, his poetry is inferior in simplicity and naivete, and declines from the type which Theocritus had established for the outdoor, open-field idyll. With Gohn, bucolics first took on the air of the study. Although at first this art and affectation were rarely discernible, they finally led to the mould of brass in which, for centuries, Italian and English pastorals were cast, and later to the complete devitalizing which marks English pastoral poetry in the 18th century, with the one exception of Allan Ramsay's Gentle Shepherd. Theocritus had sung with genuine feeling of trees and wandering winds, of flowers and the swift mountain stream. His poetry has atmosphere. It is vital with sunlight, color, and the beauty which is cool and calm and true. Although Gohn's poems possess elegance and sweetness and abound in pleasing imagery, they lack the naturalness of the idylls of Theocritus. Reflection has crept into them. They are, in fact, love songs, with here and there a tinge of philosophy. the most famous as well as the most powerful and original of Bion's poems remaining to us is the Threnody upon Adonis. It was, doubtless, composed in honor of the rites with which Greek women celebrated certain Eastern festivals, for the worship of Adonis still lingered among them, mixed with certain Syrian customs. Tammuz came next behind, whose annual wound in Lebanon allured the Syrian damsels to lament his fate in amorous ditties all a summer's day, while smooth Adonis from his native rock ran purple to the sea, supposed with blood of Tammuz yearly wounded. Tammuz is identified with Adonis. "We came to a fair large river," writes an old English traveller, doubtless the ancient river Adonis, which at certain seasons of the year, especially about the feast of Adonis, is of a bloody colour, which the heathens looked upon as proceeding from a kind of sympathy in the river for the death of Adonis, who was killed by a wild boar in the mountains out of which the stream issues. Something like this we saw actually come to pass, for the water was stained to a surprising redness, and, as we observed in travelling, had discoloured the sea a great way into a reddish hue, occasioned doubtless by a sort of minium or red earth washed into the river by the violence of the rain. The poem is coloured by the Eastern nature of its subject, and its rapidity, vehemence, warmth, and unrestraint are greater than the strict canon of Greek art allows. It is noteworthy, aside from its varied beauties, because of its fine abandonment to grief and its appeal for recognition of the merits of the dead youth it celebrates. Bion's Threnody has undoubtedly become a criterion and given the form to some of the more famous songs of tears. The laudatory elegy of Moschus for his master, we say of Moschus, although Ahrens in his recension includes the lament under Incertorum Idyllia at the end of Moschire Requii, follows it faithfully. Milton, in his great ode of Lycidas, does not depart from the Greek lines, and Shelley, lamenting Keats in his Adonais, reverts still more closely to the first master, adding perhaps an element of artificiality one does not find in other threnodies. The broken and extended form of Tennyson's celebration of Arthur Hallam takes it out of a comparison with the Greek, but the monody of Thyrsis, Matthew Arnold's commemoration of Clough, approaches nearer the Greek. Yet no other lament has the energy and rapidity of Bion's. The refrain, the insistent repetition of the words, "I wail for Adonis, alas for Kypris," full of pathos and unspoken irrepressible woe, is used only by his pupil Moschus, though hinted at by Milton. The peculiar rhythm, the passion and delicate finish of the song have attracted a number of translators, among whose versions Mrs. Browning's The Lament for Adonis is considered the best. The subjoined version in the Spenserian stanza by Anna C. Brackett follows its model closely in its directness and fervor of expression, and has moreover in itself genuine poetic merit. The translation of a fragment of Hesperos is that of J. A. Symonds. Bion's fluent and elegant versification invites study, and his few idylls and fragments have at various times been turned into English, by Fawkes, to be found in Chalmers' Works of English Poets, Polwhele, Banks, Chapman, and others. Threnody. I weep for Adonais, he is dead. Dead Adonais lies, and mourning all the loves wail round his fair low-lying head. O Cypris, sleep no more, let from thee fall thy purple vestments, hear'st thou not the call? Let fall thy purple vestments, lay them by, ah, smite thy bosom, and in sable pall send shivering through the air thy bitter cry, for Adonais dead, while all the loves reply. I weep for Adonais, weep the loves. Low on the mountains beauteous lies he there, and languid through his lips the faint breath moves, and black the blood creeps o'er his smooth thigh where the boar's white tooth the whiter flesh must tear. Glazed grow his eyes beneath the eyelids wide, fades from his lips the rose, and dies despair. The clinging kiss of Cypris at his side, alas, he knew not that she kissed him as he died. I wail, responsive wail the loves with me. Ah, cruel, cruel is that wound of thine, but Cypris' heart wound aches more bitterly. The Oreads weep, thy faithful hounds low whine. But Cytherea's unbound tresses fine float on the wind, where thorns her white feet wound along the oaken glades drops blood divine. She calls her lover, he, all crimsoned round his fair white breast with blood, hears not the piteous sound. Alas, for Cytherea wail the loves, with the beloved dies her beauty too. O fair was she, the goddess born of doves, while Adonais lived, but now so true her love, no time her beauty can renew. Deep voiced the mountains mourn, the oaks reply, and springs and rivers murmur sorrow through the passes where she goes, the cities high, and blossoms flush with grief as she goes desolate by. Alas, for Cytherea, he hath died, the beauteous Adonais, he is dead. And Echo sadly back, is dead replied. Alas, for Cypris, stooping low her head, and opening wide her arms, she piteous said, O stay a little, Adonais mine. Of all the kisses ours since we were wed, but one last kiss, oh, give me now, and twine thine arms close, till I drink the latest breath of thine. So will I keep the kiss thou givest me, e'en as it were thyself, thou only best. Since thou, O Adonais, far dost flee, O stay a little, leave a little rest. And thou wilt leave me, and wilt be the guest of proud Persephone, more strong than I? All beautiful obeys her dread behest, and I a goddess am, and cannot die. O thrice beloved, listen, makest thou no reply? Then dies to idle air my longing wild, as dies a dream along the paths of night. And Cytherea widowed is exiled from love itself, and now, an idle sight, the loves sit in my halls, and all delight my charmed girdle moves is all undone. Why wouldst thou, rash one, seek the maddening fight? Why, beauteous, wouldst thou not the combat shun? Thus Cytherea, and the loves weep, all as one. Alas, for Cytherea, he is dead. Her hopeless sorrow breaks in tears, that rain down over all the fair beloved head, like summer showers o'er wind-down beaten grain. They flow as fast as flows the crimson stain from out the wound deep in the stiffening thigh. And lo, in roses red the blood blooms fair, and where the tears divine have fallen close by, spring up anemones, and stir all tremblingly. I weep for Adonais, he is dead. No more, O cypress, weep thy wooer here. Behold a bed of leaves, lay down his head as if he slept, as still, as fair, as dear. In softest garments let his limbs appear, as when on golden couch his sweetest sleep he slept the livelong night, thy heart anear. O beautiful in death, though sad he keep no more to wake when morning o'er the hills doth creep. And over him the freshest flowers fling. Ah me, all flowers are withered quite away, and drop their petals wan, yet perfumes bring, and sprinkle round, and sweetest balsams lay. Nay, perish perfumes, since thine shall not stay. In purple mantle lies he, and around the weeping loves his weapons disarray, his sandals loose, with water bathe his wound, and fan him with soft wings that move without a sound. The loves for Cytherea raise the wail. Hymen from quenched torch no light can shake. His shredded wreath lies withered all and pale. His joyous song, alas, harsh discords break, and saddest wail of all, the Graces wake. The beauteous Adonais, he is dead, and sigh the Muses, stay but for our sake. Yet would he come, Persephone is dead. Cease, Cypris, sad the days repeat their faithful tread. Paraphrase of Anna C. Brackett in Journal of Speculative Philosophy. Hesper. Hesper, thou golden light of happy love, Hesper, thou holy pride of purple eve, moon among stars, but star beside the moon, hail, friend! And since the young moon sets to-night too soon below the mountains, lend thy lamp, and guide me to the shepherd whom I love. No theft I purpose, no wayfaring man belated would I watch and make my prey. Love is my goal, and love how fair it is when friend meets friend, soul in the silent night. Thou knowest, Hesper. End of section 50.
Section 51 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 51. Essay on Augustine Birrell by Charles Dudley Warner. Those to whom the discovery of a relishing new literary flavor means the permanent annexation of a new tract of enjoyment have not forgotten what happened in 1885. A slender 16-month volume entitled Obiter Dicta, containing 7 short literary and biographic essays, came out in that year, anonymous and unheralded, to make such way as it might among a bookworm generation. It had no novelty of subject to help it to a hearing. The themes were largely the most written out, in all seeming, that could have been selected. A few great orthodox names, on which opinion was closed and analysis exhausted. Browning, Carroll, Charles Lamb, and John Henry Newman are indeed very beacons to warn off the sated bookman. A paper on Benvenuto Cellini, one on actors, and one on Falstaff close the list. Yet a few weeks made it the literary event of the day. Among epicures of good reading the word swiftly passed along that there was a new sensation of unusually satisfying charm and freshness. It was a tour de force, like the Innocents Abroad, a journey full of new sights over the most staled and beaten of tracks. The triumph was all the author's own. 2 years later came another volume as a second series, of the same general character, but superior to the first. Among the subjects of its 11 papers were Milton, Pope, Johnson, Burke, Lamb again, and Immersion, with some general essays, including that on the office of literature given below. In 1892 appeared Rajudicate, really a third volume of the same series, and perhaps even richer in matter and more acute and original in thought. Its first 2 articles, prepared as lectures on Samuel Richardson and Edward Gibbon, are indeed his high water mark in both substance and style. Cowper, George Borrow, Newman again, Lamb a third time, Hazlitt, Matthew Arnold, and Sainte Beuve are brought in, and some excellent literary miscellanea. A companion volume called Man, Woman, and Books is disappointing because composed wholly of short newspaper articles. Mr. Birrell's special quality needs space to make itself felt. He needs a little time to get up steam, a little room to unpack his wares. He is no pastel writer, who can say his say in a paragraph and runs dry in two. Hence the snippy editorials do him no justice. He is obliged to stop every time just as he is getting ready to say something worth while. They are his, and therefore readable and judicious, but give no idea of his best powers. He has also written a life of Charlotte Brontë, but he holds his place in the front rank of recent essayists by the 3 Obiter Dicta and Rajudicate, volumes of manly, luminous, penetrating essays, full of racy humor and sudden wit, of a generous appreciativeness that seeks always for the vital principle which gave the writer his hold on men, still more of a warm humanity and a sure instinct for all the higher and finer things of the spirit which never fail to strike chords in the hearts as well as the brain. No writer's work leaves a better taste in the mouth. He makes us think better of the world, of righteousness, of ourselves. Yet no writer is less of a Puritan or a Philistine. None writes with less of pragmatic prose or a less obtrusive load of positive fact. He scorns such overladen pedantry and never loses a chance to lash it. He tells us what he has never been inside the reading room of the British Museum, and expounds no theory save the unworthy one that literature ought to please. He says the one question about a book which is part of literature is, does it read? That no one is under any obligation to read anyone else's book, and therefore it is a writer's business to make himself welcome to readers. That he does not care whether an author was happy or not. He wants the author to make him happy. He puts his theory in practice. He makes himself welcome as a companion, at once stimulating and restful, of humane spirit and elevated ideals, of digested knowledge and original thought, of an insight which is rarely other than kindly and deep humor which never lapses into cynicism. Mr. Birrell helps to justify Walter Bagehot's dictum that the only man who can write books well is one who knows practical life well. But still there are congruities in all things, and one feels a certain shock of incongruity in finding that this man of books and purveyor of light genial book talk, who can hardly write a line without giving it a quality of real literary savour, is a prominent lawyer and a member of Parliament, and has written a book which ranks among recognized legal authorities. This is a series of lectures delivered in 1896 and collected into a volume on The Duties and Liabilities of Trustees. But some of the surprise vanishes on reading the book, even as Alice in Wonderland shows on every page the work of a logician trained to use words precisely and criticize their misuse. So in exactly the opposite way that this book is full of shrewd judgment, the knowledge of life, and even the delightful humor which form so much of Birrell's best equipment for a man of letters. Mr. Birrell's work is not merely good reading, but is a mental clarifier and tonic. We are much better critics of other writers through his criticisms on his selected subjects. After every reading of Obiter Dicta, we feel ashamed of crass and petty prejudice in the face of his lessons in disregarding surface mannerisms for the sake of vital qualities. Only in one case does he lose his impartiality. He so objects to treating immersion with fairness that he even goes out of his way to berate his idol Matthew Arnold for setting immersion aloft. But what he says of George Borrow is vastly more true of himself. He is one of the writers we cannot afford to be angry with. End of section 51.
Section 52 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 52, Selected Excerpts by Augustine Birrell, Part 1. Dr. Johnson. Criticism, writes Johnson in the 60th Idler, is a study by which men grow important and formidable at a very small expense. The power of invention has been conferred by nature upon few, and the labor of learning those sciences which may by mere labor be obtained is too great to be willingly endured. But every man can exert such judgment as he has upon the works of others, and he whom nature has made weak, and idleness keeps ignorant, may yet support his vanity by the name of a critic. To proceed with our task by the method of comparison is to pursue a course open to grave objection. Yet it is forced upon us when we find, as we lately did, a writer in the Times newspaper, in the course of a not very discriminating review of Mr. Froude's recent volumes, casually remarking, as if it admitted of no more doubt than the day's price of consols, that Carlyle was a greater man than Johnson. It is a good thing to be positive. To be positive in your opinions and selfish in your habits is the best recipe, if not for happiness, at all events for that far more attainable commodity, comfort, with which we are acquainted. "A noisy man," sang poor Cooper, who could not bear anything louder than the hissing of a tea-urn, "a noisy man is always in the right." And a positive man can seldom be proved wrong. Still, in literature it is very desirable to preserve a moderate measure of independence, and we therefore make bold to ask whether it is as plain as the old hill of Howth that Carlyle was a greater man than Johnson. Is not the precise contrary the truth? No abuse of Carlyle need be looked for, here or from me, when a man of genius and of letters happens to have any striking virtues, such as purity, temperance, honesty. The novel task of dwelling on them has such attraction for us that we are content to leave the elucidation of his faults to his personal friends, and to stern, unbending moralists like Mr. Edmund Yates and the World newspaper. To love Carlyle is, thanks to Mr. Froude's superhuman ideal of friendship, a task of much heroism, almost meriting a pension. Still, it is quite possible for the candid and truth-loving soul. But a greater than Johnson he most certainly was not. There is a story in Boswell of an ancient beggar-woman who, whilst asking an alms of the doctor, described herself to him, in a lucky moment for her pocket, as an old struggler. Johnson, his biographer tells us, was visibly affected. The phrase stuck to his memory, and was frequently applied to himself. "I, too," so he would say, "am an old struggler." So, too, in all conscience, was Carlyle. The struggles of Johnson have long been historical. Those of Carlyle have just become so. We are interested in both. To be indifferent would be inhuman. Both men had great endowments, tempestuous natures, hard lots. They were not amongst Dame Fortune's favourites. They had to fight their way. What they took by storm. But, and here is a difference indeed, Johnson came off victorious. Carlyle did not. Boswell's book is an arch of triumph through which, as we read, we see his hero passing into eternal fame to take up his place with those dead but sceptred sovereigns who still rule our spirits from their urns. Froude's book is a tomb over which the lovers of Carlyle's genius will never cease to shed tender but regretful tears. We doubt whether there is in English literature a more triumphant book than Boswell's. What materials for tragedy are wanting? Johnson was a man of strong passions, unbending spirit, violent temper, as poor as a church mouse, and as proud as the proudest of church dignitaries. Endowed with the strength of a coal-heaver, the courage of a lion, and the tongue of Dean Swift, he could knock down booksellers and silence bargees. He was melancholy almost to madness, radically wretched, indolent, blinded, diseased. Poverty was long his portion. Not that genteel poverty that is sometimes behindhand with its rent, but that hungry poverty that does not know where to look for its dinner. Against all these things had this old struggler to contend. Over all these things did this old struggler prevail. Over even the fear of death, the giving up of this intellectual being, which had haunted his gloomy fancy for a lifetime, he seems finally to have prevailed, and to have met his end as a brave man should. Carlyle, writing to his wife, says, and truthfully enough, "The more the devil worries me, the more I wring him by the nose." But then, if the devil's was the only nose that was wrung in the transaction, why need Carlyle cry out so loud? After buffeting one's way through the storm-tossed pages of Froude's Carlyle, in which the universe is stretched upon the rack because food disagrees with man and cocks crow, with what thankfulness and reverence do we read once again the letter in which Johnson tells Mrs. Thrale how he has been called to endure not dyspepsia or sleeplessness, but paralysis itself. "On Monday I sat for my picture and walked a considerable way with little inconvenience. In the afternoon and evening I felt myself light and easy, and began to plan schemes of life. Thus I went to bed, and in a short time waked and sat up, as has long been my custom, when I felt a confusion in my head, which lasted, I suppose, about half a minute. I was alarmed, and prayed God that however much he might afflict my body, he would spate my understanding. Soon after, I perceived that I had suffered a paralytic stroke, and that my speech was taken from me. I had no pain, and so little dejection in this dreadful state, that I wondered at my own apathy, and considered that perhaps death itself when it should come, would excite less horror than seems now to attend it. In order to rouse the vocal organs, I took 2 drams. I then went to bed, and, strange as it may seem, I think slept. When I saw light, it was time I should contrive what I should do. Though God stopped my speech, he left me my hand. I enjoyed a mercy which was not granted to my dear friend Lawrence, who now perhaps overlooks me as I am writing, and rejoices that I have what he wanted. My first note was necessarily to my servant, who came in talking, and could not immediately comprehend why he should read what I put into his hands. How this will be perceived by you I know not. I hope you will sympathize with me. But perhaps my mistress, gracious, mild, and good, cries, Is he dumb? 'Tis time he should. I suppose you may wish to know how my disease is treated by the physicians. They put a blister upon my back, and 2 from my ear to my throat, 1 on a side. The blister on the back has done little, and those on the throat have not risen. I bullied and bounced, it sticks to our last sand, and compelled the apothecary to make his salve according to the Edinburgh dispensatory, that it might adhere better. I have now 2 on my own prescription. They likewise give me salt of hartshorn, which I take with no great confidence. But I am satisfied that what can be done is done for me. I am almost ashamed of this querulous letter, but now it is written, let it go. This is indeed tonic and bark for the mind. If irritated by a comparison that ought never to have been thrust upon us, we ask why it is that the reader of Boswell finds it as hard to help loving Johnson as the reader of Froude finds it hard to avoid disliking Carlyle, the answer must be that whilst the elder man of letters was full to overflowing with the milk of human kindness, the younger one was full to overflowing with something not nearly so nice, and that whilst Johnson was preeminently a reasonable man, reasonable in all his demands and expectations, Carlyle was the most unreasonable mortal that ever exhausted the patience of nurse, mother, or wife. Of Dr. Johnson's affectionate nature nobody has written with nobler appreciation than Carlyle himself. Perhaps it is this divine feeling of affection throughout manifested that principally attracts us to Johnson. A true brother of men is he, and filial lover of the earth. The day will come when it will be recognized that Carlyle, as a critic, is to be judged by what he himself corrected for the press, and not by splenetic entries in diaries or whimsical extravagances in private conversation. Of Johnson's reasonableness nothing need be said except that it is patent everywhere. His wife's judgment was a sound one. He is the most sensible man I ever met. As for his brutality, of which at one time we used to hear a great deal, we cannot say of it what Hookham Frere said of Lander's immorality, that it was mere imaginary classicality wholly devoid of criminal reality. It was nothing of the sort. Dialectically, the great doctor was a great brute. The fact is, he had so accustomed himself to wordy warfare that he lost all sense of moral responsibility and cared as little for men's feelings as a Napoleon did for their lives. When the battle was over, the doctor frequently did what no soldier ever did that I have heard tell of, apologized to his victims, and drank wine or lemonade with them. It must also be remembered that for the most part his victims sought him out. They came to be tossed and gored. And after all, are they so much to be pitied? They have our sympathy, and the doctor has our applause. I am not prepared to say with the simpering fellow with weak legs, whom David Copperfield met at Mr. Waterbrook's dinner-table, that I would sooner be knocked down by a man with blood than picked up by a man without any. But, argumentatively speaking, I think it would be better for a man's reputation to be knocked down by Dr. Johnson than picked up by Mr. Froude. Johnson's claim to be the best of our talkers cannot, on our present materials, be contested. For the most part we have only talk about other talkers. Johnson's is matter of record. Carlyle no doubt was a great talker. No man talked against talk, or broke silence to praise it more eloquently than he. But unfortunately none of it is in evidence. All that is given us is a sort of commination service writ large. We soon weary of it. Man does not live by curses alone. An unhappier prediction of a boy's future was surely never made than that of Johnson's by his cousin, Mr. Cornelius Ford, who said to the infant Samuel, "You will make your way the more easily in the world as you are content to dispute no man's claim to conversation excellence, and they will therefore more willingly allow your pretensions as a writer." Unfortunate Mr. Ford! The man never breathed whose claim to conversation excellence Dr. Johnson did not dispute on every possible occasion, whilst just because he was admittedly so good a talker, his pretensions as a writer have been occasionally slighted. Johnson's personal character has generally been allowed to stand high. It, however, has not been submitted to recent tests. To be the first to smell a fault is the pride of the modern biographer. Boswell's artless pages afford useful hints not lightly to be disregarded. During some portion of Johnson's married life he had lodgings first at Greenwich, afterwards at Hampstead, but he did not always go home o' nights, sometimes preferring to roam the streets with that vulgar ruffian Savage, who was certainly no fit company for him. He once actually quarrelled with Patti, who, despite her ridiculous name, was a very sensible woman, with a very sharp tongue, and for a season, like stars, they dwelt apart. Of the real merits of this dispute we must resign ourselves to ignorance. The materials for its discussion do not exist. Even Croker could not find them. Neither was our great moralist as sound as one would have liked to see him in the matter of the payment of small debts. When he came to die he remembered several of these outstanding accounts, but what assurance have we that he remembered them all? One sum of £10 he sent across to the honest fellow from whom he had borrowed it, with an apology for its delay, which, since it had extended over a period of 20 years, was not superfluous. I wonder whether he ever repaid Mr. Gilly the guinea he once borrowed of him to give to a very small boy who had just been apprenticed to a printer. If he did not, it was a great shame. That he was indebted to Sir Joshua in a small loan is apparent from the fact that it was one of his 3 dying requests to that great man that he should release him from it, as, of course, the most amiable of painters did. The other 2 requests, it will be remembered, were to read his Bible and not to use his brush on Sundays. The good Sir Joshua gave the desired promises with a full heart, for these 2 great men loved one another, but subsequently discovered the sabbatical restriction not a little irksome, and after a while resumed his former practice, arguing with himself that the doctor really had no business to extract any such promise. The point is a nice one, and perhaps ere this the two friends have met and discussed it in the Elysian fields. If so, I hope the doctor, grown angelical, kept his temper with the mild shade of Reynolds better than on the historical occasion when he discussed with him the question of strong drinks. Against Garrick, Johnson undoubtedly cherished a smouldering grudge, which, however, he never allowed any one but himself to fan into flame. His pique was natural. Garrick had been his pupil at Edial, near Lichfield. They had come up to town together with an easy united fortune of 4d., current coin of the realm. Garrick soon had the world at his feet, and garnered golden grain. Johnson became famous too, but remained poor and dingy. Garrick surrounded himself with what only money can buy, good pictures and rare books. Johnson cared nothing for pictures. How should he? He could not see them. But he did care a great deal about books, and the pernickety little player was chary about lending his splendidly bound rarities to his quondam preceptor. Our sympathies in this matter are entirely with Garrick. Johnson was one of the best men that ever lived, but not to lend books to. Like Lady Slattern, he had a most observant thumb. But Garrick had no real cause for complaint. Johnson may have soiled his folios and sneered at his trade, but in life Johnson loved Garrick, and in death embalmed his memory in a sentence which can only die with the English language. "I am disappointed by that stroke of death which has eclipsed the gaiety of nations and impoverished the public stock of harmless pleasure." Will it be believed that puny critics have been found to quarrel with this colossal compliment on the poor pretext of its falsehood? Garrick's death, urged these dullards, could not possibly have eclipsed the gaiety of nations, since he had retired from the stage months previous to his demise. When will mankind learn that literature is one thing and sworn testimony another? Johnson the author is not always fairly treated. Phrases are convenient things to hand about, and it is as little the custom to inquire into their truth as it is to read the letterpress on bank-notes. We are content to count bank-notes and to repeat phrases. One of these phrases is that whilst everybody reads Boswell, nobody reads Johnson. The facts are otherwise. Everybody does not read Boswell, and a great many people do read Johnson. If it be asked, what do the general public know of Johnson's 9 volumes octavo? I reply, beshrew the general public! What in the name of the Bodleian has the general public got to do with literature? The general public subscribes to Mudie, and has its intellectual, like its lacteal, sustenance sent round to it in carts. On Saturdays these carts, laden with recent works in circulation, traverse the Uxbridge Road. On Wednesdays they toil up Highgate Hill, and if we may believe the reports of travellers, are occasionally seen rushing through the wilds of Camberwell and bumping over Blackheath. It is not a question of the general public, but of the lover of letters. Do Mr. Browning, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Lowell, Mr. Trevelyan, Mr. Stephen, Mr. Morley know their Johnson? To doubt would be disloyalty. And what these big men know in their big way, hundreds of little men know in their little way. We have no writer with a more genuine literary flavor about him than the great Cam of literature. No man of letters loved letters better than he. He knew literature in all its branches. He had read books, he had written books, he had sold books, he had bought books, and he had borrowed them. Sluggish and inert in all other directions, He pranced through libraries. He loved a catalogue. He delighted in an index. He was, to employ a happy phrase of Dr. Holmes, at home amongst books, as a stable boy is among horses. He cared intensely about the future of literature and the fate of literary men. "I respect Miller," he once exclaimed. "He has raised the price of literature." Now Miller was a Scotchman. Even Horne Tooke was not to stand in the pillory. "No, no, the dog has too much literature for that." The only time the author of Rasselas met the author of The Wealth of Nations witnessed a painful scene. The English moralist gave the Scotch one the lie direct, and the Scotch moralist applied to the English one a phrase which would have done discredit to the lips of a costermonger. But this notwithstanding, when Boswell reported that Adam Smith preferred rhyme to blank verse, Johnson hailed the news as enthusiastically as did Cedric the Saxon the English origin of the bravest knights in the retinue of the Norman king. "Did Adam say that?" he shouted. "I love him for it. I could hug him." Johnson no doubt honestly believed he held George III in reverence, but really he did not care a pin's fee for all the crowned heads of Europe. All his reverence was reserved for poor scholars. When a small boy in a wherry, on whom had devolved the arduous task of rowing Johnson and his biographer across the Thames, said he would give all he had to know about the Argonauts, the doctor was much pleased, and gave him, or got Boswell to give him, a double fare. He was ever an advocate of the spread of knowledge amongst all classes and both sexes. His devotion to letters has received its fitting reward, the love and respect of all lettered hearts. The office of literature. Dr. John Brown's pleasant story has become well known of the countryman who, being asked to account for the gravity of his dog, replied, "Oh, sir, life is full of seriousness to him. He can just never get enough of fetching." Something of the spirit of this saddened dog seems lately to have entered into the very people who ought to be freest from it, our men of letters. They are all very serious and very quarrelsome. To some of them it is dangerous even to allude. Many are wedded to a theory or period, and are the most luxurious of husbands, ever ready to resent an affront to their lady. This devotion makes them very grave, and possibly very happy after a pedantic fashion. One remembers what Hazlitt, who was neither happy nor pedantic, has said about pedantry. "The power of attaching an interest to the most trifling or painful pursuits is one of the greatest happinesses of our nature. The common soldier mounts the breach with joy, the miser deliberately starves himself to death, the mathematician sets about extracting the cube root with a feeling of enthusiasm, and the lawyer sheds tears of delight over Cook upon Littleton. He who is not in some measure a pedant, though he may be a wise, cannot be a very happy man." Possibly not, but then we are surely not content that our authors should be pedants, in order that they may be happy and devoted. As one of the great class for whose sole use and behalf literature exists, the class of readers, I protest that it is to me a matter of indifference whether an author is happy or not. I want him to make me happy. That is his office. Let him discharge it. I recognize in this connection the corresponding truth of what Sydney Smith makes his Peter Plumley say about the private virtues of Mr. Perceval, the Prime Minister. "You spend a great deal of ink about the character of the present Prime Minister. Grant all that you write, I say, I fear that he will ruin Ireland and pursue a line of policy destructive to the true interests of his country, and then you tell me that he is faithful to Mrs. Percival and kind to the Master Percivals. I should prefer that he whipped his boys and saved his country." We should never confuse functions or apply wrong tests. What can books do for us? Dr. Johnson, the least pedantic of men, put the whole matter into a nutshell. A cocoanut shell, if you will. Heaven forbid that I should seek to compress the great doctor within any narrower limits than my metaphor requires. When he wrote that a book should teach us either to enjoy life or endure it. Give us enjoyment. Teach us endurance. Hearken to the ceaseless demand and the perpetual prayer of an ever unsatisfied and always suffering humanity. How is a book to answer the ceaseless demand? Self-forgetfulness is the essence of enjoyment, and the author who would confer pleasure must possess the art, or know the trick, of destroying for the time the reader's own personality. Undoubtedly the easiest way of doing this is by the creation of a host of rival personalities. Hence the number and the popularity of novels. Whenever a novelist fails, his book is said to flag. That is, the reader suddenly, as in skating, comes bump down upon his own personality and curses the unskilful author. No lack of characters and continual motion is the easiest recipe for a novel, which, like a beggar, should always be kept moving on. Nobody knew this better than Fielding, whose novels, like most good ones, are full of ends. When those who are addicted to what is called improving reading inquire of you petulantly why you cannot find change of company and scene in books of travel, you should answer cautiously that when books of travel are full of inns, atmosphere, and motion, they are as good as any novel, nor is there any reason in the nature of things why they should not always be so, though experience proves the contrary. The truth or falsehood of a book is immaterial. George Borrow's Bible in Spain is, I suppose, true, though now that I come to think of it in what is to be a new light, one remembers that it contains some odd things. But was not Borrow the accredited agent of the British and Foreign Bible Society? Did he not travel, and he had a free hand, at their charges? Was he not befriended by our minister at Madrid, Mr. Villiers, subsequently Earl of Clarendon, in the Peerage of England? It must be true. And yet at this moment I would as lief read a chapter of the Bible in Spain as I would Gil Blas. Nay, I positively would give the preference to Signor Giorgio. Nobody can sit down to read Borrow's books without as completely forgetting himself as if he were a boy in the forest with Gurth and Wamba. Borrow is provoking and has his full share of faults, and though the owner of a style is capable of excruciating offences. His habitual use of the odious word individual as a noun substantive 7 times in 3 pages of the Romany Rye elicits the frequent groan, and he is certainly once guilty of calling fish the finny tribe. He believed himself to be animated by an intense hatred of the Church of Rome, and disfigures many of his pages by Lawrence Boythorn-like tirades against that institution. But no Catholic of sense need on this account deny himself the pleasure of reading Borrow, whose one dominating passion was camaraderie, and who hobnobbed in the friendliest spirit with priest and gypsy in a fashion as far beyond praise as it is beyond description by any pen other than his own. Hail to thee, George Borrow! Cervantes himself, Gil Blas, do not more effectually carry their readers into the land of the Cid than does this miraculous agent of the Bible Society, by favour of whose pleasantness we can, any hour of the week, enter Villafranca by night, or ride into Galicia, on an Andalusian stallion, which proved to be a foolish thing to do, without costing anybody a peseta, and at no risk whatever to our necks, be they long or short. Cooks, warriors, and authors must be judged by the effects they produce. Toothsome dishes, glorious victories, pleasant books, these are our demands. We have nothing to do with ingredients, tactics, or methods. We have no desire to be admitted into the kitchen, the council, or the study. The cook may clean her saucepans how she pleases. The warrior place his men as he likes. The author handle his material or weave his plot as best he can. When the dish is served, we only ask, is it good? When the battle has been fought, who won? When the book comes out, does it read? Authors ought not to be above being reminded that it is their first duty to write agreeably. Some very disagreeable ones have succeeded in doing so, and there is therefore no need for anyone to despair. Every author, be he grave or gay, should try to make his book as ingratiating as possible. Reading is not a duty, and has consequently no business to be made disagreeable. Nobody is under any obligation to read any other man's book. Literature exists to please, to lighten the burden of men's lives, to make them for a short while forget their sorrows and their sins, their silenced hearths, their disappointed hopes, their grim futures. And those men of letters are the best loved who have best performed literature's truest office. Their name is happily legion, and I will conclude these disjointed remarks by quoting from one of them, as honest a parson as ever took tithe, or voted for the Tory candidate, the Reverend George Crabbe. Hear him in The Frank Courtship. "I must be loved," said Sybil. "I must see the man in terrors who aspires to be. At my forbidding frown his heart must ache, his tongue must falter, and his frame must shake. And if I grant him at my feet to kneel, what trembling, fearful pleasure must he feel! Nay, such the rapture that my smiles inspire, that reason's self must for a time retire." "Alas for good Josiah," said the dame, "these wicked thoughts would fill his soul with shame. He kneel and tremble at a thing of dust? He cannot, child." The child replied, "He must." Were an office to be opened for the insurance of literary reputations, no critic at all likely to be in the Society's service would refuse the life of a poet who could write like Crabbe. Cardinal Newman, Mr. Leslie Stephen, Mr. Swinburne are not always of the same way of thinking, but all three hold the one true faith about Crabbe. But even were Crabbe now left unread, which is very far from being the case, his would be an enviable fame. For was he not one of the favored poets of Walter Scott? And whenever the closing scene of the great magician's life is read in the pages of Lockhart, must not Crabbe's name be brought upon the reader's quivering lip? To soothe the sorrow of the soothers of sorrow, to bring tears to the eyes and smiles to the cheeks of the lords of human smiles and tears, is no mean ministry, and it is Crabbe's. End of section 52. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 53 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 53, Selected Excerpts, by Augustine Birrell, Part 2. Truth-hunting. Is truth-hunting one of those active mental habits which, as Bishop Butler tells us, intensify their effects by constant use, and are weak convictions, paralyzed intellects, and laxity of opinions amongst the effects of truth-hunting on the majority of minds? These are not unimportant questions. Let us consider briefly the probable effects of speculative habits on conduct. The discussion of a question of conduct has the great charm of justifying, if indeed not requiring, personal illustration, and this particular question is well illustrated by instituting a comparison between the life and character of Charles Lamb and those of some of his distinguished friends. Personal illustration, especially when it proceeds by way of comparison, is always dangerous, and the dangers are doubled when the subjects illustrated and compared are favorite authors. It behooves us to proceed warily in this matter. A dispute as to the respective merits of Gray and Collins has been known to result in a visit to an attorney and the revocation of a will. An avowed inability to see anything in Miss Austen's novels is reported to have proved destructive of an otherwise good chance of an Indian judgeship. I believe, however, I run no great risk in asserting that of all English authors, Charles Lamb is the one loved most warmly and emotionally by his admirers, amongst whom I reckon only those who are as familiar with the 4 volumes of his Life and Letters as with Elia. But how does he illustrate the particular question now engaging our attention? Speaking of his sister Mary, who, as everyone knows, throughout Elia is called his cousin Bridget, he says, "It has been the lot of my cousin, oftener perhaps than I could have wished, to have had for her associates and mine free thinkers, leaders, and disciples of novel philosophies and systems. But she neither wrangles with nor accepts their opinions." Nor did her brother. He lived his life cracking his little jokes and reading his great folios, neither wrangling with nor accepting the opinions of the friends he loved to see around him. To a contemporary stranger it might well have appeared as if his life were a frivolous and useless one as compared with those of these philosophers and thinkers. They discussed their great schemes and affected to prove deep mysteries, and were constantly asking, "What is truth?" He sipped his glass, shuffled his cards, and was content with the humbler inquiry, "What are trumps?" But to us, looking back upon that little group, and knowing what we now do about each member of it, no such mistake is possible. To us it is plain beyond all question that, judged by whatever standard of excellence it is possible for any reasonable human being to take, Lamb stands head and shoulders a better man than any of them. No need to stop to compare him with Godwin or Hazlitt or Lloyd. Let us boldly put him in the scales with one whose fame is in all the churches, with Samuel Taylor Coleridge, logician, metaphysician, bard. There are some men whom to abuse is pleasant. Coleridge is not one of them. How gladly would we love the author of Christabel, if we could! But the thing is flatly impossible. His was an unlovely character. The sentence passed upon him by Mr. Matthew Arnold, parenthetically in one of the Essays in Criticism, "Coleridge had no morals," is no less just than pitiless. As we gather information about him from numerous quarters, we find it impossible to resist the conclusion that he was a man neglectful of restraint irresponsive to the claims of those who had every claim upon him, willing to receive, slow to give. In early manhood Coleridge planned a pantisocracy, where all the virtues were to thrive. Lamb did something far more difficult. He played cribbage every night with his imbecile father, whose constant stream of querulous talk and fault-finding might well have goaded a far stronger man into practising and justifying neglect. That Lamb, with all his admiration for Coleridge, was well aware of dangerous tendencies in his character is made apparent by many letters, notably by one written in 1796, in which he says, "Oh, my friend, cultivate the filial feelings, and let no man think himself released from the kind charities of relationship. These shall give him peace at the last. These are the best foundation for every species of benevolence. I rejoice to hear that you are reconciled with all your relations." This surely is as valuable an aid to reflection as any supplied by the Highgate seer. Lamb gave but little thought to the wonderful difference between the reason and the understanding. He preferred old plays, an odd diet, some may think, on which to feed the virtues, but however that may be, the noble fact remains that he, poor frail boy, for he was no more when trouble first assailed him, stooped down and without sigh or sign took upon his own shoulders the whole burden of a lifelong sorrow. Coleridge married. Lamb, at the bidding of duty, remained single, wedding himself to the sad fortunes of his father and sister. Shall we pity him? No. He had his reward, the surpassing reward that is only within the power of literature to bestow. It was Lamb, and not Coleridge, who wrote Dream Children, a reverie. Then I told how for 7 long years, in hope sometimes, sometimes in despair, yet persisting ever, I courted the fair Alice W. And as much as children could understand, I explained to them what coyness and difficulty and denial meant in maidens, when suddenly, turning to Alice, the soul of the first Alice looked out at her eyes with such a reality of representment that I became in doubt which of them stood before me, or whose that bright hair was. And while I stood gazing, both the children gradually grew fainter to my view, receding and still receding, till nothing at last but 2 mournful features were seen in the uttermost distance, which, without speech, strangely impressed upon me the effects of speech. We are not of Alice, nor of thee, nor are we children at all. The children of Alice call Bartram father. We are nothing, less than nothing, and dreams. We are only what might have been. Godwin, Hazlitt, Coleridge, where now are their novel philosophies and systems? Bottled moonshine, which does not improve by keeping. Only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in the dust. Were we disposed to admit that Lamb would in all probability have been as good a man as every one agrees he was, as kind to his father, as full of self-sacrifice for the sake of his sister, as loving and ready a friend, even though he had paid more heed to current speculations, it is yet not without use in a time like this, when so much stress is laid upon anxious inquiry into the mysteries of soul and body, to point out how this man attained to a moral excellence denied to his speculative contemporaries, performed duties from which they, good men as they were, would one and all have shrunk, how, in short, he contrived to achieve what no one of his friends, not even the immaculate Wordsworth or the precise Southey, achieved, the living of a life the records of which are inspiriting to read, and are indeed the presence of a good diffused, and managed to do it all without either wrangling with or accepting the opinions that hurtled in the air about him. Benvenuto Cellini, from Obiter Dicta. What a liar was Benvenuto Cellini! Who can believe a word he says? To hang a dog on his oath would be a judicial murder. Yet when we lay down his memoirs, and let our thoughts travel back to those far-off days he tells us of, there we see him standing in bold relief against the black sky of the past, the very man he was. Not more surely did he, with that rare skill of his, stamp the image of Clement VII on the papal currency, than he did the impress of his own singular personality upon every word he spoke and every sentence he wrote. We ought, of course, to hate him. But do we? A murderer he has written himself down. A liar he stands self-convicted of being. Were any one in the nether-world bold enough to call him thief, it may be doubted whether Rhadamanthus would award him the damages for which we may be certain he would loudly clamour. Why do we not hate him? Listen to him. Upon my uttering these words there was a general outcry, the noblemen affirming that I promised too much. But one of them, who was a great philosopher, said in my favour, "From the admirable symmetry of shape and happy physiognomy of this young man, I venture to engage that he will perform all he promises and more." The Pope replied, "I am of the same opinion." Then calling Trajano, his gentleman of the bedchamber, he ordered him to fetch me 500 ducats. And so it always ended, suspicions aroused most reasonably, allayed most unreasonably, and then ducats. He deserved hanging, but he died in his bed. He wrote his own memoirs after a fashion that ought to have brought posthumous justice upon him, and made them a literary gibbet, on which he should swing a creaking horror for all time. But nothing of the sort has happened. The rascal is so symmetrical, and his physiognomy, as it gleams upon us through the centuries, so happy, that we cannot withhold our ducats, though we may accompany the gift with a shower of abuse. This only proves the profundity of an observation made by Mr. Bagehot, a man who carried away into the next world more originality of thought than is now to be found in the 3 estates of the realm. Whilst remarking upon the extraordinary reputation of the late Francis Horner, and the trifling cost he was put to in supporting it, Mr. Bagehot said that it proved the advantage of keeping an atmosphere. The common air of heaven sharpens men's judgments. Poor Horner, but for that kept atmosphere of his always surrounding him, would have been bluntly asked what he had done since he was breeched, and in reply he could only have muttered something about the currency. As for our special rogue Cellini, the question would probably have assumed this shape: "Rascal, name the crime you have not committed, and account for the omission." But these awkward questions are not put to the lucky people who keep their own atmospheres. The critics, before they can get at them, have to step out of the everyday air, where only achievements count, and the decalogue still goes for something, into the kept atmosphere, which they have no sooner breathed than they begin to see things differently, and to measure the object thus surrounded with a tape of its own manufacture. Horner, poor, ugly, a man neither of words nor deeds, becomes one of our great men. A nation mourns his loss, and erects his statue in the Abbey. Mr. Bagehot gives several instances of the same kind, but he does not mention Cellini, who is, however, in his own way, an admirable example. You open his book, a Pharisee of the Pharisees, lying indeed. Why, you hate prevarication. As for murder, your friends know you too well to mention the subject in your hearing, except in immediate connection with capital punishment. You are, of course, willing to make some allowance for Cellini's time and place, the first half of the 16th century, and Italy. Yes, you remark, Cellini shall have strict justice at my hands. So you say as you settle yourself in your chair and begin to read. We seem to hear the rascal laughing in his grave. His spirit breathes upon you from his book, peeps at you roguishly as you turn the pages. His atmosphere surrounds you. You smile when you ought to frown, chuckle when you should groan, and, oh, final triumph, laugh aloud when, if you had a rag of principle left, you would fling the book into the fire. Your poor moral sense turns away with a sigh, and patiently awaits the conclusion of the second volume. How cautiously does he begin! How gently does he win your ear by his seductive piety! I quote from Mr. Roscoe's translation. It is a duty incumbent on upright and credible men of all ranks, who have performed anything noble or praiseworthy, to record in their own writing the events of their lives. Yet they should not commence this honourable task before they have passed their 40th year. Such, at least, is my opinion, now that I have completed my 58th year, and am settled in Florence, where, considering the numerous ills that constantly attend human life, I perceive that I have never before been so free from vexations and calamities, or possessed of so great a share of content and health, as at this period. Looking back on some delightful and happy events of my life, and on many misfortunes so truly overwhelming that the appalling retrospect makes me wonder how I have reached this age in vigor and prosperity, through God's goodness I have resolved to publish an account of my life, and I must, in commencing my narrative, satisfy the public on some few points to which its curiosity is usually directed, the first of which is to ascertain whether a man is descended from a virtuous and ancient family. I shall therefore now proceed to inform the reader how it pleased God that I should come into the world. So you read on page I. What you read on page 191 is this: Just after sunset, about 8 o'clock, as this musketeer stood at his door with his sword in his hand, when he had done supper, I with great address came close up to him with a long dagger, and gave him a violent back-handed stroke, which I aimed at his neck. He instantly turned round, and the blow falling directly upon his left shoulder broke the whole bone of it, upon which he dropped his sword, quite overcome by the pain, and took to his heels. I pursued, and in 4 steps came up with him, when, raising the dagger over his head, which he lowered down, I hit him exactly upon the nape of the neck. The weapon penetrated so deep that, though I made a great effort to recover it again, I found it impossible. So much for murder. Now for manslaughter, or rather Cellini's notion of manslaughter. Pompeo entered an apothecary's shop at the corner of the Chiavica about some business, and stayed there for some time. I was told he had boasted of having bullied me, but it turned out a fatal adventure to him. Just as I arrived at that quarter he was coming out of the shop, and his bravos, having made an opening, formed a circle round him. I thereupon clapped my hand to a sharp dagger, and having forced my way through the file of ruffians, laid hold of him by the throat so quickly and with such presence of mind that there was not one of his friends could defend him. I pulled him towards me to give him a blow in front, but he turned his face about through excess of terror, so that I wounded him exactly under the ear, and upon repeating my blow he fell down dead. It had never been my intention to kill him, but blows are not always under command. We must all feel that it would never have done to have begun with these passages. But long before the 191st page has been reached, Cellini has retreated into his own atmosphere, and the scales of justice have been hopelessly tampered with. That such a man as this encounters suffering in the course of his life should be matter for satisfaction to every well-regulated mind, but somehow or other you find yourself pitying the fellow as he narrates the hardships he endured in the castle of St. Angelo. He is so symmetrical a rascal. Just hear him. Listen to what he says well on in the 2nd volume, after the little incidents already quoted. Having at length recovered my strength and vigour, after I had composed myself and resumed my cheerfulness of mind, I continued to read my Bible, and so accustomed my eyes to that darkness that, though I was at first able to read only an hour and a half, I could at length read 3 hours. I then reflected on the wonderful power of the Almighty upon the hearts of simple men, who had carried their enthusiasm so far as to believe firmly that God would indulge them in all they wished for, and I promised myself the assistance of the Most High, as well through his mercy as on account of my innocence. Thus, turning constantly to the Supreme Being, sometimes in prayer, sometimes in silent meditation on the divine goodness, I was totally engrossed by these heavenly reflections, and came to take such delight in pious meditations that I no longer thought of past misfortunes. On the contrary, I was all day long singing psalms, and many other compositions of mine, in which I celebrated and praised the Deity. Thus torn from their context, these passages may seem to supply the best possible falsification of the previous statement that Cellini told the truth about himself. Judged by these passages alone, he may appear a hypocrite of an unusually odious description. But it is only necessary to read his book to dispel that notion. He tells lies about other people, he repeats long conversations, sounding his own praises, during which, as his own narrative shows, he was not present. He exaggerates his own exploits, his sufferings, even, it may be, his crimes. But when we lay down his book, we feel we are saying good-bye to a man whom we know. He has introduced himself to us, and though doubtless we prefer saints to sinners, we may be forgiven for liking the company of a live rogue better than that of the lay figures and empty clock cases labeled with distinguished names, who are to be found doing duty for men in the works of our standard historians. What would we not give to know Julius Caesar one half as well as we know this outrageous rascal? The saints of the earth, too, how shadowy they are! Which of them do we really know? Excepting one or two ancient and modern quietists, there is hardly one amongst the whole number who, being dead, yet speaketh. Their memoirs far too often only reveal to us a hazy something, certainly not recognizable as a man. This is generally the fault of their editors, who, though men themselves, confine their editorial duties to going up and down the diaries and papers of the departed saint, and obliterating all human touches. This they do for the better prevention of scandals, and one cannot deny that they attain their end, though they pay dearly for it. I shall never forget the start I gave when, on reading some old book about India, I came across an after-dinner jest of Henry Martyn's. The thought of Henry Martyn laughing over the walnuts and the wine was almost, as Robert Browning's unknown painter says, too wildly dear, and to this day I cannot help thinking that there must be a mistake somewhere. To return to Cellini, and to conclude. On laying down his memoirs, let us be careful to recall our banished moral sense, and make peace with her by passing a final judgment on this desperate sinner, which perhaps, after all, we cannot do better than by employing language of his own concerning a monk, a fellow prisoner of his, who never, so far as appears, murdered anybody, but of whom Cellini none the less felt himself entitled to say, "I admired his shining qualities, but his odious vices I freely censured, and held in abhorrence." End of section 53. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.